উল্টাপাল্টা যেন না হয় প্লিজ। 20 নম্বর চেঞ্জ হয়েছে।
হ্যালো, Good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. We are here today for the conference on Leaving Micro Merchants Behind in the Digital Era in Bangladesh by UNCDF Bangladesh. It is time to start the program. We have around 75 participants in the hall and more than 50 people joining us online on Zoom. This conference is also being broadcasted on UNCDF website. Before we start the conference, may I request you all to please maintain social distance as much as possible, wear your mask, and please keep using the sanitizer. If anyone does not feel well, request you to please contact the organizing team and hotel staff immediately. The conference today has interesting sessions and sharing of UNCDF's Merchants Development Driving Rural Markets initiative. We will be hearing honorable panelists from Bangladesh and other countries and have various innovative business models implemented through MDDRM presented. We already have our chief guest, Honorable State Minister, Mr. Zunaid Ahmed Poluk, MP, ICT Division, Ministry of Post, Telecommunication and Information Technology, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, special guest, Mr. Asadul Islam, Senior Secretary, FIDMOF, GOB, and guest of honor, Mr. Maurizio Cian, Head of Cooperation of the Delegation of the European Union to Bangladesh. Among us, I would like to request our honorable guest, please come to the stage and take your seats. A big hand for our honorable guest, please. So, without any further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Jasmul Hassan, Country Focal Point, Bangladesh UNCDF, to start the session. Over to Mr. Hassan.
Thank you, Maimuna. Good morning, distinguished guests. On behalf of United Nations Capital Development Fund Bangladesh Office, I would like to invite all the guests to this conference on leaving no micro merchants behind in the digital era in Bangladesh. Today, we have among us very distinguished personalities. Guest of honor, Mr. Maurizio Cian, from Head of Development Cooperation from the European Union Delegation in Bangladesh. Special guest, Mr. Asadul Islam, Senior Secretary of the Financial Institution Division of the Ministry of Finance. And chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Zunaid Ahmed Polok, Member of Parliament, State Minister for ICT Division. Without further ado, I would like to invite our guests to give their speech on this August occasion. We have also among us Regional Coordinator for Asia, Ms. Maria Pardomo, joining from Bangkok. This session will start by a presentation from Maria online. I'd like to invite Maria to start his presentation. But before that, I'd like to give a short bio of Maria. She has spent the past 15 years focused on removing market constraints to advance financial inclusion in least developed countries and emerging markets. As Regional Manager of UNCDF's Regional Digital Hub for Asia, Maria provides strategic vision and technical support to develop inclusive digital economies that can unlock private finance for all and support the achievement of the SDGs in the region. In her previous role as Youth Finance Lead, Maria brought access to financial services to close to 1 million youth, of which 60% are young women and girls. Her portfolio grew from 8 to 13 countries and from US $12 million to US $20 million from 2015 to 2020. She enjoys building and leading innovative strategies and partnerships to reduce the gender gap and to address the obstacles to achieve young women and girls' economic empowerment. She has worked with policymakers, banks, mobile money operators, fintechs, developers of digital solutions, youth serving organizations, and NGOs across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. She has a master's degree in international affairs and economic development from Columbia University. She is originally from Colombia and the mother of 3 wonderful kids. Maria, the floor is over to you.
Thank you very much, Desmond, for that kind presentation. And before I start, I would like to welcome all the participants that are joining us today in Dhaka. In particular, the Honorable Minister, State Minister, the Honorable Senior Secretary, the Honorable Head of Cooperation, all of the Head of Cooperation of the EU, all of the people in the room, all the participants, representatives from fintechs, all representatives from different financial institutions, banks, microfinance institutions, NGOs, all of the representatives from our partners at the country level, all the representatives from developers of digital solutions. Welcome today to this event. Can we start projecting, please? So I cannot see the screen, maybe, or are they looking at the screen or?
Yeah, well,
They
but
are.
the PPT is not there.
And the PP
No
is
point,
there.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just putting.
Can we upload, please? We may be, and in the interest of time, maybe if I can just then share my screen, and it will be faster. Sorry about this. Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. So please go to the next slide. The next one. Go to the next one. They already let me. 3 billion. So you may be wondering why Maria has selected this number to open this conference today. The answer is simple. So in 2019, the e-commerce market in Bangladesh was about $1.6 billion. And it was expected to grow to $3 billion by 2023. However, that target was achieved almost last year. And that was in part thanks to the crisis, COVID-19, and all the explosion that the crisis brought about digital solutions. The situation is not really different in other countries in the region. In Nepal, for example, we had a meeting last week with the Rasta Bank, and there was almost an increase of almost 300% of digital payments during the past 3 months. So the explosion of digital presents a lot of opportunities for the countries where we are, for Bangladesh in particular, but it also presents a lot of challenges. So today, we're going to share with you some of the opportunities that the explosion of digital has represented for micro merchants in Bangladesh. Let's go to the next one. We know that digital solutions can accelerate the speed at which we are mobilizing savings from those most left behind, those who are living in the last mile, women, youth. We also know that digital can be used, for example, to make sure that young people stay going to school, and that has been proven in particular important during the COVID-19 crisis through edutech solutions, for example. We also know that digital solutions can connect farmers to markets, right? Can increase access to inputs so that they can increase their productivity. They can also connect them to suppliers and sellers of their products. And we also know, and this is what we're going to learn more about today, that when connecting micro merchants to digital solutions, we're creating a digital footprint of their transactions. And that digital footprint, in turn, can be used to increase access to finance for micro merchants. And those are jobs that are going to be created for youth, for women, and many of the segments that are most left behind in the countries where we work. Let's go to the next one. But with these opportunities, there are also a lot of challenges, and those are some of these challenges that we at UNCDF are trying to address with our programs. Challenges that has to do with the regulatory framework of the countries. We need to make sure that the regulators and the government have enough data, so that, and sex disaggregated data and age disaggregated data, for example, so that they're able to really enhance policy frameworks that are pro-women and pro-youth, for example. We also know about the importance of making sure that everybody can transact, right, in an interoperable system as much as possible. And we're going to hear today as well some examples on interoperability that are happening, in particular with micro merchants, which is very important. We also know that it's important that those innovating at the micro level have access to the right networks so that they can increase their skills and their knowledge about those innovations, so that they can really develop customer-centric digital solutions that respond to the needs of those most left behind: women, youth, micro merchants, farmers. And that they also access to the right financial instruments to make their business grow. Better grants, loans, guarantees. Last but not least, we need to make sure that people like you, me, youth, women, farmers, micro merchants have the right skills to be able to access and use the innovations that the market is producing. Let's go to the next one. Today, I have the pleasure of opening this event where my colleagues and all our partners at the country level in Bangladesh and other countries, the Philippines, for example, are going to share most of the knowledges that we have accumulated over the years through the implementation of the MDDRM project. I'd like to thank the European Union for their support. I'd like to also thank to all our partners, DINET, PDMS, and FBCCI for all their hard work in the project throughout all these years. Finally, and of course, I'd like to thank the government of Bangladesh for all the support for their participation in this event. With not further ado, I'll give the floor to our colleagues in Bangladesh who are also opening this event. Please, Jesmel, the floor is yours to continue the inauguration.
Thank you, Maria, for your very comprehensive presentation. It was very insightful. Now, I would like to request the guest of honor of today's program, Mr. Maurizio Sian, Minister Counselor and Head of Cooperation of the Delegation of the European Union in Bangladesh. Maurizio Sian has joined the EU delegation to Bangladesh as Head of Cooperation in September 2019. He has a significant experience in both private and public sectors. He started his professional career with the consulting firm Ernst & Young, where he worked for 7 years, reaching a managerial position. He left the company and joined the EU in 1999, working for European Court of Auditors in Luxembourg. In 2002, he began working as head of finance and held this position in 3 different EU delegations in Lebanon, Tunisia, and Egypt. After being briefly posted in Brussels, he was nominated head of cooperation in Afghanistan, where he served from 2015 till 2019 before his arrival to Bangladesh. He holds a BA in political science from the University of Padova, Italy, and a master's degree in business administration from Clemson University, USA. He is a CPA and a CIA. I would like to request Maurizio to give his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Hassan. First of all, I would like to congratulate Bangladesh for its recent graduation out of the UN group of the least developed countries. This is an official international recognition of the immense progress made by this nation. But, as there's often a but after a compliment, exiting this group brings with it the risk of entering the so-called lower middle income trap. The risk of a slower growth, the risk of growing inequalities, and the risk of some people being excluded from this progress. Similarly, the growing digitalization has created worldwide and in Bangladesh great and new opportunities, but has also created another possible divide, the so-called digital divide. I'm glad here today to witness this conference, which is in the framework of a project we have contributed in also reducing this digital divide. In the journey towards an inclusive development, micro and small merchants are often the last but the very important mile of the Bangladeshi economy. More than 2 million micro merchants in Bangladesh run small and informal businesses. And together, these small businesses deliver an annual turnover of a bit less than $20 billion US. And most importantly, they deliver value to their customers and income to their families. So enabling micro merchants to understand, face, use, and incorporate a wide range of digital financial services in their business operation is an essential part of this process of delivering value. I'm pleased to represent today the European Union and its contribution to this endeavor, and this pilot business model innovations has gathered evidence, market insight, and learned valuable lessons. We're looking forward to a wider market-level adoption and scale-up of the most successful models. But an accelerated, sustainable, and inclusive economic growth cannot be reached without involving half of the Bangladeshi citizens, the women. Unfortunately, women currently manage only less than 10% of these shops and just 8% of the total micro-merchant market. We should make an effort to understand why women are left out of this key activity and remove these barriers, which block a greater participation. I'm glad to note that this also project has contributed and has put a lot of attention to women participation and women beneficiaries. I would like to conclude by saying that today the word inclusion means also digital inclusion, and with it the whole range of digital financial services with it encompassed. Reducing the digital divide is the way in which Digital Bangladesh will leave no micro merchant behind. Thank you, and Donovan.
Thank you, Maurizio, for your very thought-provoking speech. Now I would like to request our special guest for today's program, Mr. Rashadul Islam, Senior Secretary of the Financial Institution Division under the Ministry of Finance of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Mr. Rashadul Islam has done his Master's in Sociology from the University of Dhaka and Master's in Government Financial Management, University of Ulster, UK. He has extensive experience in the areas of financial management, public policy, project program management, development administration, negotiation, presentation, IT, stress management, occupational health, and safety. Before becoming the Senior Secretary of this Financial Institution Division, he served for a number of ministries and departments of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Sir, Senior Secretary, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Polok, MP, Honorable State Minister, ICT Division, Ministry of Posts, Telecommunications, Information Technology, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Guest of Honor, Mr. Maurizio Chan, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly, Head of Cooperation of the Delegation of the European Union to Bangladesh. Mario Pardomo, Regional Manager, Digital Hub for Asia, Inclusive Digital Economics, UNCDF. Designated discussants, distinguished guests, online, offline participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to join you in today's conference on leaving no micro merchant behind in the digital era of Bangladesh. I'm not going to make a big speech because of the time constraint. And just I'm here to share the ideas and the latest updates that we are working on in connection with the digital economy or digitization of the financial system of Bangladesh. First of all, I would like to thank my sincere thanks to the United Nations Capital Development Fund for taking this initiative, that is to organize a conference on leaving no micro merchant behind in the digital era in Bangladesh. And basically, digitization in Bangladesh, we have started this process long ago, in 2009, when Honorable Prime Minister, she initiated that is the Digital Bangladesh. And we know that is last year, in 2020, when the pandemic situation or the infection of coronavirus made the whole world stand still, we didn't stop because of our on time, that is the digitization of Bangladesh. And the financial system of Bangladesh, it is also a process of that digital Bangladesh. And what I would like to share with you, that is, we are going to adopt the National Financial Inclusion Strategy of Bangladesh. And that financial inclusion strategy is nothing but the digitization of the whole financial system of Bangladesh. Definitely, that is, we are not going to leave any micro merchant behind. And it is well aligned with our strategy, that is the financial inclusion strategy of Bangladesh. And it is also well aligned with sustainable development goals. We know that is the spectacular growth of digital economy or the digital transaction in Bangladesh particularly over the last few years. And that growth is still continuing. And as we came to know from the presentation of Maria, that is by 2023, that is from 3 billion, it is going to be more. What's the last figure? That is the huge, that is in US dollars, billions of dollars transaction will take place in Bangladesh in coming days. And so the government is working seriously and sincerely to make it happen. And Maria, she mentioned about some challenges. I'm going to address those challenges first. There is no regulatory bar. There is no policy bar. The regulatory framework, policy framework, these are very conducive, very friendly to the digital economy and to digitization of the financial system of Bangladesh. As I mentioned, that is already we are going to adopt the National Financial Inclusion Strategy once it was placed in the cabinet, and it is under process right at the moment with some amendments. And interoperable platform, it is also, I think, very soon it is also going to launch. So, and access to right financial instruments, she mentioned about it. Yes, it is a big challenge. The challenge is to take these facilities to the people. That is the micro merchants, the people who, and that is who have very little access to digital economy. That is the big challenge, to take these facilities to them. But from a regulatory point of view, from legal point of view, from policy point of view, there is no bar. Rather, we can say that is the whole government machinery is working seriously to make all these things happen. That's why Bangladesh is moving forward. And you know that is right at the moment, it is March. That is, we are celebrating the centenary of the birth anniversary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. At the same time, we are celebrating the golden jubilee of our independence. And also, there is another achievement, that is Bangladesh. We have promoted from least developing country to developing country. So these are the very good news. That is the whole nation is in festive mode to celebrate all these things all together. So this is the right time. That is, we are determined, we are very committed to reach to our user end, that is end users. End users, that is whether it is they are the micro merchants or they are the users of digital services. And that is, I can tell you very shortly the main features of the financial inclusion strategy of Bangladesh. First of all, increase financial deepening, strengthen payment system and service delivery channel, promote financial literacy and consumer empowerment, and fortify microfinance services. Yes, these are the main features of the financial inclusion strategy. And the cornerstone of the financial inclusion strategy is the digitization of the whole financial system to include or to bring that is as much as possible the users within it. The users could be the traders, micro merchants, or that is the customers, their customers and everything. And what I would like to request to our development partner, that is they can see that is how they can help us best to achieve these goals. And also I would like to request our development partners, that is to connect our micro merchants globally, so that, and UNCDF could be the best vehicle because they have got huge connection, huge fund as well, I know. So UNCDF can play a very vital role here, particularly focusing on the women entrepreneurs that is, I know that is UNCDF, they have been working for long, that is for, with regard to the, that is empowering the women entrepreneurs. So I would also like to, that is, I would like to reiterate this request again to UNCDF and the development partners as well, that is to help in this area, that is in terms of technological support, in terms of financial support, in terms of knowledge transfer and everything. So this is the area where the development partners can play a huge role, and that will directly impact on the micro merchants and the end users, particularly as you mentioned about the digital divide. And that will be very helpful to, that is, minimize the digital divide. Yes, government is fully aware of the digital divide. That's why that is, we would like to see that is how best we can reach to the people, how best we can empower them in terms of having the latest digital device, that is the digital solution, and so that they can equally participate in the market. That is whether they are the small growers, producers, entrepreneurs, or traders, that is, there should not be any divide. If they don't have the equal access and the meaningful access, to the quality service, financial services, then it would be very difficult for them to, that is, to harness the opportunities being created by different, that is, the projects and interventions. And particularly, I would like to mention the name of the ICT division. Honorable Minister, he's the pioneer. He's the pioneer, basically. He's the pioneer. He's very young, and he knows that is how to work, and definitely under the guidance of the Honorable IT advisor, Janab Shojib Wajid Joy. And that's why Bangladesh is moving forward in the right place. Yes, we are not saying that we have the challenges. Yes, we have the challenge. The big challenge is to reach to them, to bring these people within the network. That's the big challenge. Otherwise, there is no challenge. I don't see any policy barrier. I don't see any regulatory barrier. I don't see any resource barrier. The thing is, that is how to reach to them, how to get them within the network. Having said so, I think that is this conference definitely would be able to come up with some very pragmatic solutions or recommendations, basically. And I would be happy to have the outcome of the conference. That is, if we have the recommendations, then definitely we'll have very, very serious look into those, and we'll see that is how best we can work on those recommendations as well. Having said so, I would like to conclude here, and I thank you all for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share the ideas with you all. And I think, yes, we are very committed. We are not going to leave any micro merchant behind. Definitely, they will be with us, and they will be definitely with the advancement of Bangladesh that is being taken place at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Senior Secretary, sir, for your speech. Now, time has come to listen from the chief guest of today's occasion, Mr. Junaid Ahmed Polok, Member of Parliament, State Minister for ICT Division. Mr. Polok has been the minister since January 2014. He has been a Member of Parliament since January 2009 and Member of Parliamentary Standing Committee on ICT Ministry and Private Members Bill from 2009 to 2013. He has been co-chairing, he co-chaired the Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change from 2009 to 2013. Mr. Polok was selected as Young Global Leader in 2016 by the World Economic Forum. He became Minister of State at the age of 33 years, making him the youngest minister in the history of Bangladesh. During his tenure, more than 18,000 government offices across the country were brought under a dedicated high-speed intranet, one of the world's largest web portal consisting of 25,000 government websites established. And on this, Bangladesh won ICT's Sustainable Development Award and WSIS Plus 10 Award from ITU and Public Service Excellence Award from WITSA. He also secured National Award on Environment in 2010, handed over by the Prime Minister in recognition of his role in the large-scale tree plantation movement. Mr. Polok obtained Masters of Science in Political Science and LLB from the National University of Bangladesh and completed a capstone course from National Defense College. He is a lawyer by profession and enrolled as an advocate in the Supreme Court of Bangladesh. Honorable State Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan, for your kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be part of this seminar with Senior Secretary, Mr. Asadul Islam, Guest of Honor, Mr. Maurizio Cian, and we have with us Managing Director of Startup Bangladesh, Tina F. Zabin, representatives from different mobile financial solutions like SureCash, bKash, and AckShop, and dear friends from media, Assalamu alaikum and adab. I welcome you all in the session and wish to have a successful discussion from where we can come to some fruitful conclusions which can be implemented jointly for the betterment of the inter-micro merchant ecosystem. I would like to congratulate UNCDF for its contributions in enhancing livelihoods and bringing in digital transformation in the micro enterprise space. I'm happy to know that MDDRM project of UNCDF, which was started back in 2017, has overachieved in all the three key deliverables which have helped the micro retail merchant segment of Bangladesh. On the eve of the 50 years of our independence and the birth centenary of the father of our nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we are proud to have achieved developing countries status under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who gave us the vision of digital Bangladesh and has taken our country to a great heights in the last 12 years. The digital Bangladesh vision stands on 4 pillars: e-governance, connectivity and infrastructure, human resource development, and ICT industry promotion, and is being implemented under the direct guidance of the architect of Digital Bangladesh, Mr. Shajib Wazir Joy, the Honorable ICT Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The father of our nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, had said that greatest asset of Bangladesh is its soil and its people. Even after almost 50 years of our independence, we realize how important the statement was, as Bangladesh was able to provide food security and rely on local human resources to achieve positive growth during the pandemic last year. Bangladesh is one of only 2 ASEAN and South Asian economies to register positive growth in 2020 despite of a global recession. This year, Bangladesh has met for the second time all the 3 eligibility criteria for graduation into a developing nation involving income per capita, human assets index, and economic and environmental vulnerability index despite of the pandemic. We have used digital technologies to sustain our economy, from working from home to maintaining the agriculture supply chain, online education, e-commerce, telemedicine, virtual court. In every aspects of our services, digital has played a key role in achieving the 5.25% GDP growth till June 2020. This journey started 12 years ago with the declaration of the Bangladesh 2021 Vision Digital Bangladesh by the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She has envisioned 3 major milestones for Bangladesh. 2021 to achieve Digital Bangladesh vision by reaching middle income status, 2030 to achieve SDGs and to take our GDP from 348 billion US dollars today to 700 billion US dollars by 2030, making Bangladesh the 26th largest economy and achieving knowledge economy and high income country status with per capita income over 12,000 US dollars by 2041. The government recognizes digital inclusion as the only way to allow rural economic activities and the rural workers to capture larger pieces of economic pie. The My Village, My Town initiative is one of the notable examples of the Prime Minister's bottom-up vision. Under the initiative, modern city amenities are being expanded to every village of Bangladesh. For the first time in the history of Bangladesh, marginalized people have been recognized as the center of economic activities. Public spaces and urban services are being designed to make the cities more inclusive for women and the other groups of the people with special needs. Digital services, access to information, and technical and vocational training for the less privileged women have been playing a major role in emerging and empowering them. Under ICT division, we have laid out countrywide fiber optic network till the village level and have connected various remote islands through ICT infrastructure. This connectivity has opened up the opportunity for transformational shifts in e-commerce, healthcare, education, agriculture, and other sectors. Through our A2I project, we have established ACTShop in unions, which has helped to market the products of micro-entrepreneurs across the country. Now, the forthcoming Enhancing Digital Government and Economy, in short, AGE project of ICT Division will implement a strategic partnership program with SME Foundation and other stakeholders to support micro and small entrepreneurs with digital solutions and enhance their digital capabilities so that they may participate effectively in the digital economy. We have already established union digital centers, municipality digital centers, and city corporation digital centers across the country, where more than 13,000 entrepreneurs are providing services at the doorsteps of the citizens. And we have the partnership with different innovative entrepreneurs and solution providers like DNet's InfoLady. We have with us Mr. Anand Rahan, who is the main initiator of this kind of innovative solutions. And also we have established Innovation Design and Entrepreneurship Academy under ICT Division, and also we have established Startup Bangladesh Limited Company to provide necessary funding, coaching, mentoring, and co-working space facilities for young entrepreneurs, our micro, medium, and small enterprises. The number of internet users in Bangladesh now stands at more than 112 million as a result of our efforts to build the infrastructure of digital Bangladesh and timely steps taken in the last 12 years under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and the overall supervision of Mr. Sajib Wazir Joy. Over 1.5 million professionals are working in the ICT sector in Bangladesh today. And according to Oxford Internet Institute, Bangladesh provides 16% of global online workforce, or approximately 600,000 freelancers, making Bangladesh the second largest source of digital workforce. The IT and IT-enabled services industry in Bangladesh has also grown significantly in the last decade. From a mere $30 million export industry in 2008 to $1 billion export industry by 2019, with a $5 billion export target by 2025. During this pandemic, mobile financial wallets played a vital role, and under the ICT division, Department of ICT has developed central aid management software to send money to the 5 million families from the Honorable Prime Minister by using these mobile financial wallets. And also we have developed our vaccine management software in-house. Our young programmers have developed this shurokha.gov.bd, which has been playing a very important role for providing vaccines to our citizens. The government, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has various plans, including the construction of 39 high-tech parks, 64 Sheikh Kamal IT training and incubation centers, 300 schools of future, and 13,000 Sheikh Russell digital labs in educational institutions across the country. These activities are playing a significant role in human resource development in Bangladesh. 5 national strategies have been formulated for Bangladesh to thrive in 4th Industrial Revolution. That is National Strategy for Robotics, National Blockchain Strategy, National Internet of Things Strategy, National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence, and Strategy for Microprocessor Design Capacity in Bangladesh. What Senior Secretary Mr. Asadul Islam mentioned about, we have developed the interoperable digital transaction platform, and I'm happy to announce that mobile financial wallet like bKash already joined in our platform, and I hope all of our banks and financial institutes will join in this platform. And by using this interoperable digital transaction platform, we'll be able to provide the credit scoring and rating history facilities to our micro merchants. We are having partnership with Sheba XYZ. We hope by this month we will be able to sign a contract agreement with Sheba XYZ and Startup Bangladesh Limited company to provide them necessary funds to introduce S solutions like digital ERP solutions for our rural micro merchants. So by using this kind of software solutions to our small, micro, and medium entrepreneurs, we will be able to provide them funding support, and that would create opportunity to access the finance for our micro merchants, so that without any collateral mortgage or any type of traditional systems, we can provide them their required funds. The need for investments, monitoring our progress, expanding initiatives like MDDRM with support of development partners and investors, so as to overall ensure that we leave no one behind in the digital era in Bangladesh is important. We look forward to working with UNCDF, European Union, and other development partners in accelerating achievement of digital Bangladesh. Be digital, build digital. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Honorable State Minister, for your very informative and outstanding remarks. And that was the conclusion of the opening session. Before we start the working sessions, we would like to have a group photograph here on the stage with our distinguished guests. For COVID-related social distancing, unfortunately, we cannot invite everybody to the stage for the photograph. But I'd like to request the representatives from the partner organizations of UNCDF to come over the stage, and also the partner of the ICT division, Startup Bangladesh, DNet, BDMS, iSocial, Bank Asia, Pragoti System, Synosis IT/Xshop, Fieldbuzz, and Cloudwell. Representatives from these organizations are requested to kindly come over to the stage for the group photograph with the distinguished guests. And that is the end of the inaugural session of this program. And we'll soon start the working session in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to Mr. Hassan, we are grateful to our guest for the wonderful sharing and highlighting the need to fast further our work on digital Bangladesh and achievement of SDGs. Now, I humbly request you all to be ready for our next session about initiative learning from MDDRM. I would like to call on the stage the host of this session, the Project Officer UNCDF Bangladesh, Mr. Tahsin Ifnur Syed, to start the session. Mr. Syed, please come to the stage.
Thank you, Momo. As introduced, my name is Tahsin Ifnur Syed. I happen to work for UNCDF in Bangladesh as a project officer. And I am your moderator for this session titled MDDRM Micro Merchant Initiatives and Learnings. So this entire program today, this closing conference, this conference for leaving no micro merchants behind in the digital era in Bangladesh, is centered around one of the flagship projects run by UNCDF since February 2017 with generous support from the European Union in Bangladesh and in association with DNET, a social enterprise, and FBCCI and Bangladesh Dokan Malik Shomiti as their consortium partners. So this entire project, this micro merchant development driving rural markets project, is centered around many different aspects of interventions that we dealt with, mainly capacity building, policy advocacy, data insights, research work, and at the same time, incentivizing the private sector to come forward with digital interventions for the micro merchant as a key user segment. So this entire session is mainly going to focus on the learnings and the insights that we have gathered over the years from the implementation of these merchants development driving rural markets in Bangladesh. The first segment of this session will focus on helping you learn and get a better grip of the MDDRM project by going over the work that we have accomplished over the years, and at the same time some results that we proudly claim to have achieved over the course of last 4 years. The first session will be on this overview, and it will be presented to us by Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, Regional Digital Technical Specialist, Digital Hub for Asia, Inclusive Digital Economies in UNCDF. Followed by that, we will have a showcasing of the projects that we talked about. So of the 10 pilots that you have been seeing in the banners around the venue, of these 4 pilots, 6 have already been successful at taking this model up and across the country and reaching more micro merchants, not just keeping within the limits of the 4 project districts. So we will showcase kind of a mix between elevator and investments pitch of these 6 successful models. So organization leads from these 6 pilot organizations, private sector organizations will be coming on stage along with one of the customers of their business model from the ground. They will be sharing their business model, their investment come elevator pitch to all of you, and at the same time, help the customer from the ground tell about their impact, tell about their experience with this model, how that this model have actually changed their ways of doing business and lives in general. And at the same time, we will, in a subsequent segment of the session, we will request the consortium partners, Bangladesh Dokan Malik Shomiti and DNET, to join us on stage in that segment and tell us about their learnings from the initiatives as consortium partner and how they would like to see the sustainability and way forward with the initiatives that they were part of. And finally, Rajiv Kumar Gupta from UNCDF will summarize the discussions for you and chart out a way forward for the entire journey. So as discussed, for the first segment of the session, I'll give it over to our speaker, Rajiv Kumar Gupta. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Tasin Bhai, and my greetings to all the participants joining in person and online. I'm joining you all from Bangkok. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. So in the next 15 minutes, I would just like to give you an overview of the work we have done in the past 4 years under the program that has been mentioned and supported by EU and in partnership with DNET and BDMS and MPCCI. May I have the presentation uploaded? Oh, great. Thank you. So can we go to the next slide, please? So as the honorable guests have mentioned earlier, that the micro merchants are the last mile transaction points. And these are the kind of businesses that have the least entry barrier in terms of carrying out a business, a non-farm business. And in the colloquial terms in Bangladesh, the mudar dukan that we usually call about. And we were focusing more on looking into a particular category of micro merchants, and that's basically the fast moving consumer good micro merchants, which around 2 million that when we did a study in 2018, is we were able to map. And the whole project has been in the past 4 years to see that how are we going to promote greater growth and competitiveness of these retail merchants that can lead to the last mile individual and micro entrepreneurs having better income opportunities and overall livelihood enhancement. And this growth and competitiveness objective that was planned to be achieved through one, how can we integrate better with financial services and other business value chains that really benefits this whole retail micro merchant space and actors in it. And the second was in terms of how can we accelerate introduction and use of technologies, both digital and business related, that leads to the achievement of Digital Bangladesh, that leads to the achievement of the implementation of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy actions that has been already been mentioned. And this project focused, as this was only on a particular segment, focused itself on 4 districts to start with, which was Sherpur, Tangail, Jamalpur, and Sirajganj. However, later you would see from the presentation of our partners that how the initiatives that were taken under these 4 project districts have upscaled beyond these 4 project districts and has gone national and scaled up. Can we go to the next slide, please? As Tasin was mentioning, so the continuum of data leading to information leading to insights leading to influence, and influence ultimately leading to decision making. This was a very important element that we were working on under this project in terms of having the right data, undertaking right data analytics, research, and that is accessible to policymakers, to private sector, to development partners. And in that space, we did some national studies, we did some research under it that I'll be sharing with you later. Looking at the micro merchant space and looking at the kind of elements of awareness that's required when you're talking about digital finance, technology aspects of things, gender mainstreaming aspects of things, that was also an element of work of awareness and sensitizing the stakeholders around these, and various mechanisms being used around creating awareness on micro merchant issues and ecosystem aspects of things among policymakers, private sectors, and consumers. The third important element was capacity building. And when you're trying to kind of orient and reorient people to adopt new skills, look at different perspectives, integrate with the chain, supply chains. You need to build capacities, but you also need to set up institutional mechanisms so that the capacity delivery mechanisms continue beyond the project. And those are the kind of capacity building elements that we're working on. And the most important is how do you enable the markets to react positively and sustainably and socially sustainably towards addressing the needs of the micro merchants. And that is where we have been trying and partnering with different institutions, looking at different business models and innovative models to implement, pilot, test it out to see whether it works, it doesn't work. And that's the fourth element of work that we're looking into. Maybe go to the next slide, please. So you see here in terms of the duration, it's already mentioned earlier too. And I want to also bring in the aspect of, though we did a lot of work, that COVID-19 did impact majorly this segment. We had done a study around May 2020, and that showed that there has been a drastic and sudden loss of demand and revenue, which severely impacted the micro merchants' ability to function and caused liquidity shortages. Consumers experienced loss of income, fear of contacting the COVID-19, uncertainty, reduced spending and consumption has also impacted the micro merchant. 41% of the respondents reported that they experienced a significant drop in revenue as foot traffic, the customers coming to the micro merchants reduced. 22% reported drop in revenue that was there. So there has been a severe impact, but also, as was being explained, that at one side, it's a digital opportunity and digital acceleration has taken place, but also the ecosystem support, the policy support that the government brought in and other partners brought in to benefit the enterprises there in Bangladesh. In terms of looking at the targets, it's just to say that, in terms of building capacities, we were able to reach out to 3,000 merchants and leaders of business association leaders, women business association members. So they were trained on a lot of these aspects of, but majorly two. One was on business growth, which is business management practices, and the other was on digital financial services. The other is in terms of making people aware, and we use different mechanisms to make people aware about the role of digital financial services, how can they access it, how can they use it, all of that aspects of work with them. And in terms of the innovative models, you'll be hearing more. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So here you can see that for the first time in Bangladesh, we did a national study to map the FMCG micro merchants in 2018. And that's where the figure comes in of 2 million micro merchants, 1.3 million owners. And that had been quite an insightful study on this particular segment. It showed the huge gender gap that's there in terms of how many women micro merchants are there within this whole system of micro merchants. A few percentages, as was said by earlier speakers. In terms of financial access, in terms of smartphones versus feature phones, in terms of the cash flow liquidity aspect. So this has been quite informative and insightful that a lot of partners are now using at one side to create their business models to reach out to to the micro merchants. And on the other side, as policymakers, to look into these target segments and see what kind of policies can come out for benefiting this segment. The other aspect of study that we recently did was on supply side digitization, supply chain digitization, and we talked to the companies. And it's also very interesting to know that we can really give a ballpark figure to say that if X million dollars is invested into supply chain digitization, the company is going to benefit Y $1 million out of it. And of course, the micro merchant being integrated in supply chain would benefit the whole ecosystem in terms of transparency, cost effectiveness, and everything, and income growth. So those are the kind of studies we have done. Apart from doing a deep dive into retail micro merchants, we had a 3 years kind of a customer journey. So we were capturing data for 3 years of micro merchants every week, looking at what they are doing, what the transactions are, and those are all public data that is available for others to use. We also looked at gender centrality because we talk about mobile financial services, but how does women respond to mobile financial services? What are the integrators and what are the kind of decision points on mobile financial services that makes women to use them? We also looked at, since micro merchants are micro, we call them. So the microfinance institutions are basically the ones who have been supporting and lending to these target segment mostly. So looking at how the MFIs can digitally transform. So there are a lot of studies and publications. We had weekly, monthly newsletters on Amar Dukan. We had digital financial services newsletters. We have created a lot of this stuff and we have used it to create insights, business models, and other things that you know about. Capacity building, a whole range of this has been done. But right from capacity building being aspect of training, we also had aspects of doing Facebook campaigns. We also had aspects of doing awareness innovation fairs, awareness campaigns being done, caravan campaigns being done. So educational toolkits being developed. So there has been a lot of this that has reached out to the numbers that I had showed you in your earlier slide. That has, and the kind of capacity building that we did, and when we captured the assessment of the participants to these capacity buildings, particularly the training aspects of things. There was a 93% of the micro merchants exhibited improvement in business competency based on the training. 90% of the women participants showed improved knowledge on digital financial services based on the training we provided. So there has been an impact, but there's much more to do. There's a difference between understanding things and there is a difference between acting on and using those services. So the action, the tipping point needs more of those activities, but there has been an influence and impact of the activities that we did. In terms of policy advocacy, we also set up and worked through the Digital Finance Consultative Group, having partnerships with government, having partnerships with private sector, development partners. We looked into the interoperability aspect, the eKYC aspect. We also organized national level conferences, sub-district level conferences, and events to really kind of share and also advocate and influence the stakeholders around the micro merchant space in Bangladesh. And we also worked on the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, supporting the government in that process. So all of that kind of initiatives also were there that we undertook as part of policy and advocacy. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I won't go much into the details of the slide because you would be hearing it more from our partners themselves. But just want to mention some of the partners who will not be presenting today, as we started a bit delayed with them in terms of implementation, and they have been successfully achieving those business model achievements, and there is a positive outcome that we are looking forward to. But just to explain to you that if you look at from a perspective of finance and non-finance, because digital, when we talk about and the services we talk about, it has to address the financial aspects of things and the non-financial services aspect of things. And that's where the kind of partnerships and implementation we are having on business models right now is one side. If you look at the financial products, so we have credit, insurance, payment mechanisms, looking at education and financial literacy and bookkeeping mechanisms. Those are all that we have been implementing as business models, and you'll hear some of them today. And on the other side, we are also talking about supply chain integration, inventory integration, and payments. We're also talking about how can we ease out the business registration process? How can we digitize the business registration process for the micro merchants so that the transaction cost of registration itself is low? They get into the formal economy, they get into the formal system. We're talking about using data for alternate credit assessments. We are talking about sales and marketing aspects and how do you digitize and provide those services, targeting specifically women entrepreneurs and having more of women entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. And then also about the enterprise resource solutions, an example of which our Honorable State Minister was providing to you earlier. So I will stop at that and over to Tasim Bhai. Thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajavda, for the insightful presentation and for sharing the details of the intervention with us. As evident in the agenda that you have already have with you, We are now on to the next segment of this session, which is about showcasing the projects that we've implemented. 10 of the private sector-led interventions have been implemented in the project districts and across the country as well. Of these 10, six have completely gone through the cycle of implementation, and not only implemented in the project districts, but outside the project districts, they've scaled up and reached many more users, many more micro merchants, and brought these micro merchants under the folds of their digital interventions. So it is really high time that we learn from their experience, what actually got in their way while expanding, what actually clicked for them while reaching out to this otherwise overlooked user segment like micro merchants, and that too in the rural backwaters of the country. So these are very interesting discussions and insights that we're looking forward to. So as a first step, we're going to hear from one of our partners, iSocial, InfoLady Social Enterprise Limited, hear about their business model in kind of an investment come elevator pitch towards you, and at the same time, not only hearing from the doers themselves, but also learning about the experience from the micro merchants themselves. So we also have one of the micro merchants who's been supported by iSocial, and this person is joining us all the way from Sirajganj. Her name is Khadija Khatun. I would request Dr. Ananya Raihan from iSocial, CEO, to come join me on stage, and at the same time, Khadija Khatun appa, apni jodi daya kore stage ekটু আসন গ্রহণ করেন. Let us welcome them. Thank you. Thank you for the hand. Can you help me with the mic? Yeah, thank you. So over to you, Rahan Bhai, to tell us about the model that iSocial implemented with UNCDF and onboarded more than 300 micro merchants, not only in the 4 project districts, but across Bangladesh in newer districts, and facilitated their journey, digital transformation journey, and ways of integrating with digital value chain, connecting them with exciting opportunities on the digital platform, not only along the FMCG value chains for micro merchants, but also other value chains. So this is quite an interesting undertaking on the part of iSocial. We would love to hear about the business model itself, your insights so far, and what does the future with the business model and your initiatives with micro merchants look like in the coming days? Over to you.
Thank you, Tahsin. It's a privilege to be here today. For me, it's a very significant moment because I was involved in the designing of the MDDRM project when I was at DNet. And also subsequently, I started leading iSocial with one of the flagship initiatives of DNet, InfoLady, which is mentioned by Honorable State Minister. So basically, the bigger business model of iSocial is to specialize in bottom of the pyramid market and market failure, both. Why I'm saying market and market failure? Because when you would like to work for marginalized community, not always market system actually do justice to what we need to achieve. So we try to combine. That's the point of social entrepreneurship of iSocial. While I'm saying that it's a combination of both, we also found that data analytics of the BOP is very important. And we found that the micro merchants, women micro merchants especially, can be a very important source of data which can be used for designing more interventions, which is gender smart, I would say. So one major element of our model is that basically we're a platform which can be used by B2B players to reach out to BOP market cost effectively compared to other mechanisms. And as data is part of it, so it's very good way to monitor the progress and achievements and results. And one of the center points is women in the community, which we call Kollani. So traditionally, we have been working with a model when a woman visits a household in her community and provide products and services to the household members, especially women, children, and adolescents. So one difference with generic FMCG model is that we not only provide products, FMCG products, but also provide critical services. For example, sexual and reproductive health related services and products, or maternal care, financial inclusion related services. So that adds value. And we found that many women are reluctant or are not able to visit door-to-door regularly, but they are interested to also continue or be part of the system sitting at their home. Then the concept came, the K-shop, Kollani shop. So whether a Kollani can be at her household and offer the products and services sitting from home. And that was important because we found that the family support is very important. Probably you have recently noticed a study that when we would like to see more women in the economic activities, it's very important that how the ecosystem players are supporting the women to function. And that really worked very well. Under this project, we actually trained 300 women micro merchants, but we went beyond that, as mentioned, and more than 1,800 actually micro merchants have been part of this system. One of the major other objectives was to connect them digitally. So very good to share with you that all the women micro merchants use app for placement of order, payment for their order, and that was possible for the support extended by UNCDF. And we have 2 digital financial partners now, which are integrated with our system, Bank Asia and Nogod. But we also work with other partners here like Paywell, SureCash. And overall experience was really tremendous, I would say.
Thank you for it, Ryan Bhai. Now it is over to one of the leading customers of your model, one of the leading entrepreneurs who found who's had her fair share of experience with the model, seen failure, seen success. I think she has very interesting story to share with us all. Khaziza আপা, আমরা আপনার কাছ থেকে একটু শুনতে চাইবো, আপনি iSocial এর সাথে কাজ করেছেন, K-shop প্রতিষ্ঠা করেছেন। একই সাথে আপনি ডিজিটাল আর্থিক লেনদেন, ডিজিটাল সেবার সাথে যুক্ত হয়েছেন। আপনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা, আপনি এই প্ল্যাটফর্মের সাথে, এই ডিজিটাল ব্যবসার ধরনের সাথে যুক্ত হওয়ার আগে আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা কেমন ছিল, ডিজিটাল বিষয়ে আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা কেমন, এবং আপনি কেমন দেখছেন আপনার ব্যবসা আগামী দিনগুলোতে, এই ব্যাপারটা আপনার কাছ থেকে একটু শুনতে চাইবো, আপনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা শুনতে চাইবো 2 মিনিটের মধ্যে যদি একটু আমাদেরকে শোনান।
জি, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমার নাম খাদিজা খাতুন, আমি সিরাজগঞ্জ উল্লাপাড়া থেকে এসেছি। তো iSocial UNCDF থেকে ট্রেনিং নেওয়ার আগে আমি একদমই বেকার ছিলাম। যখন iSocial UNCDF এর তথ্য পাই, তখন সেখান থেকে আমি ট্রেনিং নিয়ে ডিজিটাল মার্কেট, যেটা আসলে বিভিন্ন অ্যাপসের মাধ্যমে আমরা পণ্য অর্ডার করি এবং নগদের মাধ্যমে আমরা সেটা পেমেন্ট করি, এবং ডিজিটাল মার্কেটিং সম্পর্কে iSocial UNCDF এর আগে আমি কখনোই যে ডিজিটাল লেনদেন সম্পর্কে কোনো কিছু বুঝতাম না। তো iSocial প্লাস UNCDF থেকে ট্রেনিং নেওয়ার পরেই আমি এই ডিজিটাল মার্কেটিং সম্পর্কে জানতে পারি। তো এখান থেকে অনেক অভিজ্ঞতা হয়েছে, আগে এই অভিজ্ঞতাটা ছিল না। তো আমরা আরও আগামীতে এগিয়ে যাব আইসোসাল এবং ইউএনসিডিএফের যদি সাপোর্ট পাই আমাদের অগ্রযাত্রা আরও আমাদের প্ল্যাটফর্মের মাধ্যমে আমরা বিভিন্ন ধরনের প্রোডাক্ট দিয়ে থাকি। প্রোডাক্টগুলো আমরা আইসোসাল থেকে অর্ডার দেই অ্যাপসের মাধ্যমে এবং সেগুলো আমরা ভিজিটিংয়ের মাধ্যমে মানুষের নিকট পৌঁছাই। এই ধরনের সেবা দিয়ে থাকি। মূলত আমাদের সেবাটা হচ্ছে আমরা কিশোরীদের নিয়ে কাজ করি, মহিলা এবং কিশোরীদের নিয়ে কাজ করি। এদের বিভিন্ন ধরনের প্রোডাক্টের প্রয়োজন হয়, স্যানিটারি ন্যাপকিন থেকে দৈনন্দিন জীবনে আদার্স যত যা ব্যবহার করে এগুলো আমরা দিয়ে থাকি, এই সেবাগুলো দিয়ে থাকি। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you both of you for making your time and joining us on stage.
Thank you.
I would request you to join the audience. Thank you. Let us give it up for iSocial and Khadija. I would now request one of the other, light bearers of these private sector-led interventions that we've been running in Bangladesh. We have among us Mr. Shardar Akhtar Hamid, Deputy Managing Director of Bank Asia. I would request Akhtar Bhai to join us on stage, and at the same time, we have Harunur Rashid from Jamalpur, who is one of the leading merchants on the platform put up by Bank Asia, and the model has been reaching last mile customers using Mudi Dokan or Mudi Dokandars at the last mile banking touch points. We will hear from them in detail. Thank you. Thank you, Akhtar Bhai, for joining us. Thank you, Harun Bhai. Yeah, sure. So while he sort of gets back, we can get started with the model. So we have a time limitation here. Up to 5 minutes, we will get to hear from you, sir, about the micro merchant model that Bank Asia has been working with, not only in the 4 project districts that we've been mentioning, but across Bangladesh. Your experience with the business model and the insights that you have gathered so far. What does the future look like for the model in terms of micro merchants as a user segment? Over to you, sir. Can you please help with the mic?
Thank you. First of all, thanks to UNCDF for standing beside us. And also I want to acknowledge the partnership with Unilever Bangladesh Limited, because that was the base that we basically established our first concept. The concept was to enable merchant to purchase from Unilever and then digitally sell it to customer. And while we were developing this concept, we had challenges, and I would say that one of the challenge was the availability of data. In this forum, I would like to request that there should be an open data repository for the financial institutions and for other partners also. Of course, with the consent of the customer, if we can pool the data and customer can push the data, this will immediately help us to reach the unreached. This project, the model is in front of you, and whereby customer will come to merchant outlet, merchant will sell it to customer, and the data get generated, and then the merchant purchases from Unilever and pay digitally. While we were doing that, we found out that there has been a big need of banking services to be reached at the last mile corner. We can proudly say that we initiated with this project with 500 merchant establishment, but within the area of the project area, now there are 1,800 merchants are operating and providing services to our customers. And nationally, we have rolled out and have reached 20,000 merchants today. So this is a very viable business model. Merchants are getting benefit by helping the transaction with the customers, and also digitization part with the ecosystem partners, or meaning the suppliers to the merchant, need to have further intervention and further digitization. This project has given us immense knowledge and basically figures. I don't want to say we have, through this project service, we have done 0.4 million services to our customers with a value of 71 million US dollar, and reached 20,000 merchants. We have reached all 64 districts and 467 upajelas, and with a bigger vision to establish merchant all 87,000 villages of the country to support the digital Bangladesh vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. And again, I would reiterate the requirement of that repository and data connectivity of the repository will further speed up to scale up these initiative and actually taking digital Bangladesh to the people who are severely deprived to the exposure of this digital Bangladesh. We have started financing to these merchants by the data that we get from Unilever. And further on, we are now utilizing merchant data to finance on the basis of the transaction data that is generated from merchant outlet, be it giving cash out transactions to our customers or purchase transactions to our customers, and creating a separate direct alternate score sheet based finance line for the merchants.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. এখন শুনবো হারুন ভাইয়ের কাছ থেকে, আপনি যদি আপনার এই পুরো পরিক্রমায় মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্ল্যাটফর্মে ডিজিটাল ব্যবসার সাথে যুক্ত হওয়া, এফএমসিজি পণ্য অর্ডার দেয়া, সেটা লেনদেন ডিজিটাল মাধ্যমে সেটেল করা এবং আরও অনেক ধরনের আর্থিক পরিষেবার সাথেও আপনারা যুক্ত হয়েছেন ব্যাংকের মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্ল্যাটফর্মের মাধ্যমে, এই পুরো আপনার যে জার্নিটা এটার ব্যাপারে এবং আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা ব্যবসাটা নিয়ে, সেটা যদি একটু আমাদেরকে বলতেন।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি ব্যাংক এশিয়া একজন মার্চেন্টের মোবাইল নেট প্রোগ্রাম পায়ে আমি বর্তমানে আগে যে ব্যবসা করছিলাম তার থেকে এখন অনেক উন্নত দিকে এগিয়ে চলেছি। এবং আগে যেমন আমার দোকানে বাংলাদেশ ইউনিলিভারের মাল কেনার সমস্যা হতো, এখন ব্যাংক এশিয়া থেকে টাকা নিয়ে আমি কিছু মাল কিনে ব্যাংক এশিয়ার মাধ্যমে ওই অর্ডার করেছি, করে টাকা তুলে মাল কিনে এখন মোটামুটি স্বাবলম্ব হয়েছি বা আরও আগের থেকে অনেক ভালো আছি। ব্যাংক এশিয়ার যে গ্রাহক বা যারা শ্রমিক আমাদেরকে সাহায্য বা করেছে তাদের সকলকে আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাইতেছি। আমি মোটামুটি আগের সাথে যে স্বাবলম্বী ছিলাম তার সাথে এখন অনেক ভালো আছি। বিভিন্ন পণ্য কিনে জি যেখানে ছিলাম আমি সেখান থেকে এখন ইনশাল্লাহ আগের সাথে অনেকটুক এগিয়ে আছি। আশা করি ইনশাল্লাহ আমার কাছে ব্যাংকের সাথে থাকে বাসা থাকে, আমি আশা করি আগামী দিকে আরও এগিয়ে যাওয়ার সম্ভাবনা চিন্তাভাবনা আছে। জি জি ইনশাল্লাহ আগ্রহ ব্যাংক যে মার্চেন্টের লেনদেন করাতে অনেকে পণ্য কিনতে আসলে তাদের টাকা শর্ট পড়ে আমাদের মার্চেন্টের মাধ্যম থেকে টাকাটা তারা উত্তোলন করে আমার বিল পরিশোধ করে যাচ্ছে। এদের দেখে ওরা আরও আগ্রহ সংগ্রহ হচ্ছে। আর আমার জানাশোনা যারা জানতে আছে তারা আরও আসে আমার এখন নেবার জন্য খুব আগ্রহ বোধ করতেছে। এদিক দিয়ে ইনশাল্লাহ আমি ভালো আছি, আল্লাহর রহমত ইনশাল্লাহ। থ্যাংক ইউ ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. I would like to request you to join the audience again. Give it up for Bank Asian colleagues. Likewise, we move on to the next exciting innovator on the queue. We have Dr. Shahadat Khan, founder and CEO of Pragati Systems Limited with us. I would like to request Dr. Shahadat to join us. And at the same time, we have as one of the leading macro merchants of the platform, Abdul Majid from Sirajganj. I would request Abdul Majid Bhai to join me on stage as well. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shahadat. So my request to you would be to, shortly tell us about the business model itself and what vision the model holds and prospects the model holds for Pragati Systems Limited as a whole, and how you look into the micro merchant as a segment going forward with your intervention and business model. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. এখন তো বোধহয় বিদেশি কেউ নেই অডিয়েন্সে।
We have a lot of people joining us
online. Okay,
from
sure.
Many different countries.
Okay, so thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to talk about our story. So we are working on a basic premises. Actually, this book by UNCDF has been a very good book for us. In this book, we learned that 85% of the micro merchants do not keep any records of their business. I was very surprised with that because I go to shops and we sometimes see those khatas, but 85% do not keep any records. Still, for the people who keep records, there are also a lot of challenges. I have one picture here. When I was talking to one of my friends about a year and a half ago about what these shops do and how we can provide some services to them, because we are a technology company in the financial services sector. So he is in Khilgaon, Taltola, where I grew up. So this friend goes to this shop all the time. He takes his products every month, and then month end he pays. I said, well, how do you pay and how do you know how much? So he brought me 3 receipts, which I have pictures of still from that day in here. And I looked at them and said, okay, what is this? And said, okay, this is IJA. I don't know for who we do not know. IJA is whatever the balance from previous. And in these 3 receipts, from second to third, I see that merchant had made a mistake. And that mistake from 1900 taka, from 1900 taka to 1200 taka. So 29 to 22, 700 taka is lost. So basically, they have a major challenge of keeping these records, and they're losing money from this. And that gave us this idea, okay, well, in this time, we talked about digital divide. In this time where, well, okay, all the organized shops, the Shopnos and Agoras have advanced POS system, but why not these micro merchants? They all have very nice smartphones, which are smarter computers, stronger computers than the computers that were used to go to moon. So this is a very powerful device. So we developed a very simple app for these people, basically. So if you go to the next one, please. Okay. So smart device is not always very smart. It doesn't know when I'm talking. So you see, here we built a very simple app for them where they can see all their transactions, how much, it's more like a simple Pabo, Debo, Pelam, Dilam interface. So you just go there, say, okay, if I give, if Mojid Bhai is giving some product, say, okay, Dilam, 5,000 taka. Next day, when he comes and says, okay, I paid, Pelam, 7,000 taka. This is the only input you will ever have to give. And in the back end, all the calculations are kept. So we built this app, and thanks to UNCDF, who liked our idea and wanted to be partnered in that, and support from European Union. This product has been launched in the pilot area and then to the whole country. And we have received fabulous response from the market. Please go ahead. Next one, please. Okay, so it's a very simple app. It gives you a basic bookkeeping services. It can tell you, okay, well, it has digital payment services built in because we are also, the home of Sure Cash, so integrated that. And then also we are doing all this, from these records now, we have a lot of data about the customer and their cash flow. Based on that, we can do credit scoring and lending. So we have started some lending pilot with Bragg Bank and some MFIs as well, SSS, Buru, Bangladesh, and Podokep. So now we have 20 lakh registered customers. So this pilot, we promised that, okay, we will do 2,500 merchants in the project area, and we have done more than 20,000 in that area. So very, very strong response. We were very impressed that these shop owners have adopted this so quickly. And we see that every month we are getting more than 15 million transaction records. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so what are our learnings? So basically, what we see that, okay, there's a very good adoption of this technology, which kind of impressed us quite a bit. We see that a lot of the users are still not keeping all their transactions. They're only using it for their Bakir Khata, only for the credit book, but not not their purchase or their sales. And so we also see that when we work with this, there's a very interesting sort of a divide, it's a missing middle or missing something. So for the very sort of a bottom of the pyramid, we have MFIs who are lending to the poor and very small shops, and then there are banks who are lending to larger organizations. But for this small sector, actually banks or MFIs, they do not have any suitable product. So those are the kind of learnings we have. So our future plan is to grow from where we are. We want to kind of integrate the QR code payment. We know the government is working on the interoperability. Once that comes, then it makes it much easier. We get all their sort of data and behavioral data, and then do the credit scoring from that, and then kind of have more lending and sourcing. So there are other digital services that can be built around that, and I hope to build a larger ecosystem for the have-nots micro merchants. So the slogan of leaving no micro merchants behind in this digital era, we are very much with you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for this excellent deliberation. So I would like to now hear from Abdul Majid Bhai from Sirajganj. So Majid Bhai, যদি আপনি আপনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা যদি আমাদের সবার সাথে শেয়ার করেন, টালি খাতা অ্যাপ ব্যবহার করছেন, এটার মাধ্যমে বিভিন্ন ডিজিটাল পরিষেবার সাথে যুক্ত হয়েছেন, আপনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা যদি আমাদের সাথে একটু শেয়ার করেন।
বিসমিল্লাহির রহমানির রহিম। আজকের এই কনফারেন্সে উপস্থিত সকলের প্রতি আমার সালাম, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি মোহাম্মদ আব্দুল মজিদ, আমি এসেছি সিরাজগঞ্জ সদর থেকে। সিরাজগঞ্জ শহর থেকে আমার দোকানটা হচ্ছে 20 কিলোমিটার উত্তরে একডালা গ্রামে। সেইখানে আমার দোকানের বয়স হচ্ছে 10 বছর। 10 বছর যাবত আমি একটা মুদি দোকান করেছি। তারপরে একদিন শিওর কাছ থেকে দুইজন প্রতিনিধি আমার কাছে আসে, এসে বলছে এই টালি খাতা বের কথা। বলছে যে আপনি হিসাব রাখেন কিসে? আমি বললাম যে আমি হিসাব রাখি, আমার খাতা আছে, 2-3টা খাতা আছে, সেই খাতাতে। ওনারা বলছে যে আপনি টালি খাতা অ্যাপটা ডাউনলোড করেন, আপনার হিসাবটা খুব সহজ হবে। তো বললাম আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, করে দেন। ওনারা আমাকে টালি খাতা অ্যাপসটা ডাউনলোড করে দিল, রেজিস্ট্রেশন এবং লগ ইন করে দিল। করে দেওয়ার পর আমি তখন থেকে টালি খাতা অ্যাপটা ব্যবহার করছি, এবং সেইখান থেকে আমার যে অভিজ্ঞতা হয়েছে যে আগে যেরকম আমি হিসাব করতাম, এই খাতা থেকে ওই খাতা, ওই খাতা থেকে ওই খাতায় হিসাবটা তোলা লাগতো। এবং কাস্টমার, আমি যখন একটা হিসাব লিখতাম, কাস্টমার পরবর্তীতে বলতো যে আমার বাকি কত। আমি বলতাম যে আমাকে তো খাতা দেখে বলতে হবে, খাতা দেখে বলে আপনাকে জানাতে হবে। পরবর্তীতে আমি যখন খাতা দেখে ওনাকে জানালাম যে আপনার বাকি 1500 টাকা, উনি বলছে না আমার বাকি তো 1300 টাকা। 1500 টাকা কীভাবে হলো? তো এইরকম একটা এই গরমিলের মধ্যে থাকতাম আগে, যে এই অধিকাংশ সময় যে আমার হিসাব এত না, আমার হিসাব কম ছিল কি এই সেই। এখন যখন আমি টালি খাতা অ্যাপস ব্যবহার করি তখন প্রতিনিয়ত আমি যখনই বাকি নিচ্ছে সাথে সাথে কাস্টমারের মোবাইলে একটা SMS যায়। SMS-এর মাধ্যমে উনি জানতে পারে যে আমি আজকে আমার 200 টাকা বাকি নিয়েছি, আগের বাকি ছিল 500 টাকা, মোট 700 টাকা। মাঝে মাঝে এখন আমাকে অনেক কাস্টমারও জিজ্ঞাসা করে যে ভাই আজকের SMS-টা তো পেলাম না। তা আমি বলছি যে আজকের SMS আজকে তো আপনি বাকি নেননি। এরকম আমার কাছে টালি খাতা অ্যাপস খুব একটা হেল্পফুল অ্যাপস হিসেবে আমি বর্তমানে কাজ করি। আর এই অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার ব্যবসায় পরিবর্তন বলতে আমি বলতে চাচ্ছি আগে যেমন আমার ওই অনেকগুলো হিসাব দেখা যাচ্ছে যে এই টাকা গায়েব হয়ে যেত। বলতে কি মানে বলছে যে আমার বাকি হচ্ছে 1300 টাকা, আপনি 1500 টাকা লিখেছেন। তারপরে দেখা যায় আমি অনেকগুলো হিসাব লিখতেও ভুলে যেতাম, এখন হয়তো সাথে সাথে আমি হিসাবটা এন্ট্রি করতে পারি। এরকম একটা অবস্থা আমি দেখছি। আগের থেকে আমার ব্যবসা অনেকটুকু সফল। তারপরে এই অ্যাপসটা তো ব্যবহার করে আমরা কোনো টাকা পয়সা লাগে না, ইন্টারনেট কানেকশন না দিলেও চলে। হয়তো যখন আমি ইন্টারনেট কানেকশনটা দিই তখন আমার হিসাবটা ব্যাকআপে চলে যায়। আর যদি আমার ফোনটাও কখনো হারিয়ে যায়, তারপর আমি নতুন ফোন কিনে সেখান থেকে আমি পিন নাম্বার দিয়ে লগ ইন করলে আমার হিসাবটা পুরা ব্যাকআপে যত হিসাব আছে সব চলে আসবে। তার কিছুদিন পরে ওখান থেকে শিওর কাছ থেকে লোক এসে আমার একটা এজেন্ট অ্যাকাউন্ট খুলে দেয়। আমি এজেন্টও চালাই, সেখান থেকে আমি ক্যাশ আউট, ক্যাশ ইন, স্কুল কলেজের পেমেন্ট, তারপরে প্রাইমারি স্কুলের উপবৃত্তির টাকা, সেগুলো থেকে আমি মোটামুটি একটা ভালো কমিশন পাই। তারপরে ধরেন যে আমার ওই নতুন কোনো কাস্টমারের যদি প্রয়োজন বোধ আমি অ্যাকাউন্টও খুলে দিই, সেখান থেকেও আমার কিছু ইনকাম। হ্যাঁ, আমি ওই দোকান থেকে বসে আমি এগুলো করতে পারি। হ্যাঁ, তারপরে আরেকটা অভিজ্ঞতার কথা আমি একটু বলি। সেটা হচ্ছে যে টালি খাতা থেকে ব্যবহারকারীরা স্বল্প সুদে লোন পেয়ে থাকে। আমি সেটাও গ্রহণ করেছি। ব্র্যাক ব্যাংকের মাধ্যমে আমাকে মাত্র 9% সুদে 1 লক্ষ টাকা আমি লোন করেছি। হ্যাঁ, সেটা আমার ঘরে বসেই আমার সরাসরি আমার ওয়ালেটে আমার অ্যাকাউন্টে 1 লক্ষ টাকা আমি পেয়েছি, খরচ সহ পেয়েছি। আমি সেখান থেকে আমি ক্যাশ আউট করে আমি আমার ঘরের পাশে একটা রুম ছিল ফাঁকা, যে রুমটা 1 বছর ধরেই ফাঁকা ছিল, সেটা আমি আমার ঘর মালিককে বললাম যে এই ঘরটা আমাকে দেন, আমি নতুন কিছু আইটেম এখানে করতে চাই। তো ওনার সাথে শেয়ার করে আমি রুমটা নিয়ে আমার এই 1 লক্ষ টাকা দিয়ে 2টা গ্যালারি করছি, গ্যালারি করে নতুন কিছু আইটেম করছি। মোটামুটি আমার সেই 2টা গ্যালারি মানে নতুন যেটুকু করেছি সেটুকু থেকে আমার মোটামুটি 5 থেকে 6 হাজার টাকা ওই অতিরিক্ত ইনকাম আসতেছে। এখন আমি সর্বশেষে ধন্যবাদ জানাতে চাই শিওর ক্যাশ, টালি খাতা এবং ব্র্যাক ব্যাংক এবং আজকের আয়োজক UNCDF, যাদের সহযোগিতায় আমার ব্যবসা এই সফলতার দিকে আমি আরও ধাবিত হচ্ছি। তাদের সবাইকে আমি ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আজকে আমার কথা শেষ করছি। আসসালামু আলাইকুম রহমতুল্লাহ।
অনেক ধন্যবাদ. This is what we are here for, right? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please, you may join the audience again. So in the interest of time, we will be cycling through the remainder of the segment at a faster pace. Now I would like to request Mr. Rizwanul Haq Jami from Ekshop and Synesis Consortium to join me on stage, and alongside him we have Mashukur Rahman Mishuk from Sherpur as one of the leading micro merchants on their platform. Thank you. Thank you, Jami. So we follow the same template. We keep within a time limit of maximum 5 minutes. I know it's a hard job, but over to you for explaining the business model, your vision behind it, and how the future looks for Ekshop as a business model, and at the same time, micro merchants as a key user segment on the model. Over to you.
Yeah, for a talkative guy like me, 5 minutes is a very hard press. If we can go forward to the next slide. The business model that we presented, actually, it's quite unique in Bangladeshi context. We introduced e-commerce through the micro merchants in the project areas in those 4 districts. So little elaboration, you can see that on the screen. What Xshop does, Xshop has 16 e-commerce platforms integrated within. So it's an aggregation of all e-commerce partners. And then we have FMCG partners, financial partners like Bikash and Nagad, and we aggregate all that and we created a Bajar Bandhu app, which we have given to the micro merchants. Now what the micro merchants does, they have their regular products, and now they can bulk order FMCG products through that app for their own use. Not only that, almost 1 million plus products are available in the Bajar Bandhu app through Xshop, and they can now, from a Mudi Dokan, they can now order a laptop or a 24-inch TV or a refrigerator. So that's the unique idea behind it, and they earn commission from that. So we not only automated the, let's say, supply chain for this, they act as a logistics supply chain provider as well. If we move forward to the next slide. So our project was originally initiated during the COVID crisis. So we originally targeted 2,000 micro merchants to be deployed in these 4 districts. But because we deployed within the COVID restrictions time, we reduced that to 500 micro merchants, which we achieved. However, after the restrictions were over, we expanded that. Currently, we are working on towards 1,300 merchants in those areas. But the response that we got from the micro merchants was truly amazing. The results, if I may say so. So we have seen in the network itself, around 70% of the merchants that we inducted remained active within the system. So they are transacting regularly. And on top of that, a very interesting fact is this whole model, which was, let's say, a sales model for the micro merchants, worked in the complete backward trajectory as well. So what we have seen that rural producers have come onto those micro merchants and they started selling their products through that micro merchant to the bigger e-commerce community all over Bangladesh, so urban population. So that was a very unique finding. If I press ahead on our learning and where do we want to take it forward, we have already invested in taking this platform all across the country. So by first quarter of 2022, we are targeting 25,000 micro merchants that we are going to put all across the country. By this year, end of this year, 16 new districts we are inducting into this program, into this Bajar Bandhu program. The last learning I would like to just add that this model where we are aggregating logistics, we are aggregating payment service providers, and if you can move forward to the next slide, that would be better for us. So the biggest learning is in this model, if we don't scale, we don't survive. So the business model that we developed, it shows promise, but until or unless we extend that all over the country, because it's highly dependent on the logistic linkage, we won't survive. So that's a key learning for us, and we are committed that we are going to take this all the way through.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nami Bhai, and for highlighting the fact that scale and unit economics is going to be crucial for the growth of this platform. এবার আপনার কাছ থেকে শুনবো মিশুক ভাই, আপনার Xshop প্ল্যাটফর্মে আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা, আপনি কিভাবে এই ডিজিটাল পরিষেবার সাথে যুক্ত হয়েছেন, আপনার ব্যবসাটা কিভাবে আসলে পরিবর্তিত হয়েছে এই মাধ্যমে যুক্ত হয়ে, এই গল্পটা একটু শুনতে চাই শর্ট করে 2 মিনিটের মধ্যে।
ধন্যবাদ আপনাকে। আমি মাশিকুর রহমান মিশুক, শেরপুর থেকে এসেছি। আমার ব্যবসায়ী প্রতিষ্ঠানের নাম মায়ের দোয়া এন্টারপ্রাইজ। আমি গত করোনাতে যখন সবাই গৃহবন্দির মতো অবস্থাতে ছিল লকডাউনের সময়, সেই সময় গ্রাহকদের কাছে আমাদের পণ্য বিক্রি করাটা হচ্ছিল সবচেয়ে বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। সেই চ্যালেঞ্জের সময় আমি বাজার বন্ধু Xshopের মাধ্যমে জানতে পারি যে তারা আমাদেরকে পণ্য আমরা তাদের কাছ থেকে ডেলিভারি দিতে পারবো এবং কি তাদের কাছ থেকে নিতে পারবো। সেই সময় আমি তাদের রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভের সাথে এইটাতে সম্মতি জ্ঞাপন করি। সম্মতি জ্ঞাপন করার পরে আমি আমার ব্যবসার যখন এই মালগুলো আমরা ডেলিভারি দেওয়ার ক্রাইসিসে ভুগছি, ঠিক সেই সময় আমরা তাদের সাথে একত্রিত হয়ে আমি আমার মালগুলো আমি আমার গ্রাহককে খুব সহজে পৌঁছে দিতে পারছি। তো বাজার বন্ধু এক শপের মাধ্যমে আমি যুক্ত হয়ে আমার দোকানের ব্যবসার পরিধিটা অনেক বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে। যেমন আমার প্রোডাক্ট যেমন 20,000 ছিল আমার দোকানে, যখন বাজার বন্ধু মাধ্যমে আমি 10 লক্ষ প্লাস প্রোডাক্ট পেয়েছি, সেই সবগুলো প্রোডাক্ট এখন আমি মনে করি যে আমার দোকানে আছে। কারণ বাজার বন্ধুর কাছে থাকা মানে আমার কাছে থাকা। আমি তাদের এই মাধ্যমে ডিজিটালাইজেশন সেবার মাধ্যমেই আমি আমার গ্রাহকদের কাছে এটা দিয়েছি, পণ্যগুলো খুব সহজে পৌঁছে দিয়েছি এবং আমার গ্রাহকরাও আমার উপর খুব স্যাটিসফাই। তার সাথে হচ্ছে যে আমাদের পেমেন্ট সিস্টেমটা খুব ডিজিটালাইজেশন, তারা বিকাশ এবং নগদের মাধ্যমে আমাদের পেমেন্টটা আমরা পেয়ে থাকি। তো এই জন্য আমাদের ক্যাশ টাকারও কোনো ঝুঁকি নেই, যেহেতু সেই সময় করোনার ঝুঁকির জন্য আমরা ক্যাশ টাকার উপরেও একটা ভয় ছিল, ভীতি ছিল, সেই ভীতিটাও নেই। এই জন্য আমি বাজার বন্ধু এবং UNCDFকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি যে সেই মুহূর্তে আমাদেরকে করেছে, সাহায্য সহযোগিতা করেছে। এবং তার সাথে আমি প্রতি মাসে যখন আমার এই ব্যবসাটা গ্রোথ করছি এবং কি বাজার বন্ধু 100-এর মাধ্যমে আমার কমিশনটাও আমার ওই নগদ এবং বিকাশের মাধ্যমে আমার অ্যাড হয়ে যাচ্ছে। এই জন্য আমি বাজার বন্ধু এবং আমাদের UNCDFকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
অনেক ধন্যবাদ। Let's hear it for Ekshop and Mr. Mishuk from Sirajganj. Over to you. I'll now go over to the next partner and private sector innovator in line. We have Mohammad Kudratullah from Cloudwell Limited. Cloudwell is a fintech, is a digital aggregator service platform. We'll be hearing from Cloudwell about their experience, and at the same time, we have Mr. Humayun Kabir from Jamalpur as a leading micro merchant on the platform to join us on stage. Thank you, Kudrat Bhai, for joining us. Thank you, Humayun Kabir Bhai from Jamalpur. I would now like to request Kudrat Bhai, our colleague from Cloudwell, to talk about the model. Go by the same template. We have your slides put up. You can follow, you can help our operators at the panel to cycle through the slides as well. Over to you for sharing your experience, the model, and the future in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasin Bhai, and warm greetings on behalf of Cloudwell Limited to all the audiences today. Cloudwell has built a unique aggregator platform where we aggregate multiple digital services together, including mobile recharge, utility bills, air ticket, bus ticket, e-commerce, visa fees. So these sorts of services are integrated in a single platform. So what we do, we take this platform to the micro merchants, and if we can see the business model, there are 4 key stakeholders here. One is the service providers, the mobile operators or utility billers. Then the paywell platform itself, all the complexities, technological complexities are handled by our platform. And we take a very simple app or solution to the micro merchants where customer comes in, requests for a service, and micro merchants forwards that request using our app or web portal, and we take it to the operators or the service providers. They render the service to the end customers. And out of every successful transaction, these micro merchants earn a commission. So the beauty of our business model is it helps micro merchants to earn additional commission, and more importantly, it attracts more customer footfall. What happens whenever any customer comes in for any digital services, they can take any other products available in that outlet. It happens other way around. Someone comes for other products and takes digital services. So altogether, micro merchants are benefited using our platform. So if we can proceed with the slides, the USP of our model is like that. It has got only involvement of a single device. Single fund is required. That means retailers or micro merchants need to take a single fund from which he can sell any available services. 20+ services are available in our platform. We have a very user-friendly interface where users can use Bangla as a medium of using that app. And we have got doorstep services, meaning that we have distribution coverage across Bangladesh through our appointed distributors. So if I talk about results, these figures are relevant only for FMCG micro merchants since the inception of the project. But nationally, currently, we are covering 50,000 plus micro merchants. Since inception of this project, we onboarded 4,000 plus FMCG micro merchants and 12,000 plus altogether, other kinds in total, micro merchants. But these figures which are showing to you, these are only relevant to these 4,000 FMCG micro merchants who were onboarded in 62 districts of Bangladesh. Most importantly, what we found that in terms of being active percentage, FMCG micro merchants are performing better. 47% of these micro merchants are remaining active in our platform. If we compare with other segments, they are around 33%. So in terms of being active, micro merchants are showing, FMCG micro merchants are showing good results. We generated around 2.8 million transactions with a value of around 3 million USD, meaning that each transaction is around $1 or so. Through our platform, these 4,000 micro merchants generated 50,000 USD as additional commission during this time. Most importantly, 1.6 million unique customers came to these outlets to take service. So you can imagine the impact of it. These customers not only took our digital services, at the same time they take other products and services. And if I talk about the contribution of services, 75% of the transactions were mobile recharge. But in terms of value, 60% of value generated from utility bills. And to be specific, Polli Bidyut bill was the leading contributor. So I would touch upon our learnings in our journey. What we found out that there is some sort of technophobia or fear or error among the micro merchants, specifically FMCG micro merchants, because they are habituated to deal with physical products. So that is there. Smartphone penetration, then app usage capability or internet connectivity. I'm sure everyone is facing the similar kind of challenges. But one thing is very important, which I would share with you. There is no shortcut to crack these micro merchant segments. We require physical face-to-face visits, training, and others. Because whoever we are in the arena of digital platforms, we have a tendency to think that this will just evolve autopilot. But to crack micro merchant, what we experience, if we don't, establish regular engagement in the initial stage where behavioral changes are taking place, it is not gonna fly. So this is a very, very important learning we got from this pilot. Other part is sustainability. Doing only our services would not be, that much impact, that would not create that impact to this ecosystem. Rather, we are looking forward to bundling new services in the portfolio and collaborative partnership. I'm glad to tell that many of our audiences are already, their institutions or organizations are already partnering with us. So we are partnering with banks, we are partnering with X-Shop, we are partnering with Sheba XYZ. So there are many partners who are coming together and we together take it to the doorstep. So this helps us to manage cost of acquisition, at the same time cost to serve. Thank you, Tasin bhai.
Thank you. হুমায়ুন কবির ভাই, ছোট করে 2 মিনিটের মধ্যে যদি আপনি আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা ক্লাউডওয়েলের পেয়েবল প্ল্যাটফর্মে যুক্ত হয়েছেন, ডিজিটাল পরিষেবায় যুক্ত হয়েছেন, আপনার ব্যবসাটা কিভাবে পরিবর্তিত হয়েছে, আপনার অভিজ্ঞতাটা যদি আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করেন।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমার নাম হুমায়ুন কবির, আমি জামালপুর থেকে এসেছি। পেওয়েল সঙ্গে পরিচিত আমার 2 বছর যাবৎ। তার আগে আমার পেওয়েল ছিল না, তখন আমার ব্যবসা তেমন ওরকম ভালোও ছিল না। যখন থেকে পেওয়েলের সাথে আমি যুক্ত হলাম, হওয়ার পর থেকে ওখানে আমি ভিন্ন রকম সেবা পেলাম, যেমন আমি পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিতে পারছি, আমাদের এলাকাতে মানুষজন আপনার 15-20 টাকা বা 50 টাকা গাড়ি ভাড়া দিয়ে ব্যাংকে লাইনে থেকে ঘন্টার পর ঘন্টা এরকম অবস্থায় থেকে তারপরে তারা বিল দিয়ে আসতো। এখন আমি পেওয়েল নেওয়ার পর তারা আর ব্যাংকে যায় না, আমার কাছে আসে। যেমন তাদের ওই ভাড়াটা লাগতেছে না, তারা সহজে যে কোনো পরিবেশে যে কোনো অবস্থায় তারা আমার কাছে এসে বিল দিতে পারতেছে। তারা অনেক সুবিধা মানে তাদের হয়েছে আর কি। আর আমার অনেক ব্যবসায় প্রসার হয়েছে, তারা যখন বিল দিতে আসে তখন আমার কাছ থেকে অন্যান্য পণ্য তারা কিনে নিয়ে যায়, যেহেতু এতে আমারও ব্যবসায় অনেক স্বাবলম্বী হয়েছি আর কি। সাথে আরও অন্যান্য ওই আপনার মোবাইল যে সার্ভিসটা সেবাটা একসাথে সবগুলা আপনার অপারেটর ওখানে আছে। আমরা একবার ইনভেস্ট করলেই হয়, যে বাড়তি কোনো আমাদের ইনভেস্টের প্রয়োজন হয় না। যে আমি 5,000 টাকা ইনভেস্ট ওখানে করলাম, আমি সবগুলো অপারেটরে আমি মোবাইল রিচার্জ দিতে পারতেছি, তাতে আমারও উপকৃত হইতেছে আর কাস্টমারও সবগুলা সেবা পাইতেছে সহজেই। আর আমি যদি কোনো জায়গায় যাই, মোবাইলটা তো আমার হাতেই থাকে, ওই অবস্থায় যদি কোনো লোক বিপদে বা সমস্যার মধ্যে পড়ে তখন তারা আমার কাছ থেকে ওই লুটের সেবাটা পেয়ে থাকে আর কি।
অনেক ধন্যবাদ আপনার অভিজ্ঞতা আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করার জন্য। ইউ মে জয়েন দি অডিয়েন্স নাও। লেটস হিয়ার ইট ফর ক্লাউডওয়েল অ্যান্ড কলিগস।
So we have Field Buzz, one of our private sector partners in this initiative. We have Mr. Habibullah Bahar, co-founder of Field Buzz, to join us on stage. Unfortunately, for some limitations, we don't have the leading customer on their platform with us, but he has sent us a video testimonial, kind of a message to share with all of you. We will be playing that back.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Bahar Bhai. So we go by the same template. We have the slides up. You just cycle through it. Your time limit is about 5 minutes, and we get to hear from you about the model itself, your lessons and insights that you have gathered so far with the micro merchant users as a key user segment, and at the same time how the future holds out for you. Over to you, Bahar Bhai.
থ্যাংক ইউ সবাইকে আসসালামু আলাইকুম এবং গুড আফটারনুন অলরেডি আমাদের
If I would request you to kindly, if possible, share with us the experience in English, because we have non-Bangla speaking guests as well joining online.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are Field Buzz, and Field Buzz helps organizations specifically in the FMCG sector, the FMCG manufacturer, the distributors, and the micro merchants, connect them digitally, digitize all their transactions like payments, like orders, deliveries, and everything. And also then basically use their data to give insights and later offer credit financing. So in 2019 October, we have started working with UNCDF thanks to EU, and we have piloted our existing solution along with some new innovations in Shirajganj and Sherpur. And with this, so basically our business model is we have three major stakeholders: the FMCG partner, the distributor, and then the micro merchant. And then using two of our applications, one is the SR assisted application and the other one is the retailer app, where the micro merchant would be putting orders through the retailer app and to the distributors, and they can later track their delivery. And with the SR assisted app, the SR of the FMCG partners or the distributors, they would go from micro merchant to micro merchant, collect orders and later delivery, and also in the process do other digital transactions. And this is basically our business model. And during the project pilot, which is October 2019 to January 2020, We have onboarded more than 500 micro merchants, and we have worked with 2 FMCG partners in 2 districts. And till then, we have scaled throughout the country, and we have now more than 20 partners. We have more than 260,000 micro merchants and transactions totaling more than 470 million taka. So in the whole pilot, and basically we have, there are few major learnings. I would share only the top 2. What we have understood, any micro merchant who is somewhat like from 20 years to 35 years, they are more keen to use digital solution. So, and most of them already have a smartphone, and they want to use a digital solution. And we have also learned, this is one of our field bus key learning. Before UNCDF pilot, we were not keen to move out of Dhaka because we thought, okay, there wouldn't be any potential market. But we were really surprised. I mean, now after this UNCDF pilot, we are more focused in out of Dhaka. So recently we have started doing our North Bengal drive. So we want to onboard more partners, more micro merchants in the out of Dhaka. So this is one of our key learning. And moving forward, we already have lot of data, lot of micro merchants. We have fair share of challenges, but we think we are already working on a credit financing algorithm. And also right now we are trialing not in Bangladesh, in Papua New Guinea with a different set of users. And we want to roll this out in Bangladesh in future. And also at the same time, we want to bring analytics, the market analytics to our partners using our data. So that would be the future for us. Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. So I believe you have your customers' message for us in this slide. Can you please?
If I want to tell a few things.
Okay.
So can you
just
please
hold for a second.
Pause it? So I have an interesting experience with this specific customer. I mean, Proloida. So we onboarded him with our UNCDF pilot. He has been with us for 6 months. It was all free. Later, he became a paid user. So in Fieldbus, every partner actually pays for each of his field stuff. So what happened, he is not a big partner. I mean, he has a really small operation in Sirajganj city. And he realized that, okay, this is really helping, so he is now paying. I think, again, this is one of our major revelation that, okay, there is a huge market out of Dhaka. And now, and I'm thankful to him that he have decided to use our Fieldbus solution. And also apology to everyone. Due to COVID, he couldn't come. So here is his video. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's play it.
Kumar Shaha, Messrs. Maloti Traders, Sirajganj. আমরা সিরাজগঞ্জ সদর থানায় পরিবেশকের ব্যবসা করে থাকি। আমরা এই ব্যবসা পরিচালনার জন্য বর্তমানে ফিল্ডবাজ সফটওয়্যার ব্যবহার করছি। ফিল্ডবাজ আমাদেরকে সফটওয়্যার বাবদ একটা সুযোগ সুবিধা দিয়েছিল। ওনারা UNCDF MDDRM এর মাধ্যমে আমাদেরকে প্রথম 6 মাস ফ্রি ব্যবহারের জন্য ব্যবস্থা করে দেয়। এর জন্য ফিল্ডবাজ, UNCDF এবং MDDRM কে অনেক ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। ওনারা সিরাজগঞ্জ শহরে অবস্থান করে আমাদেরকে যেমন ট্রেনিং দেয়, আমাদের মার্কেটে যেসব কোম্পানির প্রতিনিধি বা এছাড়া কাজ করেন ওনাদেরও ট্রেনিং ব্যবস্থা করে দেয়। ওনারা নিজে সাথে থেকে মার্কেটে গিয়ে আপনার বিভিন্ন দোকানের নাম, মোবাইল নাম্বার, ঠিকানা এগুলো সফটওয়্যারে এন্ট্রি দেয় এবং বিভিন্ন দোকান যাতে তাড়াতাড়ি খুঁজে পাওয়া যায় ওনারা QR কোডের ব্যবস্থা করে দেয়, যার কারণে মার্কেটে গিয়ে আমাদের দোকান খুঁজতে হয় না। এই QR কোড ধরলে পরে আমরা দোকানটা পেয়ে যাচ্ছি। 5-7 মাস আগে একটা মেলার ব্যবস্থা করেছিল। ওই মেলাতে আমাদের বিভিন্ন দোকানদার উপস্থিত ছিলেন। ওনারা ওখানে উপস্থিত হয়ে বিভিন্ন প্রোডাক্ট, মার্কেটে অন্যান্য প্রোডাক্ট কীভাবে কাজ করে, আমাদের প্রোডাক্ট কীভাবে কাজ করে ট্রেনিংয়ের ব্যবস্থা করে, যা এটা আমাদের ব্যবসার ক্ষেত্রে বিভিন্ন দোকানদারের কাছে আমাদের একটা অবস্থান তৈরি করেছে। আগে যখন আমরা ব্যবসা করেছি হাতে কলমে, তখন দেখা যাচ্ছে মার্কেটে আমাদের কোম্পানির প্রতিনিধিগণ মার্কেটে গিয়ে অর্ডার কাটছে হাতে কলমে, পয়েন্টে এসে আমাদের সামারি করছে, আমরা পরে এই সামারিগুলো আমরা চেক দিছি, মেমো চেক দিছি। এখন ফিল্ডবাজ সফটওয়্যার ব্যবহার করার কারণে আমাদের এই ঝামেলাগুলো আর নাই। আগে দেখা গেছে যে আমাদের 8টা কোম্পানি একটা মার্কেটে গেছে, 8টা কোম্পানির 8টা মেমো হয়েছে, কিন্তু এখন একটা দোকানে যত কোম্পানিতে একটা মেমো। ফিল্ডবাজ ব্যবহার করার কারণে আমাদের ব্যবসা যেমন গতিশীল হয়েছে, মার্কেটে আমাদের একটা সুনাম বৃদ্ধি হয়েছে এবং মার্কেটে আমাদের প্রতিষ্ঠানের উপর একটা বিশ্বস্ততা অর্জন করছে। ধন্যবাদ। সবাই ফিল্ডবাজ ব্যবহার করে আমার মতো উপকৃত হবেন এই আশায় রাখছি। বাই।
Thank you, Mahar Bhai, for joining us, and convey our thanks to Mr. Praloy for sharing the message. Thank you. You may join the audience. Thank you. Let's hear it for them. So, as the last part of this segment, we have not only the private sector innovators who we have already heard from, but also the consortium partners who made this entire initiative, the interventions not only from the angle of data, research, and private sector-led innovation, but also in developing the capacities of micro merchants, in building up the digital literacies, business management capacities, financial literacies, and at the same time building the necessary government buy-in for strengthening the market linkages for micro merchants so that they can help themselves with the business growth and everything. So, and in that vein, we received generous support and important contributions from our colleagues at DNet, a social enterprise, and also Bangladesh Dokan Malik Shomiti. So we have among us CEO of DNet, Mustafizur Rahman. May I call him upon to join me on stage. We also have President of Bangladesh Dokan Malik Shomiti, Mr. Helal Uddin. Mr. Helal, are you here? Kamal Bhai, can you please see if Hilal Bhai is still here? He was here. He must have. Can you please check? So we will wait for a few minutes for Mr. Hilal to join, and in case he's unable, we will go forward with our colleague from DNet. So I think he may have not been feeling well particularly, maybe he's left. So apologies for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen, but we will get started with Mustafizur Rahman from DNet. So Mustafiz Bhai, we've been implementing this intervention, this entire project for the past 4 years, and in partnership with DNet, in association with DNet, we've reached more than 10,000 micro merchants with capacity building modules. DNet, as part of this project, has been able to come up with a business management toolkit for micro merchants called Amar Dokan. It is the first of its kind in Bangladesh. It is kind of a booklet. And this financial literacy, digital literacy, and business management related capacity building lessons, which was part of the Amar Dokan, has also been made into features of a mobile app called Amar Dokan. And this Amar Dokan mobile app is being actively used by more than 50,000 micro merchants across Bangladesh, DNet's Amar Dokan app. Can you please tell us about this experience that DNet gathered with this project, and at the same time, how you look forward to making these capacity building interventions, this application and capacity building modules like Amar Dokan sustainable in the future? What is your approach with the micro merchant as a key user segment going forward? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Tasin. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm greetings on behalf of DNet. DNet worked as a consortium partner, this MDDR and SHIFT program. After signing the agreement, DNet first conducted research to know the existing micro merchants' operational practices plus their need of capacity. Based on that, DNet designed the knowledge, operations, and behavioral-based solutions for the micro merchants. And that is couple of examples that is in this flagship Amar Dokan booklet, Amar Dokan shop mobile app, plus video content and other documents. the replication of the Amar Dokan mobile app, which is totally technology-based digital solutions, and micro merchant can talk and it's automatically recorded, and which is now, the replicated with the concern of the UNCDF, that is the Talikatha. That Talikatha is now moving forward across the country, but DNET designed this solution and implement at the field level and got the positive response from the 100,000 micro merchants. So this is a example successful flagship of this program, And apart this, we also designed the toolkit and knowledge-based content for managing the micro merchant shops, like how to organize the goods in the shop, how to attract the customers, and how to behave with the customers, how to recover the credit of the from micro merchant, debt micro merchants. So these are all capacity building we build for the micro merchant. And if I express a expression of a micro merchant from Sherpur, Mr. Naimul told that this is the first time UNCDF and the development partners come up with the doorstep of micro merchant, such a wonderful program, that is how to manage their financial literacy, how to manage their goods, how to run the shops, how to behave to the customers, how to protect the customers, consumers' protection, and plus the capacity building of the micro merchant association. So we also organized training for the leader of the micro merchant associations, and we also organized the awareness raising campaign among the communities, consumers, and also the micro merchants to know the consumer rights and actively participation in the digital financial systems. So that we linked up under this program. And our milestone is the achievement is 3,000 micro merchants. We achieved users of the mobile shops, 100,000 micro merchants, and 200,000 consumers and micro merchants. And last thing, there is also some, the research funding that almost 90% micro merchant benefited from this intervention in our, the 4 districts, with our 3,000 micro merchants. And we have also seen that sales value, daily sales value, has increased 1.5 times based on this intervention. This is a very good feedback from the research, which is almost $28 to $44 in terms of money. The last 3 observations that we recommended after closing these projects. So that is this is a really successful flagship program for the 2 million micro merchants across the country. So this flagship needs to replicate entire country. So that is our recommendation based on the development partner, and also the UNCDF took the initiative how to replicate this intervention entire country, because not only connected with the microfinance institution, there is also huge capacity building is required. Huge, the training and record keeping management is required. And secondly, the lack of capital, definitely, because based on our rural context, the micro merchants, they are taking loan from the local investor with the high rate of interest. Very less number, as per the record, it's almost 8% micro merchant is linked up with the bank loan. But majority is taking loan from the local investor with the high rate of interest. So this needs to be the address in future program, how micro merchant can linked up with the financial institute with low rate of bank interest. And the last thing is the issue of the risk coverage. So definitely we have to think also in next intervention how micro merchant can involve in the insurance facilities. So that is all our feedback from this program.
Thank you so much for your wise words. We will definitely build on these lessons and helps explore scopes of collaboration with Tali Khata and the sustainability initiatives that you talked about. We will definitely look forward to it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, we bring this session to a closure and move on to the next panel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Syed. Now, I would like to invite the host, the Regional Coordinator for Asia, UNCDF, Maria Pardemo, to start the panel discussion 1 on digital innovations for micro enterprises, financial and non-financial services.
Thank you very much. So it was a very, very interesting session, and one where we were able to hear from the beneficiaries, the micro merchants, how they have been able to benefit from all these digital innovations. So in the panel that we're going to start right now, we're going to basically discuss how different digital disruptive innovative ideas and existing practices from local to global are bringing positive impact to the micro merchants, retail, and micro enterprise ecosystem. We know from the UNCDF landscape assessment study that 98% of micro merchants have mobile phones. We also know that 69% feature phones and 30% smartphones. Supply chain studies by UNCDF also showed 7 issues in digitization of supply chain and level of digitization at the FMCG company level and intermediate levels. Bangladesh ecosystem is becoming more and more vibrant with digital Bangladesh focus, but still there are outreach and use issues of digital services, both in the financial and non-financial space by last mile enterprises that need to be addressed. So I'm very glad to welcome my fellow panelists for today. Ms. Tina Jadon, CEO and Managing Director of Startup Bangladesh. Ms. Ashish Chakraborty, COO of Nugget, Director of E-Commerce of Association of Bangladesh. E-Commerce Association of Bangladesh, sorry. Mrs. Josephine Romero, Strategic and Business Development Advisor from Angalat Isa Digital Philippines. And Mr. Mia Haq, founder of Fairbank Indonesia. So please join me in welcome the panelists, and I hope that they're all either at the event or most of the ones that are. Hi, Josephine. How are you?
Hi.
Josephine online. I also have Tina online. Tina, no, you are in person, right?
Hi. Yes, I am in person. Yes.
All right, good. And so it's very, very little there. Oh, there you go. Now, Mr. Hack, how are you? Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Okay. And I have in the floor also Mr. Chakraborty, right?
Yes.
Did I pronounce well your name?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
So, well, with no further ado, I'd like to open this panel with a question for everyone. So first, let's very quickly share with us one initiative that you've been supporting on digitalization and digital transformation agenda, and especially with respect to micro and small enterprises. So maybe I'd like to start with Tina. Okay, if you would like to maybe open the conversation, Tina. The floor is yours. Just one thing that your organization is doing.
Thank you, Maria. First of all, I want to congratulate UNCDF and European Union and all the partners for hosting such a fantastic and timely conference. And also on behalf of Startup Bangladesh Limited ICT Division, I would like to say a few words. This is the month of March, a historical year, 2021. We are celebrating the Golden Jubilee of Bangladesh, and also we are celebrating the 100th birth anniversary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So very, very excited and delighted to be here. And today you can look at the setup of this conference. It's in hybrid method. Maria is joining from, where are you, Maria?
I'm in Bangkok.
You're in Bangkok. And we are...
Unfortunately, because of COVID-19,
yes,
we're not able to be there. But thanks to technology, we're able to attend.
Exactly. So, and we are here, and all over the world, lots of people are watching us. So, this is, that is digital Bangladesh. So the Bangladesh that, we have, the journey that has started 12 years ago with Digital Bangladesh vision and mission, we are seeing a big, the manifestation of this with such technologically enhanced gatherings and whatnot. So, Maria, your question was, what are one thing that we are doing that is enhancing the digital inclusion, right? And also financial inclusion. So, from ICT division, a lot of you here who have been with us since morning, and you have heard our Honorable ICT State Minister, shared a lot of the initiatives and the results, very, very impressive results that has happened in private sectors and public sectors. So one thing specifically in Startup Bangladesh Limited that we have done is, we are enabling our startups with funding. Startups meaning, startups who are working in the area of financial services. We have Nagod, very senior leader from Nagod here, Ashish Bhai. And the type of startups that we are funding are in financial inclusion area, health sector, education sector, and whatnot. One very notable investment that we are going to make, and our Honorable State Minister already mentioned it, is we would be investing in a couple of startups who are working with millions of micro merchants, okay? Not hundreds of thousands, but millions. And when we are funding these startups are scaling up, and they would be able to onboard a lot more micro merchants, the technicians, the electricians, the salon workers, and also farmers who are taking loans from our agrotech startups. So this is one initiative that we have started, and we will be hearing more about it later part of the month when we will announce the investments. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Tina, for that answer. Now, because I want to be inclusive for those that are joining us via digital, let's go to panelists on this side of the screen. And I'm going to invite Mr. Hackney. So please, Mr. Hackney, can you share one initiative that you have been supporting on the digitalization and digital transformation agenda, especially if it has to do with micro merchants? The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Maria, and thank you to the UNCDF staff for organizing this. So currently, we are in Indonesia. The company I founded is called Fair Bank. We provide digital working capital credit to the micro merchant through FMCG ecosystem, through a buy now, pay later option. And the way it is done is this micro merchant buys, merchandise from Unilever, Nestle, L'Oreal, and so forth. And in their order taking app used by these FMCG's own employees that take order from this micro merchant, we put pay later option. And 70% of our borrowers are women, over 80% of them are unbanked. And currently we are getting a lot of traction in Indonesia. And a little side note, we tried that in Bangladesh a couple of years ago, wasn't as successful. And that led us to move to Indonesia. And we are, we're getting a lot of traction with all major FMCGs on our platform right now.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Hagen. So now let's go back to Bangladesh. Okay, and so I want to give the floor to Mr. Chakraborty. So please, the floor is yours. Please show with us one thing that you're doing in this space that is benefiting micro merchants.
Thank you, Maria. First of all, I would like to thank this UNCDF to organizing such a nice event. It's really a pleasure to talk in front of the colleagues and the industry leaders. So I am actually playing two different roles in here, actually. One, I am the director of E-Commerce Association of Bangladesh, where we are working with the micro merchants who wants to come to online to do their business. As well as I am working with Nogod, where the financial inclusion is happening through our channel. So first of all, let me explain the ECAB, what ECAB is doing right now, the E-Commerce Association. The E-Commerce Association is trying to organize people who wants to do business, the micro merchants who wants to do business in online, and we are giving them the training, technology support, and as well as different types of financing or loan facility, collaborating with the banks and other financial institutions to make sure these people can do their business online. And it's happening last 2 years, and there are a lot of successful cases where we can see the individuals or small entrepreneurs are getting bigger and bigger, and they are getting a lot of traction into their daily lives, in the business life, I should say. In terms of Nogod, we actually innovate an important thing where the customer or a merchant can open a Nogod account without going any place. So what they need to do, they just need to, as we all know, most of the micro merchants, they don't have the smartphones. They have the basic phones. So if you press from your mobile phone *167#, it automatically goes to the Election Commission. We are directly connected with the Election Commission, and we pull the data, the NID, which is a national ID number, from the Election Commission, and we process that data through Porichoy system, which is again a government initiative, and collect all their information, including their address, their name, their date of birth, even their nominee name and everything. So whatever the available information is there into the national database system, we pull all the data and try to complete the KYC. The customer or the merchant just need to capture their own photograph. If they have a bar phone, they can go to our nearest Uddokta point. This Uddokta point is actually a retail point where this cash in and cash out is happening. So they can go to there and they can capture their photo with the support of the Uddokta point or the retailer point. If they have a smartphone, they can do it themselves. So that is the kind of a beauty we integrated into our system. And it really helps us, as because recently Bangladesh Bank, the Central Bank of Bangladesh, issue a specific guideline to acquire the micro merchants. The micro merchants don't need any kind of trade license. to do their merchant to open their merchant account. So this central bank facility, the government initiatives of Porichoy and Election Commission, all the initiatives get together and we actually make a, I should say, a paradigm shift in terms of the acquisition aspect and make the processes much easier for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive response. Now, last but not least, Josephine Romero, who is joining us from the Philippines. Please share with us one thing that your organization is doing to advance the agenda of micro merchants in the Philippines using digital. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to the organizers for inviting us and allowing the Philippines and ASEAN to share information about how we are helping micro merchants. Here we call them MSME, which is micro, small, medium enterprises. Still the same, micro enterprises. So what we have been doing in the last few years is to do massive mentorship of micro enterprises. And we're doing this, we did this first in the Philippines. We collaborated with the government, particularly with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And then in 2017, when the Philippines was the chair of ASEAN, we made this a legacy project and we elevated this as a regional project. So now we have the ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurs Network, or what we call AMEN. And what is this AMEN? It's massive mentorship, as I mentioned, but very particularly, we have added digital transformation as a major module in a 10-week mentorship course for entrepreneurs. At the end of the 10 weeks, not only will they be introduced and demystified as to what digital transformation is, but they are introduced to practical use cases that they can immediately use for their own businesses. As well, there is a focus on marketing, digital marketing, and this marketing obviously starts at your neighborhood in the Philippines, and then it extends to the regional neighborhood, which is ASEAN. And we've helped very particular industries, particularly agri-entrepreneurship, creative industries, and women-led enterprises. I can expand on that more later, but during the time of COVID, I could say that the impact was great because the early adopters were able to pivot during the pandemic, especially when suddenly it was contactless selling and marketing that was needed. We were on lockdown for practically 4 months in the country. And then another impact is that there has been an elimination of the middlemen. So there is more cash to be distributed between the merchants and for everybody, for that matter. So I can discuss some more of that later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. It's very interesting. We've seen how many different innovations from all these different points are supporting micro merchants to increase their capacity, right? Building, in some cases, regional networks, also bringing them together to training opportunities, to access to networks, more importantly, access to finance, not only for the micro merchants, but also to those that are developing the solutions, the digital solutions that will benefit micro merchants and others, like we heard from in the case of Tina, who's also working with edtech solutions in health, etc. Now let me go, in the interest of time, let me go to one question that I'd like to ask directly to Tina. So Tina, can you please give us some examples of initiatives that have been undertaken by the government of Bangladesh that include micro merchants and increase digital financial inclusion?
Thank you, Maria. Couple of initiatives we already heard about XShop. One of the very happy XShop user just shared his story a little while ago, which is developed under A2I. But other than that, we have a couple of new initiatives. A revolutionary initiative is IDTP, Interoperable Digital Transaction Platform. Our Honorable ICT State Minister also mentioned about it. So what it does is that it makes the the digital transactions interoperable. So from Nagod platform, you can transfer money to Bikash. And from Bikash platform, you can cash out in Standard Chartered Bank's ATM. And in order to do all of this, you don't even need to have a bank account. So that is the revolutionary feature of IDTP. And this is one of the biggest and really transformational initiative that has been taken by the ICT Ministry. And we have already tested this with a dozen of banks, big banks, and also a few startups, and also, we know that Bikash is also was part of the piloting. And we plan to roll it out this year, probably sometime this year. So that's one. The other one is Startup Bangladesh Limited, which I am representing. This is a venture capital fund, which is wholly owned, funded 100% by the government of Bangladesh. All over the world, there may be a handful of VCs which are like Startup Bangladesh, funded by the government, and Startup Bangladesh Limited is one of them. And what we intend to do is to invest in startups such as, I just mentioned, startups who are working with micro merchants. You mentioned education technology. So in addition to funding, we are also facilitating partnership with big vendors, specifically government vendors for education startups. We are facilitating, partnerships with Education Ministry. So we are also, working in that sector. Additionally, we are working as, building network for our startups and capacity building for our startups. So I will stop here because, I'm sure that there are a lot more that other speakers that can share with us. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Maria.
Thank you, Tina. It is indeed, as I mentioned at the very beginning of this event, interoperability is key. If we want the market to really function for everyone, and if we want that everyone is included in the digital economy. And the venture capital initiative also, blended finance solutions are needed now more than ever to make sure that we innovate in the countries and that digital solutions are at the core of that innovation. So we look forward to join forces with the government of Bangladesh and structure together blended finance solutions that help us have a greater impact of our programs. I want to give the floor now to Josephine. Josephine, during the introduction, you mentioned COVID-19.
Yes.
Right? And tell me about how has COVID-19 been or not an accelerator in adoption of digital payments or digital solutions? How has the experience been in terms of adoption by micro merchants? Have there been interesting use cases that you can share about the connected payments to other services?
Well, definitely everybody has a pandemic story, has a COVID story. For many digital payments companies, they have positive pandemic stories. For consumers, they have scary pandemic stories when it comes to cashless payments. Before COVID, the adoption of cashless payments was rather slow. And I speak for the Philippines and even ASEAN, because consumer trust in cashless payments was really very low. So we were lucky that many of our policymakers, the Central Bank of the Philippines, the different central banks in ASEAN, promoted cashless payments and did, issued regulatory policies that encouraged banks to open up and invite consumers to also become partners rather than, the usual traditional relationship. So during the pandemic, obviously because it's contactless, everybody had to go contactless. There was a surge in the use of payments. Blindly, consumers trusted what was available to them. And I believe if you look at the statistics now, it paid off. Many, I'd say, when we started the pandemic, the Philippine cashless payments were maybe around 7%. Now they're in the maybe in the 30%. So I mean, cash on delivery is still available, but there is more cashless payments happening around. So and that has to do with the pandemic. Now there's also the factor that the merchants themselves and the technology companies have been helping and have been working together. There has been a bounce back strategy where the logistics companies, the fintech companies, and even the merchants, the ones selling the goods and services, work together to build that trust. So that it becomes an easier acceptance and adoption for consumers to take that on, especially during the times of crisis. And in the project that I mentioned about, I mean, in the movement I mentioned, I should have mentioned what angat lahat sa digital means. Angat lahat sa digital in Filipino, in English, literally means prosperity for all micro enterprises. So because of this movement, the different stakeholders I mentioned, the logistics companies, the technology companies, the merchants, and everyone else, and government for that matter. We are a foundation, by the way. The Angat Lahat sa Digital movement was put together by a foundation called Go Negosyo, or literally Go Do Business. We are a foundation who work with the different stakeholders and whose only aim is to equip enterprises with the capacity to be better entrepreneurs and to have access to markets, money, and mentorship. So we crafted a bounce back strategy so that the acceptance for payments and all the cashless and contactless activities that you mentioned that were needed during the time of the COVID, were easily more adaptable to the people. I hope that helps.
Very much, Josephine. Thank you very much. It's sort of like COVID-19 has forced us all to, well, the government to be a sandbox, right? In a way to prove like emergency regulation measures, right? And approve them so that we could respond very fast to the new reality, right? And then from the other side to private sector to really innovate fast and to be able to move with the pace, right? And then the customers, of course, to be forced to just use it, right? There's no other way. So thank you very much, Josephine, for that. Let us now go to Mr. Han, Mir. So can you please share any successful model that you know of that can where digital financial and non-financial services are being offered together to micro merchants?
Sure. I can talk about Fairbank and what we are doing in terms of making credit available successfully. So, our view is for emerging market credit to be successful, number one, it has to be inclusive. That means it has to have a less barrier, right? Having a smartphone, digital literacy, financial literacy, they're all barriers, especially if you're targeting women merchant, right? They may have a smartphone, but they may not have the digital literacy, internet, data package, and so forth, right? So number one is you have to reduce all these barriers to financial inclusion. So don't require a smartphone, don't require data package. And there is a way to do that. I will come to that. Second one is it has to be scalable, right? The current lending model for microfinance and microcredit is very labor intensive, right? You do the collection with field workers, you do the disbursement with field workers. As a result, it's not as scalable as if you do it digitally. The whole point of doing it digitally is make it super scalable, right? And the third point is it has to be sustainable. So you have to do it in a way that people actually pay back the loan, they grow their business, it's a win-win for all parties. And we came up with a solution where we say, you know what, how we can not require a smartphone, right? The number one is not requiring a smartphone is maybe you use FMCG ecosystem. Instead of having merchant to have a smartphone and have the digital literacy to apply for a loan, you put a pay later option into FMCG agent app. So every morning, somebody from Unilever, Nestle goes take order using their own app, right? These are distributors' employees, right? In that app, you can put a pay later option, right? And they press pay later, money goes from Fairbank to distributor's account, merchant gets merchandise on credit, pay later, right? The merchant sells the merchandise, make profit, pay back the distributor, and we can collect from the distributor, right? And some of these transactions happen digitally. Because distributors have bank account, we can swipe from the bank account, right? In terms of scalability, the likes of Unilever has millions of merchants. I mean, I'm currently in Indonesia. It's 350 million people, millions of merchants, right? And so if you really wanna make something scalable, you tap into existing ecosystem that already have millions of merchants, right? And that reduces your customer acquisition cost. Because most of the fintech we have studied before I founded Fairbank is they spend a ton of money in customer acquisition through Facebook ad, through sending ground support to talk to this merchant and onboard them, train them, right? You can bypass all that by targeting large ecosystem. And thirdly, if you give cash to poor people, we know they spend it, they are behind their bills, they never can pay it back, and it's not sustainable. So instead of giving cash, we give them merchandise on credit, and we use a revolving credit line. So, if they buy $200 of Unilever merchandise, they pay back, they can use it again, that $200 every week, right? So it is a sustainable because we are not giving them cash. Products generate income, they can pay back the loan, and they can keep using and growing their business. In fact, during COVID, our loan default rate is less than 1%. Actually, it's less than 0.5%, right? It's because of this model, right? And so we have created API. So it's a very sophisticated platform, partly because I used to live and work in Silicon Valley for many years, most of my life, working at Google, Adobe, and so forth, right? So we have an AI platform that plugs its API into large FMCG ecosystem and to the bank, right? So the FMCG has all transaction data of this merchant. They have been buying for the last 4 or 5 years, in some cases longer, right? And the AI can analyze this order and payment history from this merchant and can assign credit line to this merchant, right? Inside the FMCG order taking app that used by FMCG employees to take order from this merchant, right? So when every morning they go to a merchant, they see, okay, this merchant gets $500 credit for Unilever product. If it is a Nestle, they say this merchant gets this much credit for Nestle's product. So any FMCG can plug our API into their system and enable pay later. And the money comes from the bank. We are a tech and data platform in the middle. So that makes it super scalable. So, that's in a nutshell what we have been doing. And it's very efficient way to get rid of a lot of these scalability issue we see in emerging market with the smartphone, digital literacy, high loan default, right? You can use technology to tap into large ecosystem and get around a lot of these scalability, sustainability, and inclusivity issues.
Mm. No, that's very interesting. And although this was not in the script, you made me. I want to ask you another question. I'm gonna provoke you. So we heard this morning from the head of the EU delegation the necessity to include women, right, and micro merchants that are women into this entire ecosystem. And I find it very, very interesting the fact that the Fairbank is using this big data to better understand your clients, right? How have you used it to maybe better understand the needs of women? If you have, or
yeah, totally. So I just like I say, 70% of our borrowers are women, right? And the one way you can target women is, especially in Indonesia, vast majority of FMCG merchants tend to be women. That's not the case in Bangladesh. I think it's a single digit in Bangladesh. There's some socio-cultural issues, differences, right? but vast majority are women. Nonetheless, they don't have access to credit because traditional credit require collateral, which is land. The land titles most of the time belongs to husband, right? Because land goes from father to son in a conservative Muslim country, right? So if you're recording collateral, you're automatically excluding vast swath of women, right? Who have no, especially in that socioeconomic level, micro merchant level, right? Land is the only collateral they may have, right? If at all, right? So we don't require any collateral. We don't require any credit history because that's circular, right? These micro merchants don't have collateral, so they don't get credit. You cannot record credit history. We don't require any smartphone ownership or digital literacy, right? So by lowering all these barriers, you can include more women. And especially there is a huge digital divide in within the genders in emerging countries, right? If there is a smartphone in a household, it's usually used by men or the son, right? Women are way behind. So not recording a smartphone is a great way to include more women.
Of course, yes. No, absolutely. So thank you for that. And I'm very glad that I went out of the script. That was a good question. So now let's go to Mr. Hack. Sorry. I was with Mr. Hack, of course. With Mr. Chakraborty, okay? Where do you see gaps in the supply chain and ecosystem when it comes to digital transformation of the last mile enterprises? We've heard a little bit about some of these barriers, phone ownership, for the example, for the case of women, interoperability that was mentioned by Tina. But what other types of obstacles can you see?
Thank you once again. First of all, these micro merchants, if they wants to participate in this ecosystem, they are supposed to receive payment digitally. So one part is opening the account, which I described in my first speech, that it is become much easier right now. But the problem is when a person wants to pay to these merchants, there is a cost for the merchant, which is called TDR or MDR in terms of the names. So these percentage of charges is a biggest problem for these micro merchants because their margins are very low. So considering this low margin, they are not, willing to pay that kind of charges. And the supply chain, they are also not willing to take this cost as because they are also thinking that it is a cost for the merchant. So if we can digitalize the whole ecosystem, it means that if we can collect payment from customer digitally, and same way we can send that digital money to the supplier or the distributor to the same model, then probably these costs can be marginally reduced, because collecting of cash is always a cost for distributor. If we can consider that and we can calculate in such a manner that if we can convince these suppliers and distributors that cost has to be borne by them, that might be one way to solve that problem. Another thing we can consider, the government should consider to incentivize the digital transactions. So let's say for next 4 or 3 years, if government can incentivize the transactions, we can see this sort of model in India, where the utility bills payment was, subsidized by the government, just to make sure that people are more, used to in the digital ecosystem. So if the government incentivize the micro merchants payments cost, as well as the supply chain automation, along with the this digital money transform from one place, the merchant to the supplier, that can solve the problem. This is one part. Another part is these customers who wants to pay digitally, they have a kind of a mentality that if they pay through cash, that is more convenient for them. So if you can some kind of model where if a customer pay to these micro merchants digitally, they will also get some benefit. I mean, the customer will get some benefit, probably in some points or some sort of discount or a special price or something. That might also work. I have seen this in my previous organization where I was working in the online media. So where we proposed sort of a discount model, and we saw that the COD is drastically dropped. You know, people are really willing to pay online if they get some extra benefit. So same model can be replicated into the offline market where the customers will pay to these physical micro merchants and they will get extra benefit. As well as government should incentivize these micro merchants as they don't have that much of margin to bear that cost. So if these are considered, I think digital ecosystem will grow automatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So more incentives, right, for micro merchants to be able to operate in digital economies are needed indeed. I see there is one question in the online that comes from Astri from Indonesia. So first, the smartphone penetration among micro merchants, especially micro women merchants, high. And then as a follow-up, if micro merchants do not have a smartphone, how do they providers resolve this? And I believe that the business model that was exposed by Fairbank is actually indeed that, is solving that problem in the market, right, Han?
Yep.
Mir? Exactly. Yes. So I hope, Astrid, that your question was answered already by our fellow panelists. Maybe, are there any questions from the floor? Maybe someone that is facilitating there in Dhaka, maybe? No? Any questions from the floor? No? Okay. So with that, I would just then call my fellow panelists to say just one thing. Imagine that you just met me in one elevator and you just have the time. We're going up the elevator for only 3 floors. And you have the time to give me just what is the most important thing that a country needs in order to make sure that everyone is included in the digital economy. One thing. You are in one elevator with me and we're going up only 3 floors. Please, the floor is yours. Let's start with who wants to start? I'm not gonna call on names. Who wants to start? I'll start. Tina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm in an elevator doing an elevator pitch.
Exactly.
So I'll just share this, what we are doing. One thing that we are definitely looking into, which is digital literacy for everybody. And also digital device, access to digital device and digital bandwidth. Because without these 3 things, it doesn't matter whatever we do, there would not be an inclusive, inclusive and digitally equipped Bangladesh. So that's what we are working on. And I would ask everybody who has joined here and also listening to, look up Startup Bangladesh Limited and see what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. Let's go maybe now to Mir.
Oh, thank you. I would say fintech-friendly regulation. And the reason I say this is we try to do this in Bangladesh. And one of the reasons we didn't succeed is all the banking regulations apply to fintech. I don't know if that changed about 2 years ago. So, for example, we don't record any loan application KYC for the micro merchant in Indonesia because there is no need to. We go through large FMCG principle. We see all the data of 2-3 years purchase history. That's much more helpful than KYC, right? You cannot do that in some countries, right? And once you require KYC, that means you need a tax ID, you need some sort of a other ID, and most micro merchants don't have tax ID. And so that automatically exclude a lot of micro merchants. So having a fintech-friendly regulation is vital, especially if you want to be inclusive, meaning the socioeconomic class, they don't have tax ID, driver's license, other identification, right?
Exactly, and equal EKY requirements that are in line with including everyone in the digital economy. Very important.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mia. Now I'm going to go with Mr. I'm sorry, I couldn't. It's the end of my panel, and I couldn't very well pronounce your last name, Mr. Chakraborty.
Okay, I will say that if the government incentive is properly placed, maybe tax incentive or VAT incentive or the transaction incentive, that will really work. Because when government announce this sort of package or something, it automatically push to the regulation, and the regulation automatically change their interesting things like acquisition of merchants without the trade license, without the KYC and things like that. And also, it will push to the financial institutions like banks and others to give them the loan in a without any collateral. So incentive will push everything. So I should say incentive the most important thing in this arena right now.
Thank you very much. Now to close with a golden ribbon, Josephine.
Hi, thank you, Maria. And before I start my spiel, I'd like to say thank you. This has been a very good panel, and I love the questions that were prepared, and also the off-the-cuff questions that you're asking. Thank you for allowing us to share. Now, I would like to say that, and this is tried and tested, I guess what is working for us here in the Philippines and in ASEAN is PPP, or public-private partnership. When you look at public-private partnership, or when you say that, people think it only has to do with infrastructure development. But no, this is the reality now. Public-private collaboration is the key. And for the last 5 years, since 2016, since the Ministry of Trade and the Go Negosyo, and then since the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, the 10 business councils in ASEAN, the 10 countries, have collaborated on these 3 M's: market access, money access, and providing mentorship to entrepreneurs. It has been really, really good. And this applies, this entrepreneurship development, using the 3 M's framework in partnership of private sector and public sector. This works not just with digital, it works in every situation. So I guess that's what I will leave with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. And it was a very, I knew that I was not wrong when I said she's going to be the last one to close. So thank you very much for that. So again, policy, open digital ecosystems and the right infrastructure, right? Innovations, incentives, right? Skills for people to participate in the digital economy. UNCDF, as a neutral broker of partnerships between the private and the public sector, stands ready to keep on partnering with you and the governments from Bangladesh, Indonesia, the Philippines, and the region. Thank you so much for all your very active contributions to today's conference. And with no further ado, I leave our colleagues in Dhaka to go and have and enjoy a very well-deserved lunch. I think it's time for lunch, right? Yep. If someone from Dhaka can help me to close. This is when technology betrays. Or when not being there, yeah. So I'll pass the floor to our colleagues in Bangladesh so that they can wrap up the session and guide our participants to the next session in the agenda, please.
Maria, I don't think the representatives are here. Oh, are you?
Okay. Maybe let me.
The MC is coming up.
Okay. The Master of Ceremonies. Okay. Thank you. We cannot hear you.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Yes.
I hope now you can hear me. Sorry for the disturbance. Thanks a lot, Miss Maria. Honorable guest, thank you for being with us so far. We will come back after the lunch break, so please enjoy the meal. We will be come back after 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Five years ago, he did not have a trade license for his business or access to proper financial service. Today, he not only has a government-approved trade license but can also access financial services with a tap on his phone. So, what happened in these 5 years? In Bangladesh, there are 2 million micro merchants involved in the retail sector, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, creating an annual transaction of $18.42 billion. However, despite the large turnover, 34.4% of the total retail micro merchants did not have trade licenses, especially the women. A large number of the micro merchants did not have any formal bank accounts, mobile phones, internet access, or any formal education. As a result, a large number of the lot had limited access to mobile financial services accounts. On Shift, SARC was designed as a solution to the problem. The aim was to involve retail micro merchants and growing businesses to be active agents in the formal economy. With this program, it was possible to develop an inclusive financial system that allowed thousands of Bangladeshi micro merchants to have easier money transactions, time management, and overall a happy business. All this at a reasonable cost, and on a sustainable basis. The DRM project stimulated the expansion of digital technologies for micro merchants by encouraging innovation and links between retail and financial service industries. The program primarily focused on Sirajganj, Dangal, Jamalpur, and Shirpur districts, targeting 10,000 retail micro merchants. The pilot innovation models connected micro merchants with FMCG companies and financial service providers to accelerate their business growth using digital means. This means the micro merchants who initially spent hours bringing and piling inventory could do it in a matter of minutes.
আমাদের একটা টার্গেট ছিল যে আমরা 2018 নভেম্বর থেকে 2019 ফেব্রুয়ারি পর্যন্ত আমরা ন্যূনতম 100 রিটেলারকে অনবোর্ড করব যারা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই সিস্টেম ব্যবহার করবে। আপ টু নাও এই এখন 2021 এসে আমাদের 34,000 রিটেলার ওই দুই ডিস্ট্রিবিউটরের আন্ডারে অনবোর্ডেড হয়েছে। সুতরাং বলা যায় যে আমাদের পাইলটটা 100% সাকসেসফুল।
The micro merchant who relied on third parties to calculate his accounts could now do it himself.
এটা লেখাতায় অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার করে আমার সবকিছু সহজ হয়ে গেছে। এখান থেকে আমি কাস্টমার নিজের পারিবারিক সবকিছু হিসাব রাখতে পারতেছি।
আমরা বাংলাদেশে এই প্রথম মোবাইল ফোনে অ্যাপে এই হিসাবটাকে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমাদের সাথে এখানে UNCDF এবং ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন সহযোগিতা করেছেন। তাদের সহযোগিতায় আমরা এই 4 জেলায় আমাদের ইনিশিয়াল টার্গেট ছিল 2,500 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করা। আমরা এখানে 70,000 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করেছি। সারা দেশে 50 লাখেরও বেশি যে ক্ষুদ্র ব্যবসায়ী আছে তারা মোবাইল ফোনের মাধ্যমে তাদের হিসাবটাকে ডিজিটাল পদ্ধতিতে এখন রাখতে পারছে।
The woman who only dreamt of starting her own business is now technologically enabled. All this with just one click away.
আমি 2018 সাল থেকে এইখানে আইসোসালে যুক্ত হয়েছি। আমার একটা দোকান ছিল, এখন 3টা দোকান হয়েছে। 2 দোকান আমার ভাই চালায়, 1 দোকান আমি চালাই। আমি এখন আপনাদের সাথে থেকে ভালো আছি, সুস্থ আছি।
আমাদের এই প্রকল্পের উদ্দেশ্য ছিল কিভাবে মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট ল্যান্ডস্কেপে নারীর উপস্থিতি বাড়ানো যায়, তাদেরকে প্রযুক্তি সম্পৃক্ত করা যায় এবং আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করা যায় তাদের জন্য। এই প্রকল্পের আওতায় আমরা 200 জন নারী উদ্যোক্তা সৃষ্টি করেছি।
This also means now the merchant who relied on middlemen to pay his bills can now pay all his bills at the comfort of his home.
পেওয়েল পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দেই প্লাস যে কোনো রিচার্জ করে দেই পেওয়েলের মাধ্যমে কোনো জোর ঝামেলা ছাড়াই।
Cloudel Limited has built a unique aggregator platform. We call it Paywell. We could onboard 1,580 FMCG micro merchants in 4 districts, and 70% remained active when we ended the project, and they transacted around 100 transactions per month.
The rural area merchants and consumers now have access to a more informed and simplified e-commerce platform.
আমি একজন বাজার বন্ধুর উদ্যোক্তা, তো আমি নিয়মিত এক শপ থেকে পণ্য অর্ডার করে থাকি। সেখানে দেখলাম যে যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছে তারাও নিজেদের পণ্য বিক্রি করতে পারতেছে। আমি এক শপে আবেদন জানালাম যে আমার পণ্যগুলো বিক্রি করতে চাই। তো তারা আমার পণ্যের কিছু তথ্য তারা নিল এবং তারা সেই পণ্যের তথ্যগুলা তাদের বিভিন্ন ই কমার্স সাইট প্ল্যাটফর্মে তারা প্রচার করতে শুরু করলো। আমি সেই পণ্যগুলা থেকে অনেক সফলতা পাইতেছিলাম। এর পাশাপাশি বলতে চাই এক শপকে যে তারা আমাদেরকে যে সুযোগটা করে দিয়েছেন, আমার মতো আরও যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছেন তারাও কাজে লাগিয়ে অনেক বলে সফলতা পাইতে পারে।
মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের মূল উদ্দেশ্য ছিল ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাদের আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তিকরণ এবং তার মাধ্যমে তার ব্যবসার টেকসইকরণ। আমরা এই প্রকল্পটি খুব সুন্দরভাবে সম্পন্ন করতে পেরেছি, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা প্রায় 566 জন ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাকে আমরা বাজার বন্ধু মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের আওতায় আনতে পেরেছি।
And what's more, micro merchants can now access credit opportunities while keeping their money safe through formal bank accounts.
When we started the project with UNCDF at 2018, in 4 districts we have started as piloting. As per our project plan, we have successfully onboarded 500 micro merchants, but we have successfully overcome all those challenges with the help of UNCDF and Bank Asia field team as well.
Since its inception, the 6 pilot innovation models achieved enormous feats by enabling thousands of micro merchants through technology, knowledge, and digital networking. By enabling micro merchants to become active contributors, the program is aimed to positively impact the growth of the economy of Bangladesh. The greater interest for the country's sustainable development.
লক্ষ ব্যবসায়ী, 19 লক্ষ কর্মচারী নিয়োগ করেছেন এবং তার মাধ্যমে সেবা পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন প্রায় 17 কোটি মানুষের কাছে। এফএমসিজি এবং বাংলাদেশের আর্থিক খাতসমূহ ওরা যদি আরও এগিয়ে আসেন এবং আমাদের যদি ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারটা আরেকটু ডেভেলপ করে দেন, তাহলে এখানে অনেক বেশি বিনিয়োগের সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে।
This particular project on micro merchants in Bangladesh looks at enhancing competitiveness and growth through various interventions that includes in terms of digital financial inclusion, looking at supply chain integration, looking at the whole business development services ecosystem enhancement, and how this would lead to micro merchants having incremental income and employment.
When we started design this the project, we actually wanted to understand the whole system. That is actually the reason why we tried to implement the system thinking here, where we wanted to understand every leverages and why actually businesses fail.
we need to put them in a database so that we can analyze and see the pattern and create or design a program that can penetrate these consumers.
Small financing lacks the formalization, the formal documents which is required to prove the creditworthiness of a borrower. This need to be just a bit open and adaptive to the changing environment, to digital platforms, to learning new technologies, and to embrace newer trainings to formalize and legalize their business. That is the key to their success.
So more we can create this kind of awareness, more we can convince people to have their own account. Okay. People would feel the pain of cost less. The activities he's doing today with MFS, all this transaction he's doing, those information is his asset today. So based on those information, a sophisticated algorithm can actually identify which merchant can receive what kind of fund. And going forward, we will see more payment case evolving in the country.
He is a retail micro merchant. 5 years ago he did not have a trade license for his business or access to proper financial service. Today, he not only has a government-approved trade license but can also access financial services with a tap on his phone. So, what happened in these 5 years? In Bangladesh, there are 2 million micro merchants involved in the retail sector, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, creating an annual transaction of $18.42 billion. However, despite the large turnover, 34.4% of the total retail micro merchants did not have trade licenses, especially the women. A large number of the micro merchants did not have any formal bank accounts, mobile phones, internet access, or any formal education. As a result, a large number of the lot had limited access to mobile financial services accounts. On Shift, SARC was designed as a solution to the problem. The aim was to involve retail micro merchants and growing businesses to be active agents in the formal economy. With this program, it was possible to develop an inclusive financial system that allowed thousands of Bangladeshi micro merchants to have easier money transactions, time management, and overall a happy business. All this at a reasonable cost, and on a sustainable basis. The DRM project stimulated the expansion of digital technologies for micro merchants by encouraging innovation and links between retail and financial service industries. The program primarily focused on Sirajganj, Dangal, Jamnagar, and Shirpur districts, targeting 10,000 retail micro merchants. The pilot innovation models connected micro merchants with FMCG companies and financial service providers to accelerate their business growth using digital means. This means the micro merchants who initially spent hours bringing and piling inventory could do it in a matter of minutes.
আমাদের একটা টার্গেট ছিল যে আমরা 2018 নভেম্বর থেকে 2019 ফেব্রুয়ারি পর্যন্ত আমরা ন্যূনতম 100 রিটেলারকে অনবোর্ড করব, যারা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই সিস্টেম ব্যবহার করবে। আপ টু নাও এই এখন 2021-এ এসে আমাদের 34,000 রিটেলার ওই 2 ডিস্ট্রিবিউটরের আন্ডারে অনবোর্ডেড হয়েছে। সুতরাং বলা যায় যে আমাদের পাইলটটা 100% সাকসেসফুল।
The micro merchant who relied on third parties to calculate his accounts could now do it himself.
এটা লিখাতাই অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার করে আমার সব কিছু সহজ হয়ে গেছে। এখান থেকে আমি কাস্টমার, নিজের পারিবারিক সব কিছু হিসাব রাখতে পারতেছি।
আমরা বাংলাদেশে এই প্রথম মোবাইল ফোনে অ্যাপে এই হিসাবটাকে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমাদের সাথে এখানে UNCDF এবং ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন সহযোগিতা করেছেন। তাদের সহযোগিতায় আমরা এই 4 জেলায় আমাদের ইনিশিয়াল টার্গেট ছিল 2,500 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করা। আমরা এখানে 70,000 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করেছি। সারা দেশে 50 লাখেরও বেশি যে ক্ষুদ্র ব্যবসায়ী আছে, তারা মোবাইল ফোনের মাধ্যমে তাদের হিসাবটাকে ডিজিটাল পদ্ধতিতে এখন রাখতে পারছে।
The woman who only dreamt of starting her own business is now technologically enabled. All this with just one click away.
আমি 2018 সাল থেকে এইখানে আইসোসালে যুক্ত হয়েছি। আমার একটা দোকান ছিল, এখন 3টা দোকান হয়েছে। 2 দোকান আমার ভাই চালায়, 1 দোকান আমি চালাই। আমি এখন আপনাদের সাথে থাইকে ভালো আছি, সুস্থ আছি।
আমাদের এই প্রকল্পের উদ্দেশ্য ছিল কিভাবে মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট ল্যান্ডস্কেপে নারীর উপস্থিতি বাড়ানো যায়, তাদেরকে প্রযুক্তি সম্পৃক্ত করা যায় এবং আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করা যায় তাদের জন্য। এই প্রকল্পের আওতায় আমরা 200 জন নারী উদ্যোক্তা সৃষ্টি করেছি।
This also means now the merchant who relied on middlemen to pay his bills can now pay all his bills at the comfort of his home.
পেওয়েল পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দেই, প্লাস যে কোনো রিচার্জ করে দেই পেওয়েলের মাধ্যমে, কোনো জোর ঝামেলা ছাড়াই।
Cloudel Limited has built a unique aggregator platform. We call it Paywell. We could onboard 1,580 FMCG micro merchants in 4 districts, and 70% remained active when we ended the project, and they transacted around 100 transactions per month.
The rural area merchants and consumers now have access to a more informed and simplified e-commerce platform.
আমি একজন বাজার বন্ধুর উদ্যোক্তা, তো আমি নিয়মিত এক শপ থেকে পণ্য অর্ডার করে থাকি। সেখানে দেখলাম যে যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছে তারাও নিজেদের পণ্য বিক্রি করতে পারতেছে। আমি এক শপে আবেদন জানালাম যে আমার পণ্যগুলো বিক্রি করতে চাই। তো তারা আমার পণ্যের কিছু তথ্য তারা নিল এবং তারা সেই পণ্যের তথ্যগুলা তাদের বিভিন্ন ই-কমার্স সাইট প্ল্যাটফর্মে তারা প্রচার করতে শুরু করলো। আমি সেই পণ্যগুলো থেকে অনেক সফলতা পাইতেছিলাম। এর পাশাপাশি বলতে চাই এক শপকে যে তারা আমাদেরকে যে সুযোগটা করে দিয়েছেন, আমার মতো আরও যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছেন তারাও কাজে লাগিয়ে অনেক বলে সফলতা পাইতে পারে।
মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের মূল উদ্দেশ্য ছিল ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাদের আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তিকরণ এবং তার মাধ্যমে তার ব্যবসার টেকসইকরণ। আমরা এই প্রকল্পটি খুব সুন্দরভাবে সম্পন্ন করতে পেরেছি, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা প্রায় 566 জন ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাকে আমরা বাজার বন্ধু মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের আওতায় আনতে পেরেছি।
And what's more, micro merchants can now access credit opportunities while keeping their money safe through formal bank accounts.
When we started the project with UNCDF at 2018, in 4 districts we have started as piloting. As per our project plan, we have successfully onboard 500 micro merchants, but we have successfully overcome all those challenges with the help of UNCDF and Bank Asia field team as well.
Since its inception, the 6 pilot innovation models achieved enormous feats by enabling thousands of micro merchants through technology, knowledge, and digital networking. By enabling micro merchants to become active contributors, the program is aimed to positively impact the growth of the economy of Bangladesh. The greater interest for the country's sustainable development.
13 লক্ষ ব্যবসায়ী, 19 লক্ষ কর্মচারী নিয়োগ করেছেন এবং তার মাধ্যমে সেবা পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন প্রায় 17 কোটি মানুষের কাছে। এফএমসিজি এবং বাংলাদেশের আর্থিক খাতসমূহ ওরা যদি আরও এগিয়ে আসেন এবং আমাদের যদি ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারটা আরেকটু ডেভেলপ করে দেন, তাহলে এখানে অনেক বেশি বিনিয়োগের সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে।
This particular project on micro merchants in Bangladesh looks at enhancing competitiveness and growth through various interventions that includes in terms of digital financial inclusion, looking at supply chain integration, looking at the whole business development services ecosystem enhancement, and how this would lead to micro merchants having incremental income and employment.
When we started designing this the project, we actually wanted to understand the whole system. That is actually the reason why we tried to implement the system thinking here, where we wanted to understand every leverages and why actually businesses fail.
We need to put them in a database so that we can analyze and see the pattern and create or design a program that can penetrate these consumers.
Small financing lacks the formalization, the formal documents which is required to prove the creditworthiness of a borrower. This need to be just a bit open and adaptive to the changing environment, to digital platforms, to learning new technologies, and to embrace newer trainings to formalize and legalize their business. That is the key to their success.
So more we can create this kind of awareness, more we can convince people to have their own account. Okay. People would feel the pain of cost less. The activities he's doing today with MFS, all this transaction he's doing, those information is his asset today. So based on those information, a sophisticated algorithm can actually identify which merchant can receive what kind of fund. And going forward, we will see more payment case evolving in the country.
He is a retail micro merchant. 5 years ago he did not have a trade license for his business or access to proper financial service. Today, he not only has a government-approved trade license but can also access financial services with a tap on his phone. So, what happened in these 5 years? In Bangladesh, there are 2 million micro merchants involved in the retail sector, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, creating an annual transaction of $18.42 billion. However, despite the large turnover, 34.4% of the total retail micro merchants did not have trade licenses, especially the women. A large number of the micro merchants did not have any formal bank accounts, mobile phones, internet access, or any formal education. As a result, a large number of the lot had limited access to mobile financial services accounts. On Shift, SARC was designed as a solution to the problem. The aim was to involve retail micro merchants and growing businesses to be active agents in the formal economy. With this program, it was possible to develop an inclusive financial system that allowed thousands of Bangladeshi micro merchants to have easier money transactions, time management, and overall a happy business. All this at a reasonable cost, and on a sustainable basis. DRM project stimulated the expansion of digital technologies for micro merchants by encouraging innovation and links between retail and financial service industries. The program primarily focused on Sirajganj, Tangale, Jamalpur, and Shirpur districts, targeting 10,000 retail micro merchants. The pilot innovation models connected micro merchants with FMCG companies and financial service providers to accelerate their business growth using digital means. This means the micro merchants who initially spent hours bringing and piling inventory could do it in a matter of minutes.
আমাদের একটা টার্গেট ছিল যে আমরা 2018 নভেম্বর থেকে 2019 ফেব্রুয়ারি পর্যন্ত আমরা ন্যূনতম 100 রিটেলারকে অনবোর্ড করব, যারা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই সিস্টেম ব্যবহার করবে। আপ টু নাও এই এখন 2021-এ এসে আমাদের 34,000 রিটেলার ওই 2 ডিস্ট্রিবিউটরের আন্ডারে অনবোর্ডেড হয়েছে। সুতরাং বলা যায় যে আমাদের পাইলটটা 100% সাকসেসফুল।
The micro merchant who relied on third parties to calculate his accounts could now do it himself.
ইটালি খাতায় অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার করে আমার সব কিছু সহজ হয়ে গেছে। এখান থেকে আমি কাস্টমার, নিজের পারিবারিক সব কিছু হিসাব রাখতে পারতেছি।
আমরা বাংলাদেশে এই প্রথম মোবাইল ফোনে অ্যাপে এই হিসাবটাকে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমাদের সাথে এখানে UNCDF এবং ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন সহযোগিতা করেছেন। তাদের সহযোগিতায় আমরা এই 4 জেলায় আমাদের ইনিশিয়াল টার্গেট ছিল 2,500 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করা। আমরা এখানে 70,000 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করেছি। সারা দেশে 50 লাখেরও বেশি যে ক্ষুদ্র ব্যবসায়ী আছে, তারা মোবাইল ফোনের মাধ্যমে তাদের হিসাবটাকে ডিজিটাল পদ্ধতিতে এখন রাখতে পারছে।
The woman who only dreamt of starting her own business is now technologically enabled. All this with just one click away.
আমি 2018 সাল থেকে এইখানে আইসোসালে যুক্ত হয়েছি। আমার একটা দোকান ছিল, এখন 3টা দোকান হয়েছে। 2 দোকান আমার ভাই চালায়, 1 দোকান আমি চালাই। আমি এখন আপনাদের সাথে থাইকে ভালো আছি, সুস্থ আছি।
আমাদের এই প্রকল্পের উদ্দেশ্য ছিল কিভাবে মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট ল্যান্ডস্কেপে নারীর উপস্থিতি বাড়ানো যায়, তাদেরকে প্রযুক্তি সম্পৃক্ত করা যায় এবং আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করা যায় তাদের জন্য। এই প্রকল্পের আওতায় আমরা 200 জন নারী উদ্যোক্তা সৃষ্টি করেছি।
This also means now the merchant who relied on middlemen to pay his bills can now pay all his bills at the comfort of his home.
পেওয়েল পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দেই, প্লাস যে কোনো রিচার্জ করে দেই পেওয়েলের মাধ্যমে, কোনো জোর ঝামেলা ছাড়াই।
Cloudel Limited has built a unique aggregator platform. We call it Paywell. We could onboard 1,580 FMCG micro merchants in 4 districts, and 70% remained active when we ended the project, and they transacted around 100 transactions per month.
The rural area merchants and consumers now have access to a more informed and simplified e-commerce platform.
আমি একজন বাজার বন্দর উদ্যোক্তা, তো আমি নিয়মিত এক শপ থেকে পণ্য অর্ডার করে থাকি। সেখানে দেখলাম যে যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছে তারাও নিজেদের পণ্য বিক্রয় করতে পারতেছে। আমি এক শপে আবেদন জানালাম যে আমার পণ্যগুলো বিক্রি করতে চাই। তো তারা আমার পণ্যের কিছু তথ্য তারা নিল এবং তারা সেই পণ্যের তথ্যগুলা তাদের বিভিন্ন ই-কমার্স সাইট প্ল্যাটফর্মে তারা প্রচার করতে শুরু করলো। আমি সেই পণ্যগুলো থেকে অনেক সফলতা পাইতেছিলাম। এর পাশাপাশি বলতে চাই এক শপকে যে তারা আমাদেরকে যে সুযোগটা করে দিয়েছেন, আমার মতো আরও যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছেন তারাও কাজে লাগিয়ে অনেক বলে সফলতা পাইতে পারে।
মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের মূল উদ্দেশ্য ছিল ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাদের আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তিকরণ এবং তার মাধ্যমে তার ব্যবসার টেকসইকরণ। আমরা এই প্রকল্পটি খুব সুন্দরভাবে সম্পন্ন করতে পেরেছি, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা প্রায় 566 জন ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাকে আমরা বাজার বন্ধু মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের আওতায় আনতে পেরেছি।
And what's more, micro merchants can now access credit opportunities while keeping their money safe through formal bank accounts.
When we started the project with UNCDF at 2018, in 4 districts we have started as piloting. As per our project plan, we have successfully onboard 500 micro merchants, but we have successfully overcome all those challenges with the help of UNCDF and Bank Asia field team as well.
Since its inception, the 6 pilot innovation models achieved enormous feats by enabling thousands of micro merchants through technology, knowledge, and digital networking. By enabling micro merchants to become active contributors, the program is aimed to positively impact the growth of the economy of Bangladesh. The greater interest for the country's sustainable development.
লক্ষ ব্যবসায়ী, 19 লক্ষ কর্মচারী নিয়োগ করেছেন এবং তার মাধ্যমে সেবা পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন প্রায় 17 কোটি মানুষের কাছে। এফএমসিজি এবং বাংলাদেশের আর্থিক খাতসমূহ ওরা যদি আরও এগিয়ে আসেন এবং আমাদের যদি ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারটা আরেকটু ডেভেলপ করে দেন, তাহলে এখানে অনেক বেশি বিনিয়োগের সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে।
This particular project on micro merchants in Bangladesh looks at enhancing competitiveness and growth through various interventions that includes in terms of digital financial inclusion, looking at supply chain integration, looking at the whole business development services ecosystem enhancement, and how this would lead to micro merchants having incremental income and employment.
When we started designing this the project, we actually wanted to understand the whole system. That is actually the reason why we tried to implement the system thinking here, where we wanted to understand every leverages and why actually businesses fail.
we need to put them in a database so that we can analyze and see the pattern and create or design a program that can penetrate these consumers.
Small financing lacks the formalization, the formal documents which is required to prove the creditworthiness of a borrower. This need to be just a bit open and adaptive to the changing environment, to digital platforms, to learning new technologies, and to embrace newer trainings to formalize and legalize their business. That is the key to their success.
So more we can create this kind of awareness, more we can convince people to have their own account. Okay. People would feel the pain of cost less. The activities he's doing today with MFS, all this transaction he's doing, those information is his asset today. So based on those information, a sophisticated algorithm can actually identify which merchant can receive what kind of fund. And going forward, we will see more payment case evolving in the country.
He is a retail micro merchant. 5 years ago, he did not have a trade license for his business or access to proper financial service. Today, he not only has a government-approved trade license but can also access financial services with a tap on his phone. So, what happened in these 5 years? In Bangladesh, there are 2 million micro merchants involved in the retail sector, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, creating an annual transaction of $18.42 billion. However, despite the large turnover, 34.4% of the total retail micro merchants did not have trade licenses, especially the women. A large number of the micro merchants did not have any formal bank accounts, mobile phones, internet access, or any formal education. As a result, a large number of the lot had limited access to mobile financial services accounts. On Shift, SARC was designed as a solution to the problem. The aim was to involve retail micro merchants and growing businesses to be active agents in the formal economy. With this program, it was possible to develop an inclusive financial system that allowed thousands of Bangladeshi micro merchants to have easier money transactions, time management, and overall a happy business.
Hello.
All this at a reasonable cost and on a sustainable basis.
Dear audience, please take your respected seats. We will resume the conference shortly.
The program primarily focused on Sirajganj, Dangal, Jamalpur, and Shahpur districts, targeting 10,000 retail micro merchants. The pilot innovation models connected micro merchants with FMCG companies and financial service providers to accelerate their business growth using digital means. This means the micro merchants who initially spent hours bringing and piling inventory could do it in a matter of minutes.
আমাদের একটা টার্গেট ছিল যে আমরা 2018 নভেম্বর থেকে 2019 ফেব্রুয়ারি পর্যন্ত আমরা ন্যূনতম 100 রিটেলারকে অনবোর্ড করব, যারা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই সিস্টেম ব্যবহার করবে। আপ টু নাও এই এখন 2021-এ এসে আমাদের 34,000 রিটেলার ওই 2 ডিস্ট্রিবিউটরের আন্ডারে অনবোর্ডেড হয়েছে। সুতরাং বলা যায় যে আমাদের পাইলটটা 100% সাকসেসফুল।
The micro merchant who relied on third parties to calculate his accounts could now do it himself.
ইটালি খাতায় অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার করে আমার সব কিছু সহজ হয়ে গেছে। এখান থেকে আমি কাস্টমার, নিজের পারিবারিক সব কিছু হিসাব রাখতে পারতেছি।
আমরা বাংলাদেশে এই প্রথম মোবাইল ফোনে অ্যাপে এই হিসাবটাকে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমাদের সাথে এখানে UNCDF এবং ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন সহযোগিতা করেছেন। তাদের সহযোগিতায় আমরা এই 4 জেলায় আমাদের ইনিশিয়াল টার্গেট ছিল 2,500 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করা। আমরা এখানে 70,000 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করেছি। সারা দেশে 50 লাখেরও বেশি যে ক্ষুদ্র ব্যবসায়ী আছে, তারা মোবাইল ফোনের মাধ্যমে তাদের হিসাবটাকে ডিজিটাল পদ্ধতিতে এখন রাখতে পারছে।
The woman who only dreamt of starting her own business is now technologically enabled, all this with just one click away.
Dear audience, please come forward and take the front seats. Thank you. Dear audience, please take your respected seats. We will resume the conference shortly. Hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will start the second panel discussion on agility and resilience of small business amidst and after the pandemic. We have Mr. Malik Kotadia, co-founder and global board chairman, GIFT Forum, as our host for this session. He will be joining us online.
Power pack panel right at the onset. Our apologies for the slight delay. We were just joking that we were having digital disruption here in real life and real time, but somehow we managed to navigate it. So I think we have panelists from 4 different countries, so just bear with us. Before I kickstart this panel, and we'll try to build upon what was discussed in the previous panel, it's my absolute delight to invite our panelists for a very quick 30-second, 1-minute introduction. So I will, invite Kalidas Ghosh, who's there from Vietnam, Hoc Lai Chia, who's there from Singapore, who's the founding president of the Singapore FinTech Association. We have Bijon, my former city colleague, who's there from Bangladesh. And I think we have a Mr. Mushtaq. I can't see him. I don't know, maybe perhaps his camera is off. Mr. Mushtaq is there from Bangladesh as well. So without further ado, let's start with the introductions. Kali, do you want to go first, followed by Hoklai, Bijon, and Mr. Mushtaq?
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege and honor to be here speaking to all of you and with this panel. My name is Kalidas. I'm working with the largest consumer finance company in Vietnam. We started about 10 years back, and we are part of a large banking group. And one of our key areas of focus in the last 1.5, 2 years have been around digital payments and micro merchants. So glad to be here and talk a little bit about your experiences, but more importantly, learn from yours.
Thank you, Kali. Hoklai, over to you, please.
Thanks, Malik. Hi, my name is Hoc Lai. I'm the founding president of the Singapore FinTech Association. We were founded in 2016 November, but we have grown significantly over the years. Today, we have more than 900 corporate members. And also, we are also a very internationally focused organization. To date, we have more than 60 partnerships in 40 countries. So you can see that FinTech is a sector that is quite borderless, and it's a sector that is growing rapidly in the ASEAN region.
Thank you, Hoklai. And I just have a request to the panelists and the others who are not speaking, perhaps if they can put themselves on mute. We had some background echo. So only the person who's talking should be on unmute. Bijon, over to you, please.
Thank you for inviting me. This is Bijon. I work in a consulting company called Light Castle Partners. We have been working here for the last 7 years, collecting a lot of data from the market. We have worked extensively with SMEs, with MSMEs through different accelerator programs and incubators throughout Bangladesh. On top of that, we also act as buy-side advisors to multiple venture funds, including a catalytic fund called PWG by Swiss Development Corporation and as well as Bangladesh Limited, which is $65 million VC fund by the government of Bangladesh. I'm very excited to be here and share perspectives on SMEs and what happened during the COVID and the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijon. And Mr. Mushtaq, can you give a brief introduction, please? You are on mute, Mr. Mushtaq, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you. So I have 2 devices, one mobile phone, one television, one is my laptop. If I off my
I think we are having an echo, so if you're on 2 devices, you may have to do one.
If I if I leave one, then I just check. Am I audible now?
Yes,
Hello?
please. Carry on.
Yes, this is Mushtaq Hassan. Chairman, Bangladesh Small and Cottage Industries Corporation. I am happy to participate in this event. As you know, Bangladesh Small and Cottage Industries Corporation, in brief, BSIC, has been working in Bangladesh since 1957. Already 64 years we have been running this organization, and our key mandate is to develop entrepreneur in Bangladesh, and we are the promoter of cottage, micro, small and medium enterprises. We have a huge number of initiatives, creation of entrepreneurs, conducted training for the entrepreneurs, allocate a small credit from BSIC, and also make arrangement for entrepreneurs to bank for getting credit. And we also have been working for women entrepreneurship promotion. We are working for promoting one-stop services, and next month or after or within 2 months, we will also launch a big online market for BSIC. So we have 76 industrial estates, where cottage and micro industries are there, and we have many 15 skill development center where 14 we train entrepreneurs in 14 disciplines using 15 skill development center. We have honey processing center, and we have 6 entrepreneur training center for honey in the field of honey, and we have many other incentive program, and we are planning to establish incubation center here. Many countries have incubation center for startup or small entrepreneurs, but we didn't have yet, but we are going to launch very soon. So in fact, we have been delivering A to Z services for CMSMEs, particularly cottage, micro, small and enterprises. So I am happy to participate in this event, and if you have any clarification or desire to know any issues about micro, small and cottage entrepreneurships, I am ready to answer. I don't want to stop here, and if you need further clarification, I can explain later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mushtaq. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have a pretty diverse set of perspectives here. We have a banker who's in lending from Vietnam. We have an ecosystem leader like Hoc Lai, who's been developing cross-border bridges in the fintech community. We have Bijon, who's actually doing on-ground work in terms of the fintechs and startups in Bangladesh. And then we have Mr. Mushtaq, whose organization obviously kind of works with the grassroots organizations and the micro, small and medium enterprises. So before I start with my question, just a very quick context. And I think we all understand the theme of today's session is leaving no micro merchant behind. So obviously small and micro merchants are critical for any economy, and it's not just about Bangladesh or South Asia, but even in Southeast Asia, as we'll hear from Kalidas and Hoc Lai in the ASEAN region as well. MSMEs, kind of form the backbone of the economy in so many ways, and therefore it's important from a national standpoint as well to ensure that we support their development, and UNCDF is doing great work in that respect. Just some very quick snippets, which some of you or many of you might be aware of, but let me recap. So UNCDF did a study in 2018 in Bangladesh, and the micro merchant segment is worth $20 billion. And it has close to 1.5 million micro merchants. This leads to direct or indirect employment of more than 2 million people, and more than 50,000 people enter this segment every year. It is also important from a lending perspective, and it's also important from a gender equality perspective, because we are now beginning to see more and more women micro entrepreneurs as well. Another interesting thing we see is most of these micro merchants have mobile phones, and we are beginning to see a greater percentage of smartphones. So as we heard in the previous panel, innovation is an important component of this. But we try and zoom in on, in this panel, we'll try and zoom in on the the challenge and perhaps the opportunity of the pandemic that we saw last year and which in many ways continues now as well. And obviously we all understand it's been a significant shock to the economic system, but more so to the micro merchants, the micro and small enterprises and the small retailers. UNCDF did a study which showcased that both from a demand and supply side, there was a significant challenge for the micro merchants, especially in the first quarter when lockdowns, etc., were announced. But we also saw something interesting, and that is that we've seen a remarkable resiliency. We have seen the small merchants adapt to the new situation, to the new normal. We've seen them adopt technology like never before. We've seen, both in terms of demand and supply side, adoption of technology, leapfrogging by 5 years, and that has helped to kind of develop a much more sustainable and structural resiliency. So that is what we'll kind of focus on. And on that, let me start off by going to Bijon. Bijon, I know you've done some interesting studies, especially during the pandemic, on what have been the key pain points for merchants. So can you shed some light on that? What were the pain points? How did they kind of navigate through it? How did they overcome it? And perhaps what was the role of digitization in all of this?
Thank you, Malik, for giving me the opportunity. I think when pandemic hit back in March, all over the world seemed like something out of a movie, related stranger than fiction. And I think a lot of the SMEs, micro merchants, they were on the first line of fire because they have very small retained earnings, right? They don't have much more capital to fall back on. At the same time, their demand for their products and services also nosedive. So without capital, without access to lending, different kind of facilities, credit lines, and without access to customers, they faced a difficult time. And we did research all over Bangladesh, and we found that more than 50% had at least a 50% drop in revenue immediately, and within 3 to 4 months, they would close down if they didn't have fresh injections of capital or they didn't have increments in demand. And I think while the government responded using Vision of Lives and Livelihoods, after the economy kind of opened up, they have bounced back because the demand has also increased and everything. Result not at the 2019 levels, but I think the survivability factor has definitely increased. What's very important was that during this process, especially in the cities, there has been a kind of a large scope for digitalization. And we have seen these platform companies, be it companies like Sheba XYZ, who kind of links, serve microservices to kind of your home, be it e-groceries, who kind of needs a large delivery network, where micro SMEs can act like as the delivery network as well. Be it platforms like ShopUp, we kind of tries to digitize micro merchants as well as digital businesses. So we have seen that push in digitalization happening. And I think what would have taken possibly a couple of years has been squeezed in a couple of months, especially in the cities. The demand for e-groceries kind of tripled overnight. And customers are getting more used to digitalizations as well. Micro merchants are also now more open to digitalizations as well. I think those are some of the trends that we're seeing. And towards the end of the year, we can also see these platform companies like ShopUp, which raised a massive, $20 million. And then other companies who are working with agricultural micro merchants like iFarmer, again, raised $1 million. Logistics companies have been, again, raising couple of $1 million as well. And within the first 3 months of 2021, we have already seen a lot of these platform companies contributing to close to $30 million of raise in just 3 months. Just to give you a context, in 2020, the total raise was 40. And on the first 3 months, we've already raised close to $30 million. So I think this scope of digitalization shows a lot of promise. And I think these merchants will have better access to markets. Will have better management. And because the data will be safe, they have better access to market, I do believe we can also act out different alternative credit lines for them as well. So I'm very excited and I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijon. I think you made a couple of important points. One is on the role of the platform economy and how it helped leapfrog, in your words, from a couple of months, or rather, short circuit a couple of years worth of digitization into a couple of months. I have read some studies and I've discussed with some friends where they say we've seen a leapfrogging of 5 years or more in a single year. So I think there is unanimity that this year has seen opportunity in adversity, and especially the micro merchants have really adapted in a very, very resilient and quick way, and taken to digital technologies like never before. And you gave the example of e-groceries. I think cloud kitchens is another example. Digital finance is another big one, in whether it is in terms of digital banking, digital payments, digital lending. And on that segue, I would like to go to both Hoklai and Kalidas, and let's get some ASEAN perspective. So Hoklai, you obviously are a pioneer of the fintech ecosystem in Singapore, and Singapore being a hub, clearly attracts companies from all over ASEAN. And on the other hand, the Singapore companies do expand to different ASEAN markets like Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, etc. And as we've discussed, one of the key enablers in this shift towards digitization is obviously fintech and alternative finance, if I may say so, whether it is in terms of lending or how big data and analytics has been used more smartly and more actively, or even in terms of the large scale adoption we've seen of digital payments. So give us some perspective on what you've seen, not just in Singapore, but wearing your ASEAN hat. And also give us 2 or 3 examples that particularly struck you, which you think were very effective, very disruptive, and they would have an impact not just during the pandemic, but something that can be sustainable as well post-pandemic. Hoklai, you're on mute.
Yeah, we give some context. A typical fintech is quite small in size in Singapore. The median size of number of employees is about 10 in Singapore. Having said that, Singapore is also a regional hub for fintech. About 40% of all the ASEAN fintech companies are based in Singapore. And this also, the small size also means that these fintechs are particularly vulnerable when COVID-19 hits Singapore, because 80% of these fintech companies also operate beyond Singapore. So we did a survey with our members. We have more than 900 corporate members. We did a survey with them in March, right at the beginning of the COVID-19 and where all the lockdowns happening. 50% of them indicated that they were severely impacted by COVID-19 in 3 areas. First, sales. Second, cash, because without sales, yet you have fixed operating costs. Your cash runway is shortening. Third, funding. Because of COVID-19 created a lot of uncertainty. There is a lot of challenges in getting new funding. Investors still have their investment mandate, but they are focusing on their existing portfolio companies. So we immediately see some subsectors more affected, especially those B2C focused fintech companies, especially those alternative lenders, especially those that focus a lot on using some sort of balance sheet financing, because for obvious reasons, bad debt will be high. And also those that are travel related because of the global lockdown. Those travel related companies, including those like aggregators, especially those focused on travel insurance. So one of the bigger ones like GoBear, eventually they had to shut down. So they didn't able to navigate out of this COVID-19. But another company called UTrip, they focus on multi-currency travel cards. They pivoted and based on their core strength of multi-currency, they pivoted to e-commerce to provide a secure payment gateway. So these are very good examples. But I think the other thing is that the industry association did a lot to help these fintechs during the beginning period to lengthen their runway so that they are able to recover. For example, for SFA, we work with the Monetary Authority of Singapore and AMTD, one of the fintech conglomerate, to come up with a 6 million Singapore dollar solidarity grant. In fact, so far we have disbursed 1.5 million Sing dollar to more than 200 members. We also came up with the world's first fintech certification program, whereby we certified fintech companies and make them eligible for some of the government grants, including up to $120,000 for their expenses on digital tools, including cloud hosting, because a typical fintech would spend about 60,000 Sing dollar per annum on cloud computing. We also work with some of the players that are still doing well, like AMTD and Razer. Together, they came out with more than $100 million of funding for these fintechs during COVID-19 when they have challenges in getting funding. This fund provides equity investment and bridging loans. So all this helps them to tide through, and I think in the end, we see a great recovery. In fact, funding, we start seeing investment recovering since May, and I think for the whole of 2020, Singapore exceeded our fintech investment in 2019. In 2019, I think we have 1.2 billion. I think in 2020, we slightly exceeded that. So we see a lot of resilience in this sector. I can share more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Hawklai. You made some important observations, and if I had to kind of summarize some of the key points, you spoke about pivoting, and I think Bijon here, because he also works with startups, would probably echo that as well, as would many of our people in the audience. So obviously the need to pivot and not get disheartened by what's going on, that is an important takeaway. The other is the kind of the support from MAS or the government or SFA acting as a facilitator. So that is, I think, useful for our friends here from Bangladesh and UNCDF. And the other thing, you also spoke about portfolio stresses, and especially in the context of alternative lending. So with that segue, let me go over to Kalidas, because he runs the largest lending company in Vietnam, and he's kind of a stalwart of this space. Kali, we also know that for a variety of reasons, Vietnam was not as adversely affected as its other ASEAN neighbors, or perhaps other countries in South Asia. So tell us, as we were chatting, what has been your observation in terms of the impact of the pandemic, especially on the micro merchants, because you obviously fund a significant portion of the micro merchants. How has FE Credit pivoted in this period to support them more proactively? Have you had things like payment holidays or deferrals, etc.? And more importantly, what kind of initiatives have you, and perhaps in conjunction with the Vietnamese authorities or policymakers, taken for capacity building? So we've heard the ways to navigate through this and the challenges from Hawklai. Let's bring it to life by hearing it from you on how it has translated in Vietnam. Kali, you're also on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Thanks, Malik. So just to talk about the FE Credit experience here, we were initially a traditional finance company focused purely on financing assets, small asset purchase and cash loans. And then over a period of time, we built a very large base of customers. We have so far lent to almost more than 11 billion customers, close to 12 million customers. And even before the pandemic, but more during the pandemic, we realized the value of retaining these customers, especially those who are performing well among these 12 million, close to 90% of them, and start having a longer term engagement with them beyond installment loans. So we started granting credit lines. And then we realized that, of course, one of the uses of the credit line would be to withdraw cash. But then we also wanted to promote retail usage, retail purchases, especially through the digital payment option, because all these credit lines were actually delivered on the mobile phone through the mobile app. That's when we realized the necessity to actually bring the large base of, by some estimates, 4 million, by some estimates, 5 million micro merchants in Vietnam, which contribute to more than 90% of the retail volume. And Vietnam is one of the, at least pre-pandemic, was one of the fastest growing retail markets in the world. And our aim was basically to send our customers with purchasing power in their hand into these micro merchants. Now, this became very relevant during the pandemic because obviously the health situation out of the pandemic was very well controlled in Vietnam. But obviously, Vietnam being a part of the world economy, the economic impact was quite strongly felt, just like any other places in the world. Probably to a lesser extent, but still close to 70-75% of the people and their income were affected. So the purchasing tendencies, especially in some of the tourist spots, in some of the more middle class neighborhoods in various cities were definitely affected from before. And that's when our digital payments, which gave offshoot to actually, using the cash flows to finance those merchants and then add additional value added services. I mean, when we started, we were purely looking at making sure that our customers could use their credit line to purchase. But what obviously came out of that, micro merchants who were not in our target segment earlier now has a cash flow to demonstrate their business. And we were very keen and very fast in leveraging that to be able to get into that segment and start lending to them, which at the time of pandemic obviously came in handy because the earlier credit lines which were available to them were typically secured lines from banks, which were very difficult to access. And then we found that, slowly what was envisaged to be a pure play payment platform, a digital payment platform, started blossoming into an ecosystem because now it gave us opportunities to do, in turn, build purchasing profiles of customers, including, types and volume of purchase, and then make promotions to the customers on the demand side, which would again then promote the supply side, and that we support with the help of financing, and that then becomes, a self-fulfilling kind of virtuous cycle, which keeps reinforcing each other. So a simple digital payment system actually becomes a marketplace. Then we bring, value-added procurement services, ERPs, tax filing and purchasing, procurement services, supply chain finance, even protection, wealth management products for these micro merchants from third parties like insurance and asset managers onto the same platform. So I think the pandemic accelerated this because the micro merchants saw the value of being able to access a larger set. We were able to actually map across Vietnam the merchants to our customer base. So on one hand, we tied up with about 500,000 micro merchants, about 550 or 1,000 by now, increasing by about 50,000 a month, who are enabled with our merchant wallet, who can accept the payment from our customers. And on the other hand, we acquire about 200 to 50,000 new customers every month. So the combination of this actually fueled the growth of the digital payment platform, which in turn blossomed into an ecosystem. So it's been a wonderful experience and something which I wouldn't say was built partially by chance and partially by design. It was not entirely so well thought through that we can lay claims to have thought about it earlier. But it's been a wonderful experience, and I'm sure the pandemic and the feeling of improving their business among these micro merchants certainly helped us promote our concept much faster than it would have been under normal circumstances. So I think those were the highlights, but of course, if there's any specific area, I can delve into as you wish.
Thank you, Kalian, and that was quite an inspiring note. You said it was a wonderful experience twice, and it's quite uplifting to hear somebody talk about 2020 and its experiences and learnings being wonderful. So thanks for that inspiring note. I think most of us remember 2020 in a rather aberrant sort of way. You are one of the few who actually had a smile when talking about it. So, I just wanted to call that out, that you really seem to have inspired me, at least on that front. But you made a couple of important observations. You spoke about ecosystem. You spoke about the use of data and analytics. That again is something we'll go back to both Bijon and Hawkley. And you also, spoke about this two-sided marketplace kind of a concept. So the right and smart use of data to cross-sell, upsell, and building a more self-sustaining ecosystem. I'll come back to that. That is definitely an interesting topic, and I'm also mindful of time. But I want to go back to what Hawkley said earlier about policy and how the Singapore government and MAS has supported it. So on that segue, I want to go to Mr. Mushtaq. I know that not just Singapore or other ASEAN governments, but even Bangladesh government has supported the micro merchants in many ways, in terms of policies, in terms of perhaps budgetary allocations, some sort of subsidies, etc. And these were meant to target different segments within the micro merchants. But we would like to hear from you, Mr. Mushtaq, on which segment do you think has been impacted the most positively? And how has this helped not just in immediate crisis management for the micro merchants, but in developing a more sustainable capacity? So let's say at some point, if the vaccines, etc., we leave the pandemic behind, what does it mean for the small and micro enterprises, not just in your cooperative, but the 2 million plus micro merchants in Bangladesh? how have these programs or policies by the government kind of fortified them and made them more resilient for the future as well? So this question is for you, Mr. Mushtaq.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, thank you very much for the issue by you. You see, during pandemic situation, Bangladesh Small and Cottage Industry Corporation BC, we have 76 small size industrial estate, where many micro and small entrepreneurs are there. And during the pandemic situation, pandemic period, every department was blocked, but our 76 industrial estate were operated because most of the food items and also medicine and also oxygen, everything is produced in our basic industrial estate. That is why later on I have seen and during pandemic period, all basic estate was functional and we didn't see any worker affected by COVID-19. So taking lesson from this, and you see all industries in Bangladesh are opened and all are now functioning. It is a lesson from the basic. But in fact, those who are cottage and micro enterprise or family enterprises, those enterprises are seriously affected during the pandemic situation. And most of them, they don't have marketing, particularly those who are cottage industries, very low, having very low asset they are seriously affected. And you see, we have another mandate to make marketing for the micro and small enterprises, and we organize many fairs all over Bangladesh. But pandemic period, total we didn't continue fair in Bangladesh, and that is why they have very small manufacturer that didn't sold out those products. And we already started organizing fair in all over Bangladesh, and our small entrepreneurs are participating there and they are selling the goods, and somehow they are surviving some way. But the issue is, in our entrepreneurship, about 99% are the small and micro enterprise in Bangladesh, and they are seriously crisis. They have a fund crisis, and also our Prime Minister allocates some incentive program for them, and 20,000 crore taka for micro entrepreneurship, and also, but this is a difficult program because to access this program, they have to take loan, giving a mortgage. But it is difficult for small and micro enterprises to submit mortgage. And Honorable Prime Minister also sanctioned another program that is 3,000 crores of taka for the youth entrepreneur, and it is totally mortgage free. And we also, BC Bangladesh Small and Cottage Corporation, we also have a entrepreneurship credit program, but this is a too small and nothing in compared to demand. So now our small and micro entrepreneurs are seriously suffering for fund crisis. So they need a fund, and government allocation it is very little in compared to their demand. Their demand is huge. If we are able to deliver credit for our family business or micro cottage entrepreneurship, it will help a lot. And the government is trying, and BC also working hard. But in that respect, if we get any support from development partner for a micro entrepreneurship program, particularly giving credit for short-term credit for 1 year or 2 years, it would be very helpful for them. But BC have been working seriously about the marketing, because long time small enterprise, those who are manufacturer, cottage industries, they didn't market their product because they don't have any sales center or display center. That totally depends on fair. when BC organized fair, we organize fair in all districts of Bangladesh, 64 districts, and they sell their product. But it was stopped since last 1 year. We have started here, but it is a serious issue for fund for our micro entrepreneurs. So it is our request if BC can get fund, maybe a donation or with a low interest rate, then our huge, more than 10 million entrepreneurs will survive, and they may continue their business. So it is fund crisis is the serious and number one issue for micro and cottage industries or family enterprises in Bangladesh. So we are struggling for managing fund for them.
Thank you, Mr. Mushtaq.
Do you want to know any other issue?
No, I think that is that was quite heartfelt, and I was very keenly, and I think all the other panelists were very keenly listening to you when you were making that heartfelt appeal. So I actually now want to turn this over to all the three distinguished panelists here. I heard two things loud and clear. One is that as we understand, as time passes, the cash crunch or the capital crunch for these micro merchants gets more and more severe, and obviously funds is their number one challenge, number one pain point, and number one priority. You also spoke about something else, and you said that BSIC as their umbrella organization used to do a lot of fairs and bazaars and promote these small merchants because they could not market on their own. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, that has stopped. And that is where I would like to go to Bijon and Hoklai. We spoke, and also Kali, because we spoke about the platform economy. We spoke about how offline models have shifted to online. We also spoke about how especially the smaller retailers and merchants have shown resiliency by quickly adapting to online business models, something that perhaps they were not really, if not familiar with, but certainly not in their consideration set immediately, and they have adapted to it. So if we put it on both sides of the equation, so one is on the how can we give them better and more sustainable economic opportunities through the platform economy, and on the other hand, by helping them sustain their business through these tough times till things get normalized, how can we use data, as Kali said, and use maybe innovative solutions like bill discounting online, or invoice financing, or other fintech tools to keep their cash flow going? Because to my mind, this is a two-sided problem. There's no point giving them a one-off grant, because that will only go so far. So you have to create a situation where their cash flow keeps going, but you have to also create a sustainable business opportunity. And if there are some best practices or observations or learnings, Hoklai, you may have from your hat, not just in Singapore, but across the region, Kali, from your hat of actually lending to these micro merchants and using the data to kind of create a more sustainable model. And Bijon, in terms of your research and your work with the small scale merchants, if you can just share your thoughts in 2-3 minutes, because I know we have to wrap up in another 7 or 8 minutes. So Hoklai, if you can just start, and then maybe Kali and Bijon will give you the last word, if you can keep it brief as well. Thank you. Hoklai, you're on
One
mute
thing,
again.
one thing that came out well from this COVID-19 pandemic is that an increase in digital adoption, not just by consumers, but also by the financial institutions. Their demand for digitalization increased tremendously. Then on the other hand, a lot of the fintech companies in Singapore are B2B. However, the restriction in international travel curtailed their business development. So then in Singapore, we have this platform called API Exchange, EPIX platform, which is a subsidiary from World Bank and MAS. So with this platform, it helps the fintech companies to put their API there. And on the other hand, the financial institutions can use this platform to discover new digital solutions. And on the other hand, even EPIX itself pivoted during the pandemic because there was a sudden surge in demand for hackathons by all the big organizations, whether is it World Bank, United Nations, the Bank of International Settlements. So they pivoted to start doing a lot of hackathons for these organizations that are looking for innovative digital finance solutions from the fintech company. So in a way, the Epics pivoting to hackathons help to address in part the needs of the challenges of these fintech companies in doing sales when there is a lot of lockdown. And on the other hand, for the association, we came up with a compliance readiness program because 80% of our fintechs are B2B and they deal with a lot of financial institutions which have to deal with regulations related to technology risk, cyber hygiene, outsourcing. So we use this program to upskill these fintech companies during the lull period so that they become more proficient when they are dealing with the financial institutions. We even give them a digital self-assessment tool so that they know where are their gaps, and they have workshops. We have workshops for them so that they know how to plug their gap, so that when the recovery come and it actually came, they can become more effective in selling to the financial institution. Thanks.
Thank you, Hoklai. And that was actually an excellent point, that rather than feeling despondent in 2020, use the downtime to not just self-upgrade yourself individually and as maybe as a small startup, but be compliance ready. I think that was an important point, and the use of a platform like Apex and the use of API. So that was quite helpful. Thank you for that, Hoklai. So Kali, in the context of obviously, APIs is something that we are hearing more and more of, and large financial institutions like yourself are more open to partnering with innovative fintech solutions to deliver these last mile solutions than ever before. Maybe if you can leave our audience with one or two key learnings or key best practices that you might have noticed, something that they could implement in the context of Bangladesh and maybe alleviate the pain points that Mr. Mushtaq kind of articulated.
Yeah, thanks, Malik. So you talked about two sides of the platform, right? On one hand, supporting the businesses, on the other hand, actually promoting them. And for us, as I said, I mean, when we started, one of the benefits that we got is we were not charging any so-called merchant discounts for this digital payment platform, because primarily we had the interest income on the credit lines from the demand side customers, from the individual customers. So moment it started, where the merchants saw that this was a new payment channel opening up at no extra cost for them, no dilution of their margins, when they started accepting the payments, we figured out that we have the capability to capture the profile of the customers and their payment pattern, and in turn drive traffic into the merchants themselves. And that's when the merchant again realized higher value. And in this process, the cash flow which was created is what we were using, leveraging for finance. So that the initial intention was to create a payment platform, and it became a broader marketplace. And then we obviously put other services, have started putting other services. And because it was built on a digital core, the technology platform which was built on a digital core, we were, for example, the merchant lending at the end of the day, especially for some categories, is a bit of a high-touch model. While we can use digital data to pre-filter merchants and decide on their line amount, the management of that portfolio sometimes requires a bit of a high touch, because continuity of some of these merchants may be an issue. So risk management will probably have to be a different type than a program lending like pure consumer finance. And then we found that there were 2 or 3 startups, not necessarily fintech, but of course everybody uses digital technology for lending now. And they were available for us to actually run the last mile. So while we pre-selected customers, generated the demand, told them about the program, the final management was actually done by a set of small startups which were going out and meeting these customers, these merchants, customizing the loan product, and then actually managing them by collecting the payments, etc. And this was possible because the platform was able to integrate with their system very easily. So while they carried out their field staff, carried out their processes, we were able to build their entire model on our platform, like what we call a white label product. So it was maybe a similar concept to what just now you talked about API exchange, except for us, we are not merely an exchange, but a business platform itself, where you can actually execute a business model if you have. So on one hand, it gave rise to this platform, to this ecosystem. On the other hand, it also opened up opportunities where participants on the demand or the supply side could actually join, or people with self-sustaining or end-to-end business models could join and and execute their business models for us. We're working with about 3 or 4 fintechs, especially on the retail micro merchant area. One of them I just spoke about, a couple of them with different types of loan dispersal, loan structures with whom we are now doing pilots. So yes, it's still evolving, but the experience has certainly motivated us to look at this as a completely new field and build it further.
Thank you, Kali. And if I had to summarize it, I think you mentioned high tech, high touch as your kind of mode of innovation, not only using an API kind of model to embed the fintechs into your system, but also ensuring that they become your last mile providers and they fill the last mile gap. So that is actually very interesting. And I was discussing with the UNCDF team offline before this, and these are exactly some of the challenges which we continue to encounter in terms of the last mile, etc. So I think we should continue this dialogue offline as well amongst us with you, with Hokla, etc., and see how we can continue to support UNCDF in its mission, because some of these could actually be very implementable solutions in the context of Bangladesh and what Mr. Mushtaq Hassan spoke about as a challenge. So Bijon, you have the last word, and we are almost out of time. So you have a couple of minutes if you can just give your last thoughts, please.
No, thank you. I think I'll start with a quote that was given by the economist, I think a couple of years back. Software is eating the world. And unfortunately, or fortunately for us, I think that's true. And we have seen technology become part and parcel of our daily lives to a much larger extent what's been there. I think we had the tech bubble, the dot-com bubble, and then we had the globalization bubble, and now we had this the smartphone and the mobile app bubble as well. So all kind of staggered one after the other. I think that really changed the way we operate. And I often say in Bangladesh, people aren't just leapfrogging laptops or desktops to go to mobile, they're leapfrogging banking to go into digital financial services. Bikash, which was invested by Ant Financials in 2018, one of the largest mobile financial service provider, has close to 50 million account holder. Just think, in a country of 160 million, 50 million is one particular entity. And then there are other entities like Nogod, other entities, banks that has a lot of them have digital wallets. So I think definitely the pandemic has accelerated that digitalization. Demand has also moved into digital. Our classes and everything we never thought would go into online. Those went into online and likely to remain hybrid. And the government is also taking different initiatives, including IDTP, which would allow interoperability between different financial operators. And I think the days and far where we would be able to make a lot of this banking transaction, digital transaction through our mobile and digital wallets. So I'm very excited for the future of this digitalization space, and I do believe MSMEs, with the demographic bulge that we have, early adopters of technology, we already have close to 50 million people a smartphone. Reducing cost of this technology hardware, we will go into digital much faster, and we definitely see this becoming integral part and parcel of the MSME, SME landscape going forward. Whether it's access to market, whether it's access to capital, whether it's business management, whether it's just managing economy and demand side as well. So all will kind of move into digital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bijon. And I think to sum it up, you mentioned a very important point and very well articulated in a single word, that was leapfrogging. And we've seen it in country after country, right? It started with China, then India, then Indonesia, in some ways Vietnam as well, and now Bangladesh. And of course, who can forget M-Pesa, the original pioneer of this in Kenya, and then GCash and smart money in the Philippines as well. So we've seen exactly this kind of a thing that, or now with the blockchain project in Cambodia, CBDC. So we've seen countries which were actually, behind the curve, suddenly leapfrogging and getting ahead of the curve. They didn't go through those intermediate steps. And I think this is a very encouraging and promising note to conclude our conversation at. Kali, of course, had some, encouraging notes here. You kind of helped us conclude on a very optimistic note by talking about leapfrogging. I know there is one question from Sahana. So Rajiv, I don't know if we have time very quickly to address that question, or do we conclude here? Whatever you suggest, I'll take it on there. Or maybe we can quickly direct this to Kali, and if you can answer it in 1 minute, Kali, then we'll give it to you. Okay, so let's just, okay. So Sahana's question is for you, Kali. What would you say is more important for MSMEs, the payment piece or the finance piece? And you
Oh,
can
of
answer
course,
that
finance.
quickly.
The
Finance.
finance piece, undoubtedly the finance piece, but the finance which is made easier by the payment platform is, Sone Pe Suhaga. So.
Thank you. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in thanking my wonderful panelists. Each one of them brought very, not only very different perspectives, but many which were very, very practical and some which we can perhaps continue the conversation on and try and leverage for, helping and assisting this program, wonderful work that it is doing going forward. So I thank Hoklai, Kali, Mr. Mostak, and Bijon for their perspectives and for their openness in sharing, some of the best practices in these challenging times. Thank you, and we'll turn it over to the organizer.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, and Rajiv, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. For the third panel discussion on women participation in retail business in Bangladesh, we have Ms. Nandini, Senior Advisor, Inclusive Digital Economics, UNCDF, to start the session. She will be joining us online. And right now, I would like to call on stage Shoko Isiwaka, Country Representative, UN Women Bangladesh, Saqib Nabi, Country Representative, ICCO, Bangladesh.
This amazing panel of experts today focused on really understanding the future of women's participation in retail business in Bangladesh. With me today we have a very esteemed set of panelists. We have, and I think the MC just announced several of them, but I'll just say it again. Ms. Shoko Ishikawa, the country representative from UN Women Bangladesh. Ms. Sahana Arun Kumar, the Managing Director for Amarante Consulting, Ms. Rubaba Daula, Country Managing Director for Oracle Bangladesh, and Mr. Shakeb Nabi, the Country Representative for ICCO Cooperation, Bangladesh. I'm Nandini Harihareshwara. I'm a Senior Advisor on Inclusive Digital Economies, and I'm your moderator today. So we're pleased to have two people in Bangladesh sitting live, Shoko and Rakeb, and then the rest of us we have digitally. So it's a mixed event. So we appreciate all of your patience while doing while switching between connections and people. Hopefully, it won't be too bad. So what I am going to be asking each panelist to do is to first introduce themselves, speak to their organization in maybe a very fast summary of what their organization does, and then maybe highlighting one initiative from your respective work, ideally in Bangladesh or a similar country, that are focused on initiatives for women micro merchants. And what I would love is if you could focus on the insights that surprised you. So we all, we have a very esteemed audience that have, experienced many of the things that we'll be talking about today and have already talked about today. And so as the moderator, I'm inviting the panelists to really focus deeply into the insights that their work has been able to discover that perhaps might surprise the audience. So I think first up, we were going to ask Shoko to speak and give us a bit of give us a sense of the environment for women as micro merchants and as entrepreneurs in Bangladesh. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon on an issue that I had to do quite a bit of quick learning, because to be very honest with you, micro merchants as a segment is not an area that, as UN Women, particularly in Bangladesh, we've paid attention to. And so by doing a little bit of reading, I have come to notice that it's actually indeed a segment of merchants, women merchants, female merchants, that we can't be ignoring, and we have to be making sure that they are not going to be left behind, particularly with the COVID impact. So UN Women is the organization within UN that champions the cause of gender equality and women's empowerment. We work with government, civil society to try and help bring international norms and standards on women's human rights, women's empowerment to reality on the ground in countries. So we work in many areas: women's empowerment, ending violence against women, women's leadership, so on and so forth. So in the area of women's economic empowerment, we do work with women micro and small entrepreneurs. So I'm going to try and see if I can equate sort of the two worlds, but they are different. That's what I am learning. But if there is any similarity, I can talk about women, micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs that we work with. And there's a specific program that we are implementing together with the UNCDF and UNDP, where we are trying to make sure that there is financial access for women entrepreneurs. We're working both actually with the private financial institutions as well as government entities in terms of creating an enabling environment for women entrepreneurs to be able to thrive, and trying to unlock public and private investment. And what we have learned in the process is the gender bias that comes in a big way in both institutions. We already know, I think, the gender bias that then leads to women having limited financial access from the private financial institutions. And I know that the Bangladesh Bank has been putting measures into place to promote special windows for women in banks so that they can get this specific support as women entrepreneurs to access loans and financing. But there always the discrimination in terms of the questions around collateral, their banking history, those all come into play, and we know the consequences of that being that there are much less women entrepreneurs that have access to private financing. In the same manner, when it comes to government investment into creating an enabling environment for women entrepreneurs, there is a hurdle in terms of the perceptions that the local governments have on women's needs. They do not understand the women's needs, the training needs, investments in childcare facility, for example, that could release women's time to be able to participate more in women's entrepreneurship. Those are issues that can be dealt with by the government investing a little bit into women's training programs, training facilities, childcare facilities. So we work on both ends in that sense by starting from basic gender awareness raising activities also. I just want to touch a little bit on the impact of COVID, and of course we've seen COVID has had a disproportionate impact on women entrepreneurs, and that's because they do have less inventory, they have less assets, so they have been more severely impacted by the pandemic. And when we have consulted these women entrepreneurs in the early days of the lockdown, what they invariably asked for was access to financing and access to technology. The previous panel was talking all about technology, but the women entrepreneurs, the small-scale entrepreneurs, were noticing that they were losing out because they couldn't easily pivot to online businesses, and they didn't know how to do that. In terms of financing, the government stimulus package does have a special provision for small and medium enterprises, but the women said that they did not know about this, and even those that did know, when they went to the banks, they were being turned away. So there is still that bias against women entrepreneurs, and the ease of access to financing is not there. I just want to briefly touch upon micro merchants then. So I think all of these challenges are multiplied by I don't know how many times for micro merchants, which are resource poor, furthermore resource poor than the micro small enterprise women business holders. So there's the social stigma, I think, particularly when it comes to micro merchants engaged in retailing business. There's the stigma attached to them being in customer-facing business in a cultural environment like in Bangladesh, where there is still that very heavy tendency of keeping women away from customer services, and the tradition of purdah where you segregate men and women, that is still strong. So women micro merchants that are out in the retail business, on the street. I sort of imagine the tea stall lady that's on my street. I think she faces a lot of stigma and harassment because of that. I do want to therefore also touch upon the areas, the issues around security that becomes an issue for female micro merchants in a way that I guess the male micro merchants do not face. And this relates to the harassment by police, by the neighborhood, by the local authorities also. And we need to make sure that the micro merchants, therefore the female micro merchants, have a voice. I don't think that there is an association of micro merchants. And if we are talking about policy changes, we have to make sure that the female micro merchants are able to organize and have their own voice and their agency. And that's something from UN Women's perspective, beyond talking about digitalization, beyond talking about technology access. I think we have to look at issues of women's agency and voice and their ability to also negotiate their safety and security. This is something that we actually do in a program in the Pacific, where we look at safe marketplaces for women, where women vendors are able to participate in the design of their own market space. They are able to participate in market committees where these street vendors are all being brought into one place. They are also to negotiate facilities like safe bathrooms, safe childcare corners, and these kind of movements cannot take place unless we are able to bring these micro merchants, the females, together and have a voice. So I end with that and pass it back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoko, for giving us that overview of what women entrepreneurs, especially micro entrepreneurs, face in Bangladesh. It's my pleasure to now turn it over to, excuse me, I just want to make sure I'm getting the order right, Mr. Shakib Nabi, the country representative for ICCO Cooperation. I just want to remind you, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
I think I'll be able to finish it within 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And before I start my introduction, I'd like to thank Shoko for joining me in person. Otherwise, I would have been alone over here and hundreds of people looking at me. It would have been kind of, a very nervous experience. So my name is Shakib, and I head an organization called Eco Cooperation. It's a Dutch agency, and we are passionate about skills, enterprise, promotion, and a lot about private sector engagement also. Apart from that, we are also one of the co-founding members of an impact investment company, which is called True Value. And we have around 17 to 18 equity investments in Bangladesh. Here I'm going to talk about 2 lessons learned from our project, which we are doing in Bangladesh, and the reasons for those lessons learned. Number 1 is that we, as Eco Cooperation, are co-implementing the program over here, which means we are based in the field and we closely connect and work with the community. And the 2 lessons which we have learned is that when we talk about the barriers to micro merchant, people talk about skills, people talk about access to finance, people talk about business capacities and all. But what I have realized, or what my organization has made me realize, is that the biggest barrier to enterprise promotion, inclusive enterprise promotion, is patriarchy in the region. When I'm talking about patriarchy, I'm talking about the gender stereotypes and the mindset of the people over here. The first thing is that women are not credit worthy, women are not bankable. Second stereotype is that women are more suited for reproductive role as compared to productive role. Third stereotype is that মহিলারা এক বিজনেসম্যান হতে পারবে না, একটা বিজনেস পারসন হতে পারবে না. And these are the three stereotypes that we have been able to break in Bangladesh. And the biggest success factor for us in breaking these barriers is that the way we have identified three key stakeholders in Bangladesh and the way we have connected. And in order to break these three barriers, we feel that the three stakeholders that we need to engage with is, number one is family, number two is the state, and number three, which we feel nobody talks about, and which we feel is very, very crucial, is the role of faith-based leaders. How they are influencing and working closely with us, which we'll elaborate later. The second learning which we have from our interventions in Bangladesh is that when we talk about COVID pandemic, when we talk about the new normal, I see lots of negative connotations floating around. Yes, we agree that the COVID pandemic has created lots of negative things in all aspects of life. But I see there are certain very strong positive things. I mean, if you have to be positive, you have to accept what is happening on the ground. You have to accept what the situation is and how we can use the new normal and turn it face on type and create a new narrative around the positive impacts of COVID pandemic on micro merchants and enterprises in Bangladesh. Over to you, the moderator. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Akeb. Now it's over to Rubaba to share with us her experience on how to support women, specifically using digital to improve the lives of micro merchants in Bangladesh, women micro merchants in Bangladesh. Over to you, Rubaba.
Thank you so much, Nandini, for inviting me for this discussion. I was listening to the previous panel discussion, and also, my previous speakers have already spoken about the challenges that women face. You have asked me to kind of share some experience about some initiatives that have been taken in Bangladesh, and after that, I'll talk about the digital technology and its impact on micro merchants. As you may know, that I've actually worked in telecom for last almost 20 years, and now I'm heading Oracle, which is a technology company. And I've also founded a digital healthcare platform where, again, we try to connect doctors and patients remotely through digital video conferencing platform. So in the 20 years of my experience in telecom industry, I actually started off by working with rural women in the villages in Bangladesh. How? Because I actually was working for Grameenphone. And as you may have heard about microcredit and village phone ladies, which we call Polli phone Mohila, that's where I started my career. So today, after 20 years, when we are talking about digital technology and its impact on rural women or micro merchants, the first thing that comes into my mind is what had happened 20 years ago in 1998, when we didn't know anything about mobile communication, we didn't know anything about information communication technology, its benefits, its usages, and how it can actually empower people and empower women. We had no idea. We started off with a project, with a concept of lending money, microcredit, to only women in the villages. That was unheard of, right? So by partnering with Grameen Bank and Telenor, which was the parent company of Grameenphone, we provided the devices, we provided the airtime so that we can give shared access to communication to the villages. So in that way, what we were able to unearth and find out were extremely interesting. And that has been a case study for many, many years now. And a lot of the countries outside of Bangladesh have also implemented the same concept. When we selected women from the family, of course, the men were reluctant to allow women to be the owner of the business. So first barrier was to change that mindset, right? And the women, after getting the loan and after starting the business, you can imagine at that time the level of literacy, forget about digital literacy, the general literacy level was very, very low, right? They didn't even know what was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we showed them how to operate 1 to 0 on the keypad. And we told them that if you're able to sell airtime, which is just making calls either from rural areas to urban or outside, because a lot of the people, family members are living outside as migrant workers. They were selling airtime to the people of the villages. And the earning that they made out of it, the first thing they did was to send their children to school. The second thing they did was save some amount and then expand their businesses. So from being the village phone ladies, they expanded their businesses to tailoring or some kind of micro merchant businesses, right, at that time, mostly involved with agriculture and grocery and all those kind of services. So that's where the entire journey for me started as to how digital technology can impact micro merchants. Coming back to 20 years now, after 2 decades, where are we? Out of 165 million people, almost 95% people have access to mobile phone today, right? We have the 5th largest population of internet users, which is almost 67 million people, almost 41% of the population who have access to internet. And that has only been possible because of this digital Bangladesh vision that we have seen and we are aspiring to achieve. And at the same time, because the mobile phone actually spread its coverage across the urban and rural areas so that we can reach out to the last mile, right? Now, think about it. Out of this, 165 million people, almost 60% lives in the rural areas, right? And of this majority, again, half and half, if I take, would be women. Now, what's happening to women in the rural areas? If you look at, the proportion of women in terms of, their ownership into retail business, out of 8 million, the survey says that only 7.2% is owned by women. So how are they making use of technology, being also that smaller percentage of the total number of businesses that is there in micro merchant enterprise? So
Rubaba, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to extend you another 1 minute. We asked all of the speakers to limit their time to 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So what I see is that even though the digital revolution have reached rural areas, the digital divide still continues to present considerable strength, right? And the women, especially in the rural areas, are facing triple divide, which is digital and gender and rural. So in this case, how digital technology can help is definitely give them that access and change the mindset of the people, like Mr. Shahid just explained. So one thing is changing the mindset so that the women also understand that they have the access to technology, they can make use of it and get the benefit of using technology, so they get the right market information. They're able to maybe take care of the fact that they don't have to commute all the way or travel all the way to maybe supply some product, so they can actually do online ordering using digital technology. At the same time, we have talked about giving out loans, microcredit using mobile financial system, right? So having access to that kind of mobile payment or mobile financial system also helps them to get rid of the bureaucracy that is there in this space when it comes to getting access to loans, disbursement, etc., right? And the third point I would like to say is bringing them into the equation. It's extremely important, whether it is policymakers, the NGOs, the government institutions, everyone has to work together to bring them into this equation. We know that the portion of women who are in the labor force is only 34% compared to 84% men. And if you really equal that proportion of women into labor force, then we can actually increase GDP by 0.5 to 0.7%. So there's huge impact that we can see by utilizing digital technology for retail merchants. So I'll stop here. I know I've taken up a lot of time.
Thank you. No, it's very helpful. Thank you very much for setting the stage. I'm happy to invite Sahana to give the final final feedback from the panel before we move on to the second question.
Thank you, Nandini. Can you all hear me? Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. So my name is Sahanan Kumar, as Nandini said, I'm very happy to be with you all today. I head a consulting firm called Amarante Consulting, and we've been around since the telecom operators started launching wallets way back in 2007, 2008. And we've kind of, followed their journey and evolved with the sector in that we work with all types of players, banks, fintechs, development organizations across the emerging world to address priority market segments, technology, and inclusion. So really working at the convergence of innovation, technology, and inclusion projects. I've been listening to the panelists. I also listened to the previous panel, and there's so much of wealth of insight from Bangladesh and outside. And I was just putting my thoughts together on, as a consulting firm, from where we sit, what we see. And currently working on a project also that's very exciting on digital, enabling digital acceptance for micro and small businesses. And we kind of see three challenges that have been touched upon across from the different panelists, right? We're trying to merge three sets of challenges. One is actually the merchant or the small business owner channel itself. Their customer challenge, because they have to transact with someone, they have to be able to do business with someone. Their supplier, right? So they have to also, and they become a customer for their supplier. So there's that customer-supplier loop. And then there's the overall ecosystem in which we talk about the government's role, the infrastructure role, etc. And very oftentimes, we don't see the three of these coming together at the same time and for the same, set of population. So I wanted to just leave us with that thought today, and with targeting women as entrepreneurs, women as small businesses adds that extra layer of how do we make them resilient? How do we build upon their capability, and what role do they play in the society? So we have the resilience for women businesses, how do we educate them? Rubaba, you touched upon that, way back in 20 years ago. How do we bring them tools and skill set today with digital? What all can they have access to, and what all they can use easily to run their businesses? Then we have the access to finance piece, and I asked the question in the previous panel, what is more important, access to finance or the payment channel? And definitely access to finance. How do we bring them capital? How do we ensure that they can continue to run their business, maybe even grow a bit if they want to? And then there is the access to actually make the transaction. And I think if I'll stop there, Nandini. I know you have other questions going forward, but I think if we were able to, and that's something that stands out to me, is that we're really three pieces, training them, equipping them, access to finance, and making a transaction. And if we're able to work on these three together, I think we'll, really be able to equip small businesses, especially women-led businesses, better in the society and also better in today's pandemic context. I was short, Nandini, but
very short. My timer hasn't gone off yet. Thank you. So thank you. To all the panelists who have been amazing, given really good insights, and also kept to time, which is very hard to do in such a fascinating topic that we're so passionate about. We've had one question come in through the Q&A. Please do put in your questions through the Q&A if you're watching virtually. I believe we also have live Q&A from the audience, so the MC can suggest how to manage that. But before we go into that, I wanted to ask one last question to the panelists. There's a cross-cutting theme every time we talk about anything in international development, but especially in technology and finance, which is policy. So given that we probably have a lot of great policymakers in the room and people that touch policy, I wonder if we can do a very fast lightning round, 1 minute each for each panelist to share, based on your experience, if you had to give one recommendation to policymakers on something that they should consider changing, what would it be? So I will invite, maybe I won't put everybody on the spot immediately. Rubaba, can I ask you to go first?
I think most of the time, I know apart from changes in the mindset of family and society, you've talked about what government can do from a policy perspective. Access to finance is the major hurdle. And there, what we see is that many of the times, of course, microcredit is only one way of sourcing fund for them. But the banks and the other institutions who are giving loans disproportionately when it comes to women is where I would like to highlight and focus, and I would like government to put those kind of efforts to make sure that they provide loan. I know that the government has made some changes. Almost $25,000 worth of credit can be given to women entrepreneurs now without collateral, which is very good. But for micro merchants also, we'll have to see what are the other areas that we can actually help them with when it comes to loan disbursement and when it comes to interest rate and also collateral-free finances.
Yeah, so just to emphasize what you've said, Rubaba, I think some of the statistics that have been mentioned today's are really fascinating to me. 13 visits to the bank are required on average for a woman entrepreneur to have their loan approved. 137 days is on average the turnaround time to receive loans. And these are this is a part of the landscape assessment of retail micro merchants in Bangladesh. So I think these are serious issues that policymakers probably are already looking into, but maybe we can ask them to accelerate that in taking action on how to address those really significant numbers. 13 visits to the bank. I'd give up after just 2 or 3 personally. Let me move on to Sahana. If you can stick to taking Rubaba's example of within 1 minute, giving your lightning, if you had to ask policymakers to make one change, what would it be? And you can't cheat, so you can't take Rubaba's answer, or you can add to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Nandini. I would definitely add to Rubaba's because, I mean, definitely access to finance is really important. I would probably focus on, how do we increase access to working capital, cash flows for a lot of these small businesses, because that's where, I mean, a lot of them live hand to mouth, and how are we able to, enable that pain point? I would couple that, though, with some kind of government-led skill building, entrepreneur skill building, or, I mean, we think a lot of tech when we say entrepreneurship these days, but it's just in terms of how do you, do your accounts better, or, how do you do a forecasting, even if it's just for 1 week. I mean, a lot of them are already very street savvy and they know how to do their business, but with a little bit more of education or skill set building, along with the working capital pain point solution or help, I think would be a really good combination to enable them to do more and to be more resilient.
Great. Also amazing, right? Within 1 minute. I want to say 2 things to that. One is a colleague and a friend, Wade Channel from USAID, who also focuses on gender, once said to me, well, I've got a working capital instrument in my pocket right now, a credit card. And so, in fact, a lot of people in not just the West, but other countries as well, where credit is more easily accessed, have that working capital much more easily accessible. So I think that's critical. And I think the other element that you're talking about is, while we always talk about increasing digital and financial skills for our women entrepreneurs, I think especially in the post-COVID-19 area, I'm especially interested in trying to increase their access and skills to access e-commerce opportunities. I think that's increasingly important, and they're largely left out because they are in the digital darkness, so to speak, usually not having access to a phone or not having access to those networks. So I think that's critically important for policymakers to consider as they're considering regulating these platforms.
Yeah, totally agree.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to move over to Rakeb, And hopefully I've given them enough time. I saw them jotting some things on their notebook, both Shoko and Rakeb.
Yeah.
So I'll move over to Shakeb to ask him to give a response in 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. What I feel would be very, very crucial is creating the right ecosystem. And when I'm talking about ecosystem, what I feel that there has been discrimination against women since age immemorial. Now, what we need is a positive discrimination towards the women. We need to be proactively looking or promoting the cause of women. I mean, on the lines of what we call a social enterprise, can we create something like that? And if a micro merchant or an enterprise is headed by a woman, the equity of the women is more than 51%, or the majority of the staff is women, there should be some kind of incentive to promote those kinds of initiatives. So in one word, a positive discrimination and creating the right ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Very impressive. All these panelists are holding the time so well. Shoko, you're the last one. Lightning round, 1 minute on, if you could ask policymakers to change one thing, what would it be?
Well, actually, I feel, so after reading what UNCDF had put together, they were only actually able to find about 90-something thousand female micro merchants. And again, I feel like we shouldn't necessarily conflate micro merchants with micro entrepreneurs. And I'm wondering whether we know enough about female micro merchants' challenges to be making policy recommendations. And maybe that's a research gap that we need to fill before, so that we better understand what is that ecosystem. You know, I think it's different from micro entrepreneurs. The support system that they need might look very different, particularly women that are in retail micro merchants. Again, stigma, security, different issues, right? So I think we need to understand their issues more and also involve the policymakers in it and involve the micro merchants themselves in that process. Back to you.
Thank you. What I really like, and I heard this from Mubaba as well, is involve the women, right? So one of the things UNCDF is trying to put forward is really having women involved in the creation of policies, products, and platforms at the country, regional, and global level, and really inform how those are developed and created and whether or not they are appropriate and to women and sustainable, which I think is really important. So thank you. Yes, more research probably does need to be done, and doing it with the micro merchants is incredibly helpful. I'm here going to turn it over to Mr. Rajiv Kumar, also from UNCDF. Apologies, the panel ran late, and I do have another appointment I have to go to, but I want to say thank you, and I'm privileged and honored to be the co-moderator for this session, and I'm going to turn it over to Rajiv now. Rajiv, go ahead.
Thank you, Nandini. Thanks a lot for moderating the session. Just on the Q&A, I think there is a question that's there, and I'll just put it up to any of the panelists who would like to respond to it. So Tasnuba writes, women empowerment and gender equality are not new issues. We have been debating and discussing these issues for a long time, yet there is significant gender divide. So at a societal level, what is holding us back? Shoko, would you like to respond to it?
Patriarchy? But it is, I mean, for a long time, gender equality issues have been debated as women's issue. And we are realizing that we do need to have this conversation with men. And we do have quite a few male gender experts, gender advocates. We need more at the policy-making level, of course, to be able to speak with us. And so that real sincere and genuine engagement of men to change the gender inequality, because at the end of the day, the power relations is what has to change, and it is not just by women pushing and advocating further that it will change. There has to be a realization of also the male attitudes and behaviors that need to be changed at the societal level. Thank you.
Thank you, Shoko. And Tasnuba,
I
thank
think
you for asking that question. Sahana, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, we were brainstorming a bit about the same question as to, how do we make that change, right? And a lot of societies are very patriarchal, and it's very difficult to change behavior, as we know from digital services as well. It's very hard to make someone change the way they've been brought up, the way they've been used to doing things, the persons or people they're used to listening to. And so one of the ideas that came about is to start from the grassroots, education level, where kids are young, but also involve parents at the same time, with examples of, role models or, examples from other countries or examples from the same country of, women who've succeeded, or a case study of something that made sense, and kind of start sensitization that way, where there is, from a very young age and exposure to this thematic, but also including adults, their parents or their, family members, essentially, to kind of learn as well about that and then try and form a societal change from the grassroots. It will take some time, but it might show, fruits a bit easier as they grow up.
Thank you. So I think we'll end the session now. So thanks a lot, Rubaba, Sahana, Shoko, and Shake for this wonderful discussion we had. The point that has been made is there's a lot to do, not only on the digital side of things and the onboarding, acquisition side, but the voice and agency is also quite an important factor that we need to look into. So thanks a lot for joining this event, and we look forward to at least taking some of these towards implementation in future. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Over to the organizers there.
Thank you. Dear audience, we will take a short tea break and proceed with the next panel discussion afterwards. Enjoy your refreshment. After 15 minutes, we will be right back. Thank you.
লক্ষ ব্যবসায়ী 19 লক্ষ কর্মচারী নিয়োগ করেছেন এবং তার মাধ্যমে সেবা পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন প্রায় 17 কোটি মানুষের কাছে। এফএমসিজি এবং বাংলাদেশের আর্থিক খাতসমূহ ওরা যদি আরও এগিয়ে আসেন এবং আমাদের যদি ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারটা আরেকটু ডেভেলপ করে দেন, তাহলে এখানে অনেক বেশি বিনিয়োগের সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে।
This particular project on micro merchants in Bangladesh looks at enhancing competitiveness
and growth through various interventions that includes in terms of digital financial inclusion, looking at supply chain integration, looking at the whole business development services ecosystem enhancement, and how this would lead to micro merchants having incremental income and employment.
When we started designing this the project, we actually wanted to understand the whole system. That is actually the reason why we tried to implement the system thinking here, where we wanted to understand every leverages and why actually businesses fail.
We need to put them in a database so that we can analyze and see the pattern and create or design a program that can penetrate these consumers.
Small financing lacks the formalization, the formal documents which is required to prove the creditworthiness of a borrower. This need to be just a bit open and adaptive to the changing environment, to digital platforms, to learning new technologies, and to embrace newer trainings to formalize and legalize their business. That is the key to their success.
So more we can create this kind of awareness, more we can convince people to have their own account. Okay. People would feel the pain of cost less. The activities he's doing today with MFS, all this transaction he's doing, those information is his asset today. So based on those information, a sophisticated algorithm can actually identify which merchant can receive what kind of fund. And going forward, we will see more payment case evolving in the country.
He is a retail micro merchant. 5 years ago he did not have a trade license for his business or access to proper financial service. Today, he not only has a government-approved trade license but can also access financial services with a tap on his phone. So, what happened in these 5 years? In Bangladesh, there are 2 million micro merchants involved in the retail sector, particularly in fast-moving consumer goods, creating an annual transaction of $18.42 billion. However, despite the large turnover, 34.4% of the total retail micro merchants did not have trade licenses, especially the women. A large number of the micro merchants did not have any formal bank accounts, mobile phones, internet access, or any formal education. As a result, a large number of the lot had limited access to mobile financial services accounts. On Shift, SARC was designed as a solution to the problem. The aim was to involve retail micro merchants and growing businesses to be active agents in the formal economy. With this program, it was possible to develop an inclusive financial system that allowed thousands of Bangladeshi micro merchants to have easier money transactions, time management, and overall a happy business. All this at a reasonable cost and on a sustainable basis. DRM project stimulated the expansion of digital technologies for micro merchants by encouraging innovation and links between retail and financial service industries. The program primarily focused on Sirajganj, Dangal, Jamapur, and Shirpur districts targeting 10,000 retail micro merchants. The pilot innovation models connected micro merchants with FMCG companies and financial service providers to accelerate their business growth using digital means. This means the micro merchants who initially spent hours bringing and piling inventory could do it in a matter of minutes.
আমাদের একটা টার্গেট ছিল যে আমরা 2018 নভেম্বর থেকে 2019 ফেব্রুয়ারি পর্যন্ত আমরা ন্যূনতম 100 রিটেলারকে অনবোর্ড করব যারা হচ্ছে আমাদের এই সিস্টেম ব্যবহার করবে। আপ টু নাও এই এখন 2021 এসে আমাদের 34,000 রিটেলার ওই দুই ডিস্ট্রিবিউটরের আন্ডারে অনবোর্ডেড হয়েছে। সুতরাং বলা যায় যে আমাদের পাইলটটা 100% সাকসেসফুল।
The micro merchant who relied on third parties to calculate his accounts could now do it himself.
এটা লেখাতাই অ্যাপসটা ব্যবহার করে আমার সবকিছু সহজ হয়ে গেছে। এখান থেকে আমি কাস্টমার নিজের পারিবারিক সবকিছু হিসাব রাখতে পারতেছি।
আমরা বাংলাদেশে এই প্রথম মোবাইল ফোনে অ্যাপে এই হিসাবটাকে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমাদের সাথে এখানে UNCDF এবং ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন সহযোগিতা করেছেন। তাদের সহযোগিতায় আমরা এই 4 জেলায় আমাদের ইনিশিয়াল টার্গেট ছিল 2,500 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করা। আমরা এখানে 70,000 ক্লায়েন্ট তৈরি করেছি। সারা দেশে 50 লাখেরও বেশি যে ক্ষুদ্র ব্যবসায়ী আছে তারা মোবাইল ফোনের মাধ্যমে তাদের হিসাবটাকে ডিজিটাল পদ্ধতিতে এখন রাখতে পারছে।
The woman who only dreamt of starting her own business is now technologically enabled. All this with just one click away.
আমি 2018 সাল থেকে এখানে আইসোসালে যুক্ত হয়েছি। আমার একটা দোকান ছিল, এখন 3টা দোকান হয়েছে। 2 দোকান আমার ভাই চালায়, 1 দোকান আমি চালাই। আমি এখন আপনাদের সাথে থাইকে ভালো আছি, সুস্থ আছি।
আমাদের এই প্রকল্পের উদ্দেশ্য ছিল কিভাবে মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট ল্যান্ডস্কেপে নারীর উপস্থিতি বাড়ানো যায়, তাদেরকে প্রযুক্তি সম্পৃক্ত করা যায় এবং আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করা যায় তাদের জন্য। এই প্রকল্পের আওতায় আমরা 200 জন নারী উদ্যোক্তা সৃষ্টি করেছি।
This also means now the merchant who relied on middlemen to pay his bills can now pay all his bills at the comfort of his home.
পেওয়েল পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দেই প্লাস যে কোনো রিচার্জ করে দেই পেওয়েলের মাধ্যমে, কোনো জোর ঝামেলা ছাড়াই।
Cloudel Limited has built a unique aggregator platform. We call it Paywell. We could onboard 1,580 FMCG micro merchants in 4 districts, and 70% remained active when we ended the project, and they transacted around 100 transactions per month.
The rural area merchants and consumers now have access to a more informed and simplified e-commerce platform.
আমি একজন বাজার বন্ধুর উদ্যোক্তা, তো আমি নিয়মিত এক শপ থেকে পণ্য অর্ডার করে থাকি। সেখানে দেখলাম যে যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছে তারাও নিজেদের পণ্য বিক্রি করতে পারতেছে। আমি এক শপে আবেদন জানালাম যে আমার পণ্যগুলো বিক্রি করতে চাই, তো তারা আমার পণ্যের কিছু তথ্য তারা নিল এবং তারা সেই পণ্যের তথ্যগুলা তাদের বিভিন্ন ই-কমার্স সাইট প্ল্যাটফর্মে তারা প্রচার করতে শুরু করলো। আমি সেই পণ্যগুলো থেকে অনেক সফলতা পাইতেছিলাম। এর পাশাপাশি বলতে চাই এক শপকে যে তারা আমাদেরকে যে সুযোগটা করে দিয়েছেন, আমার মতো আরও যারা উদ্যোক্তা আছেন তারাও কাজে লাগিয়ে অনেক বলে সফলতা পাইতে পারে।
মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের মূল উদ্দেশ্য ছিল ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাদের আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তিকরণ এবং তার মাধ্যমে তার ব্যবসার টেকসইকরণ। আমরা এই প্রকল্পটি খুব সুন্দরভাবে সম্পন্ন করতে পেরেছি, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা প্রায় 566 জন ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তাকে আমরা বাজার বন্ধু মাইক্রো মার্চেন্ট প্রকল্পের আওতায় আনতে পেরেছি।
And what's more, micro merchants can now access credit opportunities while keeping their money safe through formal bank accounts.
When we started the project with UNCDF at 2018, in 4 districts we have started as piloting. As per our project plan, we have successfully onboard 500 micro merchants, but we have successfully overcome all those challenges with the help of UNCDF and Bank Asia field team as well.
Since its inception, the 6 pilot innovation models achieved enormous feats by enabling thousands of micro merchants through technology, knowledge, and digital networking. By enabling micro merchants to become active contributors, the program is aimed to positively impact the growth of the economy of Bangladesh. The greater interest for the country's sustainable development.
তেরো লক্ষ ব্যবসায়ী 19 লক্ষ কর্মচারী নিয়োগ করেছেন এবং তার মাধ্যমে সেবা পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন প্রায় 17 কোটি মানুষের কাছে। এফএমসিজি এবং বাংলাদেশের আর্থিক খাতসমূহ ওরা যদি আরও এগিয়ে আসেন এবং আমাদের যদি ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারটা আরেকটু ডেভেলপ করে দেন, তাহলে এখানে অনেক বেশি বিনিয়োগের সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে।
This particular project on micro merchants in Bangladesh looks at enhancing competitiveness and growth through various interventions that includes in terms of digital financial inclusion, looking at
Dear audience, please take your respected seats. We will resume the conference shortly. Dear audience, please take your respected seats. We will resume the conference shortly. Dear audience, please take your respected seats. We will resume the conference shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to call on stage Mr. Ashraful Alam, General Manager from Bangladesh Bank, to start the fourth panel discussion on policy action to facilitate cross-industry collaboration for the last mile retail.
Ashraf, please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you, dear audience and honorable panelists. We are going to start the fourth panel of today's conference. The panel is on policy action to facilitate cross-industry collaboration for the last mile retail. So the objective of this panel, fourth panel of the day, is to discuss the cross-industry collaboration and how policy action can support this cross-industry collaboration for facilitating last mile retail in Bangladesh. So we have with us three honorable panelists from Indonesia and Bangladesh. So we have Ms. Devi. She is the Deputy Head, Permanent Committee for Capital Access, Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She is also CEO and co-founder of INA Micro and CEO of Trusted Indonesia. I think I am correct, right, in introducing you, Ms. Devi? Yeah. So we also have with us Mr. Anir Choudhury, who is the policy advisor for Aspire to Innovate. This is a government program to basically drive and facilitate digital Bangladesh implementation. And Mr. Choudhury is in a strategic position to work with the public sector, private sector, as well as with the international multilateral and bilateral partners. And we have with us, importantly, Mr. Mesbaul Haq, General Manager of the Bangladesh Bank, the central bank, and he is heading the payment systems department of the central bank. And he has worked in several departments of the central bank, as well as he implemented one of the, a number of key projects that basically has driven the innovation and digital development within the central bank. So I have been informed that Mr. Haq has a very important business at 4:30. So I will like to basically give the first opportunity to Mr. Hawk to basically discuss in today's panel. So later on, I will turn to the other panelists. So the cross-industry collaboration to facilitate the last mile retail is a very, timely topic UNCDF has taken into discussion. We have seen that the last mile retail has been very important during the COVID-19 pandemic in Bangladesh as well as in other countries as well, because the uptake of digital payments and other forms of digital business has skyrocketed during this pandemic, and the last mile retail has shown their resilience in adopting these digital new forms of businesses in many areas of Bangladesh. But still, in the rural areas as well as in the urban areas, there are a lot of gaps in bringing these last mile retail micro merchants into the digital rail and basically support them in developing their business going forward. So in Bangladesh, payment so far has played the role of accelerating adoption of digital options during the pandemic. And this has created an opportunity for more cross-product financial transaction. And Bangladesh Bank is playing the pivotal role in driving the digital transformation in the financial sector. So my question to Mr. Hawk is that what is the development so far in this case, specifically that relates to micro merchants and micro entrepreneurs in the last mile, and what new things are being cooked up by Bangladesh Bank for driving the agenda of retail micro merchant development in Bangladesh. Over to you, Mr. Mesbaul Haq, sir.
Thank you, Ashraf, for inviting me in this most important session of this webinar. Basically, Bangladesh Bank is working for a long period of time to enhance the digital payment ecosystem in the country. And we can say that we have established a payment ecosystem which can reach to the last mile, up to the last mile of the country at this moment of time through either a mobile financial service or through the agent banking network or through the brick and mortar banking system. So we have created the payment ecosystem, but yes, as you said, that there is a requirement of acceptance of these digital payment practices. So far, we concentrated on expanding the ecosystem. Now we are working to bring more and more people within this digital payment acceptance. So in that area, we have started working in this area for a long period of time, for a couple of years now. And UNCDF, all other international organizations are also working and through advising us in different areas. Recently, we have issued a circular on micro merchant onboarding policy. Previously, it was reported that micro merchant onboarding policy was same as other large corporates. So then we initiated the process and we have issued a circular where a micro merchant can be onboarded into the digital payment system by only having a national
Sir, can you hear us? Mesbaul Haq, sir, can you hear us?
I think the internet connectivity has gone down. at Mr.
Yeah.
Mehta.
So, Rajita, should we go
Yeah. Please go ahead.
to the second person? So I think we can now basically turn to Miss Devi. So she has been, in the in Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and in the Capital Access Committee, subcommittee for the deputy head of the Capital Access Committee. So my question to you is basically, I think you have informed us that you will be presenting a short presentation.
Yes.
So you can note down the questions. So basically, the questions are the public sector initiative in terms of policy and programs in Indonesia for developing the last mile retail micro merchants. What are the public sector initiatives in terms of policy and program in Indonesia for developing the retail micro merchant, and what role the business association like the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry are playing in supporting government as well as the micro merchants in basically bringing the policy changes as well as development program, and particularly what role your association is playing, like the INAMICRO, how you are basically through INAMICRO, you are supporting the micro merchants in the last mile in Indonesia. So over to you, Ms. Devi.
Okay, before presenting our presentation materials, I would like to say that our government have done lots on this initiative, such as introducing and deploy QRIS. To deploy QRIS, Quick Response Indonesia system, which is part of the digital wallet or digital money, to increase the infrastructure in the connectivity, which is like the internet connection, etc. And to provide low interest rate loan to the micro merchants. But lots still need to be done because we have 63 million population of micro, small, medium enterprises, and INAMICRO is focusing on empowering and digitalizing people market, which has like 12 million micro merchants, and they are still in the rural and agricultural mindset, meaning that they have low digital literacy and low financial literacy, low protection awareness on their business. So still lots need to be done, and our role on this in Kadin, or Chamber of Commerce of Indonesia, and INAMICRO, we really set up a digital platform to answer the pain points at the people market. What I say about the people market is really the wet market. Yeah, the market who sells, for example, rice, vegetables, meat. It's really very basic commodities, the heart of the Indonesia economy. And we've done a lot. We collaborate with many marketplace. We collaborate with the e-logistic, but still what you call that, the low literacy, digital literacy and financial literacy is really, we need to collaborate with the government more, like central bank and banks, financial authority need to invest on this, because imagine to educate 12 million. Of course, we can use what you call e-learning modules, short video that we can share. But in the people market, the majority of the merchants are Gen X and baby boomers. They are not used to this. Yeah, that's the situation. According to the government, there is already 19% of micro, small, medium enterprises have been digitalized. So lots need to be done. I hope I give you some overview.
Yeah, you can continue on your, the PPT you are planning to share.
Okay, ini, please share screen here.
So we cannot hear the sound, Miss Devi. The presentation sound is not audible.
Oke. Dia nggak bisa dengar soundnya. Oke.
Debbie, perhaps it would be, if I may suggest, Ashraf Bhai, Debbie, you could maybe speak to the slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go through the slides. Okay. Here it is. The situation in Indonesia. The people market is still in the Industrial Revolution 1.0. While we need to bring them up to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, the number is huge. It is 63 million, 19% already digitalized, 81% not yet. And people market is almost untouchable. So it is like a sleeping giant. This is the number of people market in Indonesia, 12 million, still untouchable. So for Indonesia, I don't think this is the last month. Still lots to be done. This is our solution with the benefit and advantages. But during this pandemic, we help the micro merchants at the people market to opening their licenses, tax registration number, opening their bank account from the smartphone using our platform. This is really still labor intensive. The good thing, we already collaborate with one of the government bank, state-owned bank, Bank BNI. We already collaborate with Grab, which is very important, and Tokopedia, the marketplace, to increase the sales of the people market, because during pandemic, their sales dropped more than 50% because many micro merchants afraid to go out, and for the buyers also, regular buyers afraid going out of home. So there's lots of education need to be done. But now, because of the pandemic, they have the need to be digitized. So that's, I think, very basic that we need. So this is our solution. We have worked since 2017 and collaborating with Link Aja, that is wallet digital, and some other wallet digital providers. What we need to give advocacy to bank, central bank, and to banks. They need to reduce the barriers for the micro merchants. That is very main, very important, because they give, for example, 6 months digital recording or bookkeeping of sales, purchasing, and inventory before the micro merchant can get the micro financing. That is, I think, quite tough for them, because they have to learn a lot, you know. That's the situation. I hope I hope that is enough from me, except if you have any question.
Yes, I will come back to you, Debbie, one more time at least. So now I will basically, can you close the screen share now? Yeah.
Gimana nih Ki? Stop share. Okay. Thank
you. So I will come back to you once again. Now basically I will turn on to Mr. Anir Choudhury. As I said, he is a strategically placed personnel in the Aspire to Innovate program of the government, where he works with the government, private sector, as well as with the multilateral and bilateral organization, and also looks after their strategic cooperation between countries and also multilateral organization. And A2I, or Aspire to Innovate program of the government, is the key vehicle for implementing the government of Bangladesh's digital Bangladesh agenda, and it has been, active in this space quite a long time. And Anir Bhai, as your organization, A2I, has been at the forefront of digital transformation, innovation, and ICT for development in Bangladesh. And A2I has driven, facilitated, and guided many innovative policy agenda within the public sector, like interoperability, eKYC, digital ID, to name a few. However, we see still there are gaps. In reaching out to the last mile. Whether we call it the last mile retail or last mile people of our country, in the specifically the bottom of the pyramid people. So there are still gaps. So what kind of cross-industry collaboration is required to bridge this gap, and who should take the leading role in this initiative as driver and coordinator? So this is my first question to you, and then what policy action you think is critical for bridging this persisting gap in reaching out to the last mile? Over to you, Anil Chaudhary, Mr. Anil Chaudhary.
Shubhai, thank you. Loaded questions, I should say. So I'll try to answer them. So A2I has been a driver of digital transformation within the government since the birth of the Digital Bangladesh agenda of the government, since the clarion call of the Honorable Prime Minister, late 2008, to build a digital nation by 2021. So we are at the cusp of that nation building towards a digital nation. Right? 2021, our Independence Day is coming up within a few days. So a very opportune moment to talk about the progress of digital Bangladesh and what we have achieved for the SMEs and the micro merchants particularly. I'll talk about a few statistics and then talk about what A2I has done and talk about the broader policy framework and public-private partnership that is necessary. The video that we all saw and the comments that Mezohai started from Bangladesh Bank, I mean, he did not finish. We're happy to see him back, so he will have an opportunity to finish his comments, I hope. But let me give you a few statistics. From what we know, about 2/3 of the micro merchants do not have trade licenses. So to have a digital footprint, we all know you need a digital ID. So when we don't have an analog ID even, how do we really talk about digital ID, right? So one of the first, I think, policy considerations that we have to have is to create a digital ID for all micro merchants, and maybe tying that to trade license, perhaps to the micro merchants that are actually registered as companies, to the register of joint stock, and then to tax and VAT IDs as well. So essentially what we have done for individuals in Bangladesh, the national ID, that now enables a lot of access to services, access to finance, access to market for individuals. We'll have to do a similar thing for micro merchants as well. So A2I has already started working on that and on a pilot basis to create a digital ID for CMSMEs, so micro merchants would be included in that. So that's an important step where the government, several government functionaries, local government, our Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh Bank, they all have to work together. And private sector also, the business associations and chambers have to come together to make this happen. The second thing I'll talk about is the issue of digital literacy for the micro merchants. There we are seeing that only 30% of the micro merchants own smartphones and 23% have access to the internet. So therein lies a massive digital literacy campaign. Again, the Bangladesh Bank and telcos have to play a very big role. We also need to provide, to build a digital lifestyle for micro merchants. We have to provide them with very low cost, or no cost solutions like ERP and customer relationship management, CRM type of software. And this is something that we have discussed across nations recently with World Economic Forum. I co-chair a regional action group on digital transformation in World Economic Forum. And this issue has come up multiple times within this region. So it's not only Bangladesh, but also countries in the region that are focusing on these issues to bring the micro merchants and SMEs to the digital lifestyle. So they're providing, in the video, we actually saw examples of accounting software, very simple accounting software. We are also seeing emergence of artificial intelligence, voice-based accounting software in some Bangladeshi micro merchants that are using. So they don't have to have the right level of digital literacy. They don't have to type in anything using their smartphone or their or some kind of web portal. They actually speak to the phone, even using a feature phone, into a artificial intelligence system. And most accents in Bangladesh are comprehensible using this software. So those are the types of technology advances that we can explore to provide the type of solutions to the micro merchants, because digital literacy is a big problem right now. The digital divide can be bridged using advanced technologies, voice-based advanced technologies. So those are some of the things that we're exploring right now. The next thing I'll talk about is access to government services. So we have identified over 100 critical services for SMEs and micro merchants. So trade license is just one of them. Access to loans, access to different types of registration, access to different clearances, different documents from different organizations. We've identified about 40 different government agencies where these 100 plus services actually come from. And two things need to happen there. One is simplification of these services, because some of these services are very cumbersome. They take multiple visits. So one of the measurements that we have for public service inefficiencies is the time, cost, and visit. So time, cost, and visit to get a service, TCV, that we have heavily popularized in Bangladesh, and now it's become policy. So how to reduce TCVs for micro merchants to access government services by simplifying these services and then digitizing. So simplification is a prerequisite to digitization. We don't believe that simple digitization, direct digitization of the complicated process will actually yield much results. So we have to simplify first and then digitize. And we have identified these services. We're now working with these different agencies to simplify and digitize these services. Let me then talk about e-commerce, access to market. I think Devi talked about access to market in her presentation. From A2I, you know that we have been running digital centers. So now we have with Union Parishads, the Poroshobha, city corporations, and post offices, we have over 8,000 digital centers across the country. So what we did since 2018 was to launch an e-commerce aggregation platform called ActShop, which was discussed in the video as well. So we took about 500 plus micro merchants and connected them to this e-commerce platform, ActShop. And this has given them digital access to new marketplaces, to new business opportunities. And now we are exploring a huge number of Facebook commerce sites who are also micro merchants, and to see how we can integrate Facebook with the ActShop platform, because this certainly will give better access to market, cheaper access to market. But if we look at how many micro merchants actually use digital financial service, it's actually a small number. Only 43% own bank accounts, about 30% use digital financial services as a way to make payments. Only 5.6% actually make payments, micro merchants make payments to suppliers using digital means. So these are small numbers. And if we have to increase access to market through digital means, again, it's a digital literacy and inclusion of micro merchants in the e-commerce ecosystem, which is growing very rapidly. And the last thing I'll talk about as far as financial inclusion is concerned is some kind of credit scoring for micro merchants. Again, the first thing that I talked about that digital ID is going to be an enabler in creating SME credit for micro merchants. The world is becoming more and more digital. So to create some kind of an e-credential and credit scoring, and this credit scoring will have to bring in traditional and non-traditional public and private actors. So we have to look at the transactions they make through banking channels, through e-commerce channels, through payment systems, digital payment systems, and probably use that as a proxy to their credit scoring. So it's the big data analysis that we have to actually go through instead of the traditional way of assessing credit, their credit scoring. So these are some of the things that we are exploring right now. Some small successes, big potential that we have seen, but this requires us to work together across the government as a whole of government ecosystem, not as silos within the government, and also to bring in the private sector as well. So regulatory reform that has to happen must bring in the needs of the private sector, the large players in banking, in financial payments, such as MFS, and also telcos together. Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you, Anirbhai, for covering comprehensive areas of, cross-industry collaboration, the main theme of this policy discussion, this panel. So you have brought up the issue of digital ID for micro merchants, eKYC, digital literacy, digital lifestyle for micro merchants, and access to government services, and where basically 40 agencies with 100 service simplification, digitization of the services. So, and also in the market access for the micro merchants and credit scoring lastly. So with this, basically, I'm going back to Mr. Mohammad Mesbaul Haq, General Manager, sir, of the Central Bank. Sir, are you there? So, sir, you have partially have heard Mr. Anil Chaudhuri outline that what are the key policy areas and collaboration, cross-industry collaboration needed for micro merchants development. And many of these ideas, Central Bank is already working like eKYC and also the other, payment-led issues in this cross-industry collaboration. So my question is, the previous question I have asked to you that what are the position of the interoperability, eKYC, and other innovative initiatives Central Bank has already taken, where we are standing right now, and what new, innovative intervention Central Bank is, thinking of in the near future to, come up with. And I want to add one more, part of this question, that how Central Bank can basically support this cross-industry collaboration in this case. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Ashraf, thank you. I was disconnected for the time being. Yes, basically what I started to say that Central Bank is very serious about this thing. And we are working with all the partners, that the private sector, the acquiring business, the card industries. We are in continuous dialogue with all these service providers, and also working with some of the business community. We are working with the e-commerce association. We are working with the association. And there are many players who are active in the market to promote the overall e-commerce or digital commerce in the country. Now, we have issued different regulations and circulars to ease the acceptance of digital payments and other things. You know, that you have mentioned about the eKYC. We have already issued the circular regarding eKYC. And you have said that the onboarding process of micro merchant was very tedious and cumbersome. We have simplified the whole process, and I mentioned that now if you are a micro merchant and if you want to open an account, you need only two documents. One is your national ID and a statement of the profession. So we have issued the national standard for QR specification. So these have already been done in the market, and we are also working with escrow arrangement for e-commerce transactions. We are working with the trust cum settlement account guideline, where the customer money will be placed for a certain period of time, and the merchant acquiring guideline, white label ATM guideline. We have observed that the proprietary ATM of and POS of the banks are not spreading in the rural areas because of the absence of the bank branches and other things. So we have recently issued a white label ATM and merchant acquiring guideline, so that anybody from the private sector can apply and have a license to establish POS and ATM network in the rural areas, and they can offer the service to the banking industries and other payment service providers. So these are the things we have already issued. We have the regulatory guidelines. Now the private sector, as Anirbhai also said, we have to have a teamwork. Otherwise, this will not be achieved, because the digital literacy, digital payment acceptance, these are important issues. Now we have to encourage all the people to accept this more and more digital payments and do the digital transactions. So these are the areas where we need to work together. It's not only possible for the central bank to drive the whole issue. We need the partners, we need all the participants in the market to work together, to to design appropriate product, to design appropriate way of delivering the services. And as Anirbhai said, that you have to club all these together to the customer. They can have the multiple benefits from using these digital services. As we are pushing all the payment service providers to join with a bank and to develop a credit facility for those merchants who are receiving digital payments. So this sort of innovative product is required in the market. So that has to be done by the private sectors, and there will be a coordination between the banks, the telcos, and the fintech industries. We are here. We are ready to promote any sort of new innovations, even if it requires any regulatory support. That will create value to the society, and that will create value to the country, people. So that is the stand of the central bank, and we are basically right now working on onboarding the micro merchants in the digital payment scenario. So that's the stand of the central bank right at this moment. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for outlining the central bank's plan. The development of the existing initiatives, and also the future plan, and also the willingness for working with the broader community for developing the last mile retail. So I want to come back to Mr. Chaudhary, as Anirbhai will have another meeting, so he might be leaving. So as you were, talking about the X-Shop platform, which has established itself as a, platform for cross-industry collaboration in the, I would say, in the e-commerce market in Bangladesh. So in other areas of these, services that we were talking about, the 40 agencies and 100 services. So do the government have any plan to, create similar platform for different, different set of services, and then a coordinating platform or super platform which will basically connect each of these different set of services for, overall development of the micro merchants or CMSMEs in the country.
Thank you, Ashraf Bhai. Our Honorable Prime Minister launched a platform called MyGov in January of 2020. And that was targeted for government to citizen services. So it's basically services that individuals take from the government across many different agencies of the government. So we are working on a similar platform called MyGov for Business. So micro merchants will actually benefit from that. So it's a one-stop shop in a sense to access the services they need from the government across many different agencies. So they don't have to go from door to door or from portal to portal or from app to app. They get everything together in one location, MyGov for Business. So we just started the process. We've identified, as I said, 100 plus critical services. So these will be added. Our target is to bring most of the critical services by the end of the year. MyGov is also a rapid digitization platform. The businesses or the micro merchants won't see how the services are digitized. They basically get the access to the digital services. But MyGov has developed a methodology to, within weeks, convert an analog service into a basic digital service. So any kind of service that requires a form to be filled out will actually become digitized by the end of this year. So any simple service will actually go through this. And you know that for the last 5 years or so, we have been running a platform called eNothi. That's the decision support system of the government. And that has basically provided the backbone to many of the service request processing for most of these services. So when MyGov for Business is launched towards the end of this year, or maybe even some of the services we may launch even earlier, which is exploring that right now. But the important part to that is that business ID. If we can actually decide on exactly what the business ID will be, my hunch is that it will be based around the trade license, but trade license is fragmented right now. So trade license, there is no universal structure to that. It's provided by individual local government institution at a union level or at a Poroshobha level or at a city corporation level. So I think we need to bring some kind of a structure and universality. So some kind of a unique ID for businesses. And that's where the eKYC work that Central Bank, Bangladesh Bank is doing is going to be central to this work as well. So MyGov for Business portal and a combined app and the digital literacy campaign and the business ID. I think combination of all of these would give you the efficiency that you need for the micro merchants to access government services.
So a small question, Anil Bhai, basically in all this, how the private sector will be integrated? The private sector opportunity for, integrating with these government initiative as a business, or it will be totally public sector led initiative?
No, the private sector actually is quite deeply involved right now. So we're working with about 40 different chambers and associations right now, and also SMA Foundation to do two things. One is to drive requirements of exactly what the small businesses, the micro merchants, what they will need and how they want to access services. So the demand side lens is actually coming from these. So that's one thing. Another is to develop digital literacy and promote some of these access to digital services. The private sector has to take a very important role there. So both to bring requirements into the public sector digitization effort, and also to promote and create digital literacy amongst the micro merchants, the associations and the chambers will have to play a very big role.
Thank you, Anil Bhai, for your comprehensive coverage of the topic. So I am going to wrap up, but before I wrap up, I would like to ask Ms. Devi. So if you have anything to add within 1 minute, please.
Yeah, collaboration with fintech and government and financial authority and financial sector is very important on these last miles that we would like to do. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Devi, for your last comment. And now I would like to request General Manager of Payment System Department, Bangladesh Bank, Mohammad Misbahul Haq, sir. Sir, would you like to add anything more on what you have already said? Misbahul Haq, sir, can you hear us? I think he's not there. So I'm going to wrap up. Sir, are you there? Misbahul Haq, sir? No. So thank you, honorable panelists, Ms. Devi from Indonesia and Mr. Anir Chaudhuri from A2I and Mr. Mohammad Misbahul Haq, General Manager of Bangladesh Bank Payment System Department, for contributing to today's panel discussion, a very important panel topic. I mean, cross-industry collaboration for developing the last mile retail in Bangladesh. So many things has came up from the discussion. So digital ID for the micro merchants, eKYC, digital literacy, digital lifestyle, access to government services, access to market and credit scoring. And finally, my government for businesses as outlined by Mr. Anir Chaudhuri, that these are the things that are in the agenda in the within the A2I, and also from Mr. Misbahul Haq, sir, from the central bank. He has also informed the audience that the Bangladesh Bank is also working on the various innovative agenda around digitalization of the financial services, including eKYC, interoperability, QR code, and also they have many other innovative ideas. Most likely that there is a discussion in the market that Bangladesh Bank is evaluating the possibility of introducing digital bank, a new kind of banking services in Bangladesh. So also from Ms. Devi from Indonesia, the collaboration and also government positive action for developing the micro merchants, and also coordinating among various actors has been stressed upon. So we have learned a lot from this discussion, that how cross-industry collaboration can be established and how it can be driven, and who are the basically key partners in driving this cross-industry collaboration for developing the business in the bottom of the pyramid, and more specifically in the last mile retail. So thank you, honorable panel, for your time and your contribution to this panel discussion. Thank you to UNCDF for organizing this timely conference. And also thank you all the organizers and behind the scene actors who have been working relentlessly for making this conference and this particular panel a reality. From my side, from the panel, on behalf of the panel, I would like to convey our gratitude and our thanks to the organizers, as well as all the persons involved in this, in organizing this conference, as well as this panel. Thank you to all the participants and those who have been viewing from the physical location in the Westin Hotel in Dhaka, and also the online participants. Thank you for your patient hearing, and also thank you for your participation. So ladies and gentlemen, we end the panel discussion here. So thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We are at the end of our conference. Now, for the closing remarks, we have Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, Regional Digital Technical Financial Specialist, joining us on online.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Bhai, for having a wonderful moderation of the session. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Ms. Balsa. Anil Bhai, a special thanks to you. You got up so early in the morning to participate in this session. Very much thanks at a very short notice. Just to wrap up, it was really a very long day of quite an engaging topics that we have been discussing about, and a range of experts and range of issues that has been raised. Quite insightful. We touched about policy and advocacy in the last session. And there has been kind of needs around the open digital payment ecosystem that was brought about. There has been talked about the voice and agency of women that needs to be taken care of, how to look into the literacy aspects of the micro merchants, looking into the whole empowerment of the customers, the challenges that's there to acquire, to onboard micro merchants that's there. And we have been looking at different models of innovations, examples of e-commerce, examples looking into payment mechanisms, examples looking into the bookkeeping aspects of things. So overall, there has been quite a plethora of initiatives that been shared, and there is a learning that we can take from other countries also to implement in Bangladesh. Overall, the challenges are still there, and as somebody said that, one of the panelists, I think it was Shoko, saying that, we have to really look at specific segments, and micro merchant as a segment compared to micro enterprise, compared to small enterprises, compared to the medium enterprises. So all of these have their own characteristics to look forward to. On behalf of UNCDF and its partners, DNET, BDMS, and BCCI, I want to thank all of you for participating in this session. A big thanks to European Union for supporting us in this whole initiative to target micro merchants in Bangladesh. And we look forward to collaborating with you all to take forward the suggestions that has been provided by you all during the whole day. Thank you all for participating, and wishing you all a nice evening, nice afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Alam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
That's all for today. Thank you very much for staying with us. Thank you.